What's up, my dear friends? How are you all? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Switch on your videos. Come on, come on, come on. Sneha, Janani, Kesarla,
Good morning.
Ishi, Misana, Mittal. Come on, Saundarya. Go ahead. Come on, switch on your videos. Show me your beautiful faces. Come on, guys. Come on, come on, come on. So guys, today we are doing a Herculean task which even I have never done before. Yes. So guys, today our agenda, our objective is to conquer all the 14 topics, my dear friends, with equal importance. Also, I will be sharing you a list of topics which are probable to come in the exam, considering the analysis that I've done of the previous past papers. There is clearly a pattern that is reflected, my dear friends, with which I have at least identified. So by the end of the lecture, I will definitely tell you should focus on which chapters. We should ideally leave which chapters. Leave as in not leave, but in case in exam, let's say if you don't get time, you can at least make sure that okay, you give certain importance to certain chapters and lesser importance to the others, right? Because at the end of the day, it's all about choices, the choices that we make, and let's hope that that is how it is. Frankly speaking, I did few predictions in the last attempt and it happened to be nice. Okay, and I think somewhere I've got the pulse. Let's see how it works out for this attempt too. The more I see, the more I predict, the more it comes out to be true. Okay, the more I get confidence. So there will be certain insights that I will be showing you and justifying the rationale behind it, but not so soon, my dear friends. The entire objective right now is to conquer all the 14 topics. Okay, and also do Q&A in few of them. तो ऐसा नहीं होगा. Okay, understand that we will not be doing Q&As after every chapter, otherwise it will take us a couple of days to complete GST, right? Our objective is to revise GST, and after every 4 or 5 chapters we will do certain Q&As, right, together, so that your memory is also tested at the same time, right? So for the first thing, understand the first aspects that we're taking into consideration is introduction, CGST, RCL, composition scheme, tax invoice, and time of supply. So except supply, first we will do all the 6 chapters from the first module. Okay, and from the second module we will be doing value of supply. So these are the topics we are doing in the first half. So my personal aim is that we wrap this off aram se before 2 p.m. right? And once we are done with this, then we go ahead with our lunch breaks. Okay, also one more rule: if you want to be on Zoom with me, you will have to switch on your videos, right? Otherwise there is no point you coming here, because I need to see you, I need to interact with you. And if you can't switch on your videos, you can leave, you can watch it from YouTube. This is a very fair and a very simple instruction from my end. If you understand, great. If you don't understand, I will have to put you in the waiting room. Okay, simple, no questions asked. Okay, so I will give you the next 15 minutes. So till 9:30, if I don't see the videos on, I will ask you to leave. Okay, and you can attend it from YouTube, not an issue. That's your choice, that's the choice that you make. Okay, and I don't want to hear any excuses. If it's not there, fix it. I don't give a damn. Okay, this is the rule. You either obey it or you don't obey it. Simple. Okay, the choices that you make. But yes, definitely if you are in the Zoom meeting, I can see you, I can understand what you're going through, and I can keep engaging with you. That's a good way in which I can interact with you. That's a very good benefit, because I will be keeping you okay engaged, and I'll keep asking you questions, right? Are there any specific topics that we are looking out for? Is there anything before I start? I just want to have a quick chat with you guys. Tell me, is there anything that you all are looking out for? Ki sir, ye chapter mein, in this chapter go a little slow, or please help us recall this. This is not something that we are able to remember. We're struggling in this. Anything of that sort? Any comments before we start, my dear friends? So that I can take it accordingly and it is in the best of your interest. Tell me. Nothing? Isha, Janani, Bharati, Saundarya, Ramya. Okay.
Sir.
Yeah.
Sir, exemption chapter.
Hi, Ishi.
Exemption chapter थोड़ा रिकॉर्ड करने में प्रॉब्लम आ रही है।
कौन सा?
सर एक तो एग्रीकल्चर वाले में फ्यूमिगेशन वाले थोड़ा सा कंफ्यूजन।
एग्रीकल्चर एग्जेम्पशन?
हाँ।
ओके।
और एक एजुकेशनल वाली भी जिसमें आई गेस जिसमें अमेंडमेंट भी आया था थोड़ा सा।
हाँ, एजुकेशन में, राइट?
हाँ, यस सर।
Yes. If there are any doubts, any issues, if you all don't want to speak, you all can write it in the chat box. And whenever I ask you all to interact, you all interact. You all show me thumbs up, right? You all nod your heads. It'll be great. और कल हिंदी में मैराथन होने वाला है. So if you think that you will be better off in Hindi, you all can join tomorrow's session. Otherwise, this is also pretty fine. Because I also speak decently good English that you can understand. Okay, hopefully. ठीक है? Yes. I also have to prove to my parents that they have sent me in English medium schools. Okay, and whatever money spent makes a lot of sense. Okay. Okay, guys. Rakshit, please join the Zoom meeting, and before 9:30, if you see any videos of, please add them to the waiting room. I'll make you the co-host. Okay. Okay. Okay, guys, without wasting any time, let's start. Okay, fantastic. Frankly, Kalyarasi, I don't know how many hours, because that will clearly depend on you guys and the way you all interact with me. Yes, the above is customs. I'll just a second. I'll just edit that. Yeah, my bad. Okay, fair enough. Okay, Priyanshu Das, thanks a lot for that. Yeah, let's do it, guys. Come on. Okay. Okay, lovely. Yeah, Harshita, this is also on YouTube live. Exactly happening right. Okay. So guys, now let's begin. We are starting, my dear friends, with introduction. Acha, is my voice clear on YouTube? Just a second, just do a sound check. Fatapat se. Do a sound check. Is there exemption? It's perfect. Chalo. It's all good. Fantastic. Chalo, aa jao abhi fatapat se. Okay. Guys, the first thing we're doing in introduction, my dear friends, is Article 246. As you all know, okay, GST is an indirect tax. And as you all know, my dear friends, the only difference between direct tax and indirect tax is very, very, very simple. Tell me. Direct tax, my dear friends, in the indirect tax, the levy and the bone, the person on whom the tax is levied and the person who bones the burden, okay, the person from whose pocket the tax is actually gone, are one and the same. But in indirect tax, there is a supplier, there is a recipient. So the levy is on the supplier. The person who actually bones the burden is the recipient. right? So supplier actually takes it from the recipient and gives it to the government. That is what in normally 90% cases happens, and which is why it is called indirect tax. Correct? Now, when I say, my dear friends, where does this government actually get the power from? Article 246. List 1, list 2, list 3. List 1 matters concerning CG, list 2 matters concerning SG, list 3, my dear friends, is with respect to no head in relation to taxation is covered under the list. So in list 3, my dear friends, all I want to tell you is that we can figure out that before in Article 246, there was nothing called as taxation. There was a concept of sharing of taxes. No. In Article 246, either the entire tax used to go to CG or to SG. CG or SG. There was no sharing of taxes. But in GST, there was sharing of taxes. CGST, SGST. So how do we change this position of constitution? By amending it. How do we amend it? The government had put this bill called 122nd Amendment Bill 2014, which finally got what? Tell me. 101st Amendment Act 2016. And in that case, my dear friends, there were 3 articles because of that. Yes, Mithal? Yes. Which was Article 246A, 269A and 279A. Perfect? Yes. But my dear friends, when we call about Article 246A, what was it written? Very simple. CG and SG have the power to levy goods and service tax on supply of goods and service, notwithstanding anything written in Article 246. This was written in 246A. 269A में क्या लिखा था? 3 things. First, very important position, that with respect to IGST, the entire tax, my dear friends, the supplier is going to hand over to the central government. Who will make the law? Central government. Who will collect the tax? Central government. But will central government keep the entire IGST? No, it will share it with that state. Which state? Where there is destination based tax. Are you getting it? Yes. So for example, I am in Maharashtra and let's say Saket is in Tamil Nadu. Then in that case, I will charge him IGST. I will collect IGST from him and deposit the entire amount with whom? Central government. Central government will keep 50% with itself and 50% will go to the recipient state, that is Tamil Nadu, because goods and service tax is a destination based tax. You all know that very clearly, my dear friends. Are yes or no? Yes, my dear friends. Perfect. The second thing that I wanted to tell you all, my dear friends, is very simple. That in Article 269A, my dear friends, in Article 269A, you all remember very well that another position was given. Import. Yes, importation, my dear friends. Importation of goods and services are deemed to be interstate supply. And which is why, my dear friends, if you all remember very well, that in case of import of goods, we did something. What was that, my dear friends? Very, very, very simple. Before GST, after GST. So before GST, okay, if you are importing goods, which were the 3 taxes that were levied? BCD, basic customs duty. Then CVD, that was basically replacing excise duty. And special CVD, that was basically replacing which tax? VAT. Do you all remember that, my dear friends? Yes, sir. But my dear friends, after GST, what happened? BCD is still being levied, because BCD is not subsumed in GST, my dear friends. But excise and VAT, do they exist now? No. So how can a tax which is compensating the absence of excise and VAT, that is CVD and special CVD, also exist? They have got subsumed, and they have got subsumed, my dear friends, in IGST, as you all rightly know. Okay, and how do we say IGST? Because of Article 269A, because Article 269A deems that any importation of goods or service deemed to be interstate supply. Are you getting it, my dear friends? And hence, always in case of import, you will be subject to IGST. So remember this if you are asked any MCQ. Are you getting it, my dear friends? So in today's world, my dear friends, there will be BCD and IGST that import of goods will be subject to. But my dear friends, my question is with respect to import of service, what will be levied in today's in today's era? Only and only IGST. How, sir? Because import of service for a consideration, whether for business purpose or non-business purpose, is a supply. And you will tell me under which section? Under section 7(1)(b). Absolutely correct, my dear friends. I want you all to keep commenting. Absolutely, it is lovely effort. Bala, Saket, Khushi Jain, Priyanshu Das. I'm loving the fact that you all are, continuously, writing and commenting. Keep doing that, because that will keep you engaged. That will keep you, alive. Keep writing that. And that will also encourage me at the same time, my dear friends. So keep writing, keep getting engaged. Okay, perfect, my dear friends. Okay, that's it. So that is, my dear friends, definitely with respect to supply. So it is a supply. Yes. So it will trigger the taxable event. Yes. Will you pay tax on this? Yes. Who will pay? The importer. Okay, perfect. Next was, my dear friends, Article 279A. Article 279A, my dear friends, was what? Absolutely correct. GST Council. With respect to GST Council, my dear friends, do you all remember? First is the composition. Who all are a part of it? Very simple. It's the Union Finance Minister. Absolutely. Who's the second one? MOS Finance. And who's the third one? All the state finance ministers, or the representative of state governments. Are you getting it? Yes, they are all a part of GST Council, right? Who's the chairperson? Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman Ji. Are you getting it? Yes. And next, my dear friends, what is it? Tell me. Acha, if I ask you all, my dear friends, what is the quorum? Okay, what is the quorum? At least 50% members should be present, my dear friends. Only then the meeting will start. Absolutely correct. The second thing is, my dear friends, very clearly, that what is the voting? How will any resolution pass? With what majority? 50% or 75%? Absolutely correct. 75% or more, my dear friends. Okay, and in that, what is the voting percentage of CG and SG? For CG, my dear friends, it is 1/3, and SG it is 2/3. This is the weight that they carry. Acha, my dear friends, tell me, what are the matters that generally a GST Council talks about? It talks about, my dear friends, taxes and duties that are supposed to be subsumed. What else they talk about? The threshold limit with respect to personal exemption, 10 lakh, 20 lakh, 40 lakh with respect to registration. Do you all remember this? Yes. They also talks about activity based exemption, that which are the goods and which are the services that need to be exempted, my dear friends, like healthcare service, education service, agriculture service. Yes, they also talk about, my dear friends, that IGST will be collected by whom? CG. It will be apportioned in what percentage? 50% to CG, 50% to SG. It also talks about matters like place of supply, which you will learn in final CA. Are you getting it, my dear friends? Yes. And they definitely talk about rates of GST, my dear friends. What will be the ceiling limit? What will be the floor limit? For example, ceiling limit they have set to what? Tell me, you will tell me, what is the maximum CGST rate that someone can charge, that the government can charge? Government cannot increase beyond this rate. Tell me, we've learned this in charging section. Come on, Kesarla. Come on, Sneha. Tell me, what is it? What is that rate? 10%, 20%, 30%. Yes, Saundarya, that is so amazing. 20%. Loving you guys with this amazing enthusiasm you all are showing. Keep up with it, guys. Fantastic. We are done with GST Council, my dear friends. That's Article 279 for you. Loving you guys. Loving the spirit. Acha, tell me, why was the constitutional amendment required? Why was the constitutional amendment required, my dear friends? Tell me. For one major reason, my dear friends. That Article 246, my dear friends, gave exclusive powers to CG and SG. There was no sharing of powers. So for example, service tax collected by CG, excise collected by CG, CST collected by CG, it was levied by CG but collected by SG. Okay, levied by CG but collected by state government. Which state government? Since it was origin based tax, so seller's state government, right? That's how it was. And with respect to SG, there was VAT, there was lottery tax, there was luxury tax, there was entertainment tax. Got it? Yes. So these were exclusive powers given to exclusive governments, that these taxes will go to only CG, these taxes will only go to SG. But in GST, we work on dual GST model. What do you mean by dual GST model? That always some part will go to CG, some part will go to SG, some part will go to CG, some part will go to SG. Do you get it, my dear friends? Yes. So government was very clear on that part, that we need sharing of taxes. Why? Basic reason, because if you are subsuming all the state taxes and all the central taxes in GST, all the central taxes and all the state taxes in what? GST, then obviously while you are levying GST, it needs to be given to both center and state. And the ratio that was decided was 50:50. Are you getting it, my dear friends? Yes, sir. I hope this is very, 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 very simple. Okay. क्या बात है कुमारी आस्था? The GST will be very easy. Don't worry. क्या बात है? I have talked to paper setter. अलग ही लेवल का कॉन्फिडेंस है कुमारी आस्था जी को. Okay. Loving it, my dear friends. Okay. ऐसा नहीं बोलेंगे सर बिकॉज ऑफ यू जीएसटी इज बिकमिंग इजी. पेपर सेटर से बात होगा. नॉनसेंस. ओके, नॉनदलेस. ठीक है. तो दैट इज माय डियर फ्रेंड्स विद रिस्पेक्ट टू व्हाई कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल अमेंडमेंट इज रिक्वायर्ड. अच्छा, टेल मी वन थिंग, विच आर द टैक्सेस विच आर सबस्यूम्ड इन जीएसटी? ओके, तो देयर वी हैव टू थिंग्स. वन इज सेंटर and one is state. One is center and one is state. In center which taxes? Tell me, in center which taxes? Excise duty, CST, service tax, CVD and special CVD. Yes, perfect. In state which taxes, my dear friends? As I said, VAT, luxury tax, lottery tax, entertainment tax. Tell me, my dear friends, in entertainment tax there is an exception. What is this exception? Tell me, what is that exception? Come on. That exception is that if it is levied by whom? If it is levied by whom? Correct. LA, local authority. Right? Then it will not be subsumed. So entertainment tax is levied by state government, subsumed. Levied by local authority, not subsumed. So even today, in that case where local authority is levying entertainment tax, correct, it is still there. GST has not replaced it. Are you getting it? Yes, that's how it is, my dear friends. Okay, next, which are the taxes which are not subsumed in GST, my dear friends? Not subsumed. Correct. Excise duty, VAT, CST. On which items? Correct, on daru, alcoholic liquor for human consumption. Daru, that this Pushpa person, Pushpa, yes, that person used to have, no? Correct. And then, my dear friends, what else? Absolutely correct. Okay, 5 petroleum products. I want you all to name all the 5 petroleum products. Tell me, where does it start from? Absolutely right. Crude oil, petrol ka bhai, diesel. Which diesel? High speed diesel, my dear friends. And then absolutely correct, it is natural gas. And then there is ATF. ATF is aviation turbine fuel. Absolutely correct, my dear friends. I hope you all have got it. Yes. Okay, correct है ऋषि. Okay, क्या बात है. Okay, just a second, need to do something. Bye Zia, you can attend from YouTube live. Bye Janani. Bye Ramya. Bye, Samir. Okay, fantastic. Okay. So that's how it is, my dear friends. Perfect. Correct. And what else? Property taxes. Yes. What else? BCD, basic custom duty. Yes. Electricity duty. Yes. All of that. Also entertainment tax. I can also say entertainment tax when levied by local authority. Right? All those, my dear friends, okay, are taxes not subsumed in GST. Perfect. Absolutely correct. Okay. Next. Tell me, Ishi, tell me that in case of tobacco, which are the two taxes that will be levied? Tell me, Ishi. Which are the two taxes? Come on. पहले तो क्या GST लगेगा? Will GST be levied? Yes. And apart from that, tell me. Come on. Central excise duty. Got it? Central excise duty. And second, Rishi, tell me, Rishi, what is it? So when I talk about, okay, opium, narcotics, or Indian hemp, right? So afeem, ganja, and Indian hemp is what, my dear friends? Bhang. In that case, which are the two taxes levied, Rishi? Any idea? Come on. State excise duty and GST. Okay, so this was central excise duty, this was state excise duty. So ideally, excise duty is levied on manufacturing of any goods, and it is always levied by central government and collected by central government, right? But it is only in case of opium, narcotics, Indian hemp, right, that state excise duty is levied. So excise duty is levied, but that will not go to central government, which it ideally does on all the products. In this case, it will only go to state government because these are all state subjects. Are you getting it? Yes. Okay. So even today on tobacco, SED is charged, GST is charged, right? So these are some products on which even the old tax is charged and new tax is charged. Are you getting it, my dear friends? Yes. Okay. Perfect. That's it, my dear friends. We are done with introduction. Yes. हंसते हंसते कट जाएंगे रास्ते. Okay, the only thing left, my dear friends, is very basic things which you are extremely jam-packed. Okay, chalo Ishi, I am giving you another opportunity. Come on. Ishi and Rishi, क्या बात है? माँ कसम, ये तो rhyme हो रहा है. Okay, तो आज, my dear friends, please do one thing. Unmute yourself. Okay, tell me, Ishi, that if for example, I talk about intra-state supply. Okay, the transaction happens here within the state and within the same union territory. So if the transaction is within the state, Ishi, tell me what will happen. Which tax will I charge you?
CGST.
And SGST. Perfect. CGST and SGST. But if it is within the same union territory, what will happen? CGST and
IGST.
Are?
SGST.
Are? Union territory.
UTGST.
यार एक ही महीना एग्जाम हुआ है सर. स्टेट है तो SGST, UT है तो UTGST. Simple. What to remember in this, beta? Okay. Yes. Okay. Next is interstate supply, my dear friends. Okay. Rishi, come on. Rishi. So there can be three different permutation combinations. Okay. Either the transaction is between two different states, two different union territories, one state and one union territory. In that case, what will be levied, my dear friend? सोच रहा correct, IGST. Okay, and in that case, always remember IGST will be deposited with whom? Central government, but central government will split it. Okay, split it 50%, it will keep with himself, 50% it will distribute it to that state government where goods or services are destined. Okay, what do you mean by that? If the supplier, my dear friends, is in Maharashtra and recipient is in Tamil Nadu, Chennai, then in that case, my dear friends, I will levy GST. Recipient will give me GST. from his pocket. Supplier will then deposit that, okay, IGST with whom? Central government. Okay, let's say this IGST is 18,000. Then in that case, out of this 18,000, my dear friends, 9,000 will be kept with CG and 9,000 will be kept with SG. With SG. Maharashtra or Tamil Nadu? Please name Maharashtra or Tamil Nadu. Ishi? Correct. Okay, it is Tamil Nadu. Okay, that is that place where the goods or services are destined. I hope that is clear, my dear friends. Okay, so that's there. Okay, that's with respect to when is CGST and SGST charged, when CGST and UTGST charged, and when IGST is charged. Is that very clear, my dear friends? I hope this is very clear, very clear. Is everyone extremely clear with this? Bala, Kesarla, Saundarya, Bala again, Sneha, Kurale, Surya, Saket, Ramya, Nisha. Fantastic. I'm loving the responses you all are giving. Keep up the momentum. Keep up with this, guys. Keep up with this. Okay. Yes. Yes. Statement of revenue. Yes, I'm definitely explaining that seamless flow of credit. I think you're talking about that beta. Okay. For that, I will be taking a separate video only. Okay. So don't worry on that. Shruti, I listen to you and I'm making a video on that. Okay, if possible, I'll do it today itself. It's an important concept, can be covered in the exam. Okay, sure. That's it. So we are done with that, my dear friends. We are done with introduction. We are done with introduction, my dear friends. Give yourself a big clap. Give yourself a big clap. Do you realize that when we did for the first time, okay, in our revision lectures, this lecture is for 3 hours minimum. Okay, and see, we started off at 9:30 and it's 15 minutes and we are done. Okay, that is the pace at which we are doing things, and that is the pace at which, my dear friends, you are also able to understand. Okay, I hope you are able to figure out a difference in your own self. Loving the spirit, keep it high. Okay, next is, my dear friends, come on. Okay, CGST charging section. Are you all feeling confident? Give me a thumbs up. Give me a thumbs up. Say yes, sir. Say yes, sir. Okay, give me a thumbs up. Keep the energy high, my dear friends. Next is, my dear friends, charging section. Understand, my dear friends, this section is extremely important, because if in a particular transaction, okay, whenever I ask you a question that Saket, okay, or Bala or Sneha, tell me whether this transaction is subject to GST or not, you have to just check two things. One is the charging section and second is the taxable event. One is the charging section and second is the taxable event, right? Charging section is section 9 and taxable event is section 7. We will also make sure, my dear friends, that we remember the sections. Okay, so there will be certain activities that I will make you write. You do that, because we have the entire day. Entire day is dedicated to GST, right? So we will make the most of it. We will not just revise, we will try to remember as much as we can. That is the objective to be achieved. Section 9, my dear friends. Section 9 talks about 5 sections: 9.1, 9.2, 9.3, 9.4, 9.5. Bolo 9.1, 9.2, 9.3, 9.4, 9.5. That's how you revise, my dear friends. 9.1, very simple. Okay, 9.1, just think about it. Okay, don't just watch what I've pointing out at the PDFs. Okay, don't see at the screen. Think about it. 9.1. Think about it. Okay, CGST on what will it be levied? Simple. You know that it's on intrastate supply. Intrastate supply of what? Intrastate supply of goods or service. Except alcoholic liquor for human consumption, daru, at a rate not exceeding 20%. That you know, on a value determined under section 15, that is value of supply, where the tax is payable by taxable person. You know who the taxable person is? Any person who is either registered or liable to register. Register or liable to register under section 22 or 24. 22 threshold limit registration, 24 compulsory registration. याद आवे छे अरे आवे छे ने याद आवे छे के નથી આવતું બોલો yes. Okay, absolutely correct, my dear friends. CGST is levied that way. Okay, perfect. So understand one thing, the biggest takeaway from 9.1 is very simple, that two things: it makes sure that alcoholic liquor for human consumption is outside the purview of GST. Point number one, right? So on daru, on alcoholic liquor for human consumption, CGST will never be levied, at least in this lifetime. Second, 9(1) gives the charge of paying tax to whom? Correct. To supplier. Got it? To supplier. So the charge of paying tax is on the supplier. So for example, if I am supplying goods to Ishi, I have the charge to pay tax. So government will knock my doors if I don't pay the tax on the due date. Government will not knock the door of Ishi. Got it? So if government will knock my door, it is my responsibility to pay the government. And since I am the supplier and this is an indirect tax, I have the privilege of shifting that burden to my consumer, that is Ishi. So I will collect it from Ishi and I will pay it to government. Are you getting it, my dear friends? Yes, sir. Okay. So here the charge of paying taxes on supplier, and that is basically called FCM, forward charge mechanism, or normal charge mechanism, where the supplier pays tax. Are you getting it, my dear friends? Yes, absolutely correct. Okay. 9 subsection 2, my dear friends. 9 subsection 2. Very, very, very simple. In 9 subsection 2, all I want to tell you is that in 9 subsection 2, 5 petroleum products are taken outside the ambit of GST. But understand, they can be taken into the purview of GST only if GST Council recommends and later CG notifies. If that happens, all these 5 petroleum products will then be covered under the purview of CGST Act, and उसपे भी लग जाएगा CGST, my dear friends. Okay, yes, but as of now, it is not inside the purview. It is outside. Got it? Simple. 9.3 and 9.4 both talk about what? RCM cases. 9.3 में there are notified cases. And 9.4 में basically, okay, there is also a notified case, but that notified case is where supplier is unregistered and recipient is registered. Tax will be payable as per RCM by the registered recipient. And there is one case, and that is the case of construction, that is real estate business. But don't you worry, it is outside your purview. It is in CA final. So you worry only about what? 9.3. Okay. So I just want to tell you one thing, that in case a situation like this happens, so for that I am just keeping you ready. So understand, supplier is a registered person. Recipient is also a registered person. And no one has commented anything. 9.3 is not here. Understand? Only 9.1 exists. Understand? Only 9.1 exists. Right? I'm not talking about okay, this supply is covered under 9.3. Okay. No information like this is available to you. Then in that case, who will pay tax to you according to you? Supplier. It's always the supplier who pays the tax to the government. Correct? Yes. Okay. Second, supplier is registered, but recipient is unregistered. In this case, who will pay tax to government? Again, it is the supplier who will pay the tax. Okay. Third, okay, supplier is unregistered, recipient is registered. In that case, what will happen? Will the supplier pay the tax? Is this covered under RCM? No. Then in that case, no GST. No GST. And please make sure that you take a note of this adjustment, because this adjustment is asked a lot of times in payment of tax chapter. So whenever an adjustment like this comes up, that Mr. X, a registered person, has purchased material, or for that matter goods, of rupees 1 lakh from Mr. Y, an unregistered person, then please understand, supplier is unregistered. If supplier is unregistered, he does not have the power to charge GST. So there is no question that Mr. X will ever avail ITC, because he has not paid input tax on the first place. Why? Because Y has not charged any output tax. because Y is an unregistered person and X is a registered person. So here is GST charged? No. So there is no question of ITC. Okay, so avoid this transaction. There is no input tax covered here, obviously, because the supplier has only not charged any tax. Is that very clear, my dear friends? Please take a note of this transaction and make this transaction important. Keep your notebooks and keep my summary notes in front of you. If you feel anything needs to be written, write. Sometimes I will tell you, sometimes you will have to do it on your own. Is that very clear? Yes, that's the trait of being a responsible student. Got it? Yes. Okay. And what if the third adjustment comes, my dear friends? If supplier is also unregistered, recipient is also unregistered, right? What will happen in that case? Again, no GST. Okay. I can give your classic example. For example, Ishi is giving service to Rishi. So Ishi also unregistered, Rishi also unregistered. Nonsense. Unregistered to unregistered, no GST. Is that very clear? Yes, sir. Okay. That's it, my dear friends. Okay. Next. Okay. Next is, my dear friends, 9 subsection 5. 9 subsection 5 mein kya hai, my dear friends? Tell me. Yes, we talk about e-commerce operators. So tell me in this case, my dear friends, what happens? Absolutely correct. There are 3 services that are covered under 9.5 at inter CA level. One is correct transportation of passenger service via radio taxis and any other motor vehicle. You know why have they inserted this word any other motor vehicle? Because that includes rickshaws, buses, motorcycles, metered taxis, everything, because now everything can be booked through Ola or Uber or Rapido, and they all are now taxable if booked through any e-commerce operators, right? So in that case, my dear friends, as you all know that there are 3 people involved, right? One is Ola, one is the cab driver, and the other is the passenger. So in this thing, okay, if the fare charged, okay, is let's say 1000 rupees, then in that case, my dear friends, the GST at the rate 5%, who will pay, my dear friends? Tell me. Is it the cab driver? No. Is it the passenger? No. It is the e-commerce operator. It is Ola, Uber. Okay, and understand, my dear friends, here cab driver is the supplier, passenger is the recipient. Neither FCM applies, neither RCM applies. Okay, and which is why, my dear friends, Ola, which is neither the supplier, neither the recipient, na he have a supplier, na he have a recipient. Are you getting it? Yes. In that scenario, my dear friends, we will have to create another charge, that is 9 subsection 5, where the e-commerce operator will pay the tax. Are you getting it, my dear friends? Yes, sir. Okay, so in that case, my dear friends, okay, Ola will always pay the tax. Second is, my dear friends, okay, hotel accommodation service and okay, housekeeping service. Hotel accommodation service and housekeeping service. Now one thing common in that is, okay, you will check the supplier's status. Okay, you will check the supplier status, my dear friends. If the supplier happens to be what? Okay, if the supplier happens to be, my dear friends, a registered person. So if the hotel is registered, ask the hotel only to pay the tax. And since hotel is the supplier, hotel will pay tax under section 9 subsection 1. But my dear friends, okay, understand, if the supplier is an unregistered person, if supplier is an unregistered person, my dear friends, then we will not ask that person to register compulsorily. We will rather change the charge and ask ECU, that is either MMT or urban clap, to pay the tax under which section? 9 subsection 5. Is that very clear, my dear friends? Yes, sir. Okay, so do check the status. So if the hotel is registered, hotel will pay the tax as per 9.1. If hotel is not registered, ECU will pay the tax. Is that very clear? Yes. Okay, and understand, you will check the supplier status only in hotel and housekeeping. In Ola Uber wala case, that is transportation of passenger service, you will not check the supplier status. You will only check the service, that it is transportation of passenger service via radio taxi. Yes, ECU will pay the tax, period. And once you conclude that ECU will pay the tax as per which section? 9 subsection 5, there are 3 aspects to it. Is the physical presence in India? If yes, then ECO will pay the tax. Is the physical presence not in India? Then representative will pay tax. Acha, even the representative is not in India. Okay. Then person will be appointed by the e-commerce operator. Are you getting it, my dear friends? The person will be appointed, my dear friends, by the e-commerce operator. I hope this is very clear and I hope this makes sense. Are you able to gauge it, my dear friends? Yes, sir. Okay. Now, time to understand RCM. Okay. Now, 9 subsection 3, very, very important section, and we will also give it a little time. Okay, because sometimes, okay, there are issues with respect to that, but we will make sure that we rectify it and we remember it so well that you never forget it in your life. Are you getting it? Yes, absolutely correct, my dear friends. Let's do it. Okay.
Oh, sir, till now, how many chapters you have taught?
एक second. Sorry.
Sir, till now, how many chapters you have taught?
I have only done introduction beta. Don't worry. Just one chapter is done.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Sir, I have one doubt.
Sorry.
Actually, that, sir, I have one doubt.
In what?
Actually, sir, regarding GST.
नहीं बेटा, is it regarding the topic that I've already done or what I'm teaching?
No, sir.
So let it be. Right now I will not entertain any doubts. I will open a room for it, okay, once we go on a break or something like that, right? Because it will just break the flow.
I just want to ask, sir, I mean, sir, कब तक चलेगा marathon?
मैम मैं पहली बार ले रहा हूँ तो मैं अनुमान नहीं लगा सकता. मैंने पूरा दिन पकड़ा है, राइट, एंड आई एम ऑल्सो डूइंग इट विथ Q&A. ठीक है,
Okay, sir.
ओके बेटा, या ओके. 9 subsection 3, my dear friends, come on. Okay, 9 subsection 3, my dear friends, is very simple. It's with respect to RCM, reverse charge mechanism. Okay, now understand very clearly, my dear friends, how is RCM. Okay, in RCM, how do you pay tax? Very simple. There is a supplier, there is a recipient, and the recipient is given the charge to pay tax. Okay, the recipient, you have to pay tax. Government has specifically told in 10-15 cases that recipient you will have to pay tax. There are reasons to it also. I will help you understand. Okay, now understand one thing. How will the invoicing be done? Very simple. So for example, if you remember, okay, supplier is who? Let's say for example insurance agent, and recipient is who? For example insurance company. In this case, my dear friends, the concept is very simple. Okay, that you are giving, okay, you are giving service to the company. Let's say you are charging, okay, a commission for how much? 10 lakhs. Let's say the GST rate is how much? 10%. In that case, I want you to tell me that insurance agent, okay, how much billing will it do? Will it do for 10 lakhs or will it do for 11 lakhs? Will it do for 10 lakhs or will it do for 11 lakhs? Tell me. Only and only 10 lakhs, right? So service charges will be how much? 10 lakhs. And which is why insurance company will also pay how much? 10 lakhs. And insurance company will pay 1 lakh GST to whom? To the government. Are you getting it, my dear friends? Yes. And had it been RCM, supplier would have charged how much? 11 lakhs. Collected how much? 11 lakhs. And supplier must have paid out of that 11 lakhs, 10 lakhs it would have kept with himself, and 1 lakh would have given to government. So even in that case, do you realize that recipient के जेब से कितना गया है? How much has recipient paid? 11 lakhs. Here 11 lakhs. It's just that in that case only one check has been, okay, torn. And here there are 2 checks are torn. One in the name of supplier, one in the name of government. And there the entire 11 lakhs is in the name of supplier. Supplier will then tear the check in the name of government in case of FCA. In case of RCM, there are 2 checks that come from the recipient end. Are you getting it, my dear friends? Yes, sir. Right? Acha. And also, okay, since you all are pretty matured, I will talk about it here only. I will not talk about, I will definitely repeat it and reiterate it in payment of tax, but I would like to talk about it here only. For example, okay, if I'm something like insurance company, right? I will pay GST. Yes, I will pay GST as per RCM. And what do I call this? I call this input tax liability. What do I call this? Input tax liability. Okay, just a second. Input tax liability. And if you remember, in input tax liability, I have given you 2 steps. First, you pay, and you pay in cash. When I say cash, what do you mean? E-cash ledger. You cannot use ITC to pay off your input tax liability, because ITC is used only when you pay off output tax. ITC cannot be used to pay off input tax. Got it? So what happens here is, okay, first you pay input tax in cash, and now your pocket is emptied, so you need reimbursement, and uska hi aap le lenge kya? ITC. So first you empty your pocket, right? You pay that money, and you take the reimbursement of the same by increasing your ITC, right? Yes, which definitely something like an insurance company, right? Let's say the input tax that they have paid as per RCM, let's say it is 1 lakh rupees. It is paid directly to government. Yes, understand, they will charge something like a premium to its policy holders, right? To them, they will charge output tax, let's say 10 lakh rupees. So do you realize जेब से कितना गया? How much has gone from the pocket? 1 lakh. How much has entered the pocket? 10 lakhs. How much will I keep with myself? 1 lakhs. And remaining 9 lakhs I will give it to government. Are you getting it? Reimbursement उतना ही लेंगे जितना क्या है मेरे जेब से गया है. So how much amount is gone from my pocket? I will take the reimbursement of the same. Are you getting it, my dear friends? Yes, sir. Okay, the reason I have gone so advanced is because I believe and I trust that right now you will be able to gauge this concept. If not, you all can refer my payment of tax chapter in detail in my revision series. Are you getting it? Yes. Okay, because understand, when I'm doing revision, I will ensure that I take culmination of concepts together, okay, in case they are okay also there in some other chapters. I will take the reference of the same year also, because I expect that you to remember. I expect that to remember, and that expectation is not incorrect totally. Okay. Yes, Keshav, Yashika, Abdul, Alina, there is a rule that we follow in Zoom. You all switch on your videos, otherwise I will put you in the waiting room, right? You all can watch it through YouTube live. That is the option, right? So I give you 5 minutes to do that. If you do that, fair enough. If you not do that, you leave. Okay. Next, my dear friends, very simple. Okay. That when I talk about, my dear friends, okay, reverse charge mechanism, there are, okay, around how many? 14 cases that we have acknowledged with respect to RC. Let's do it one by one. Fatafat se, let's do it. Okay, sabse pehle. Okay, insurance agent providing service to insurance company. Who will pay tax? Insurance company. Okay, but I'm so sorry. Before that, I would just like to take you through few golden rules of RCM. Right? This is assumed. Understand? This is assumed. When I am teaching RCM, it is assumed that we are abiding by this. Okay, understand the first rule, that all recipients are located in taxable territory. That is, all recipients are located in India. Second, whenever the conditions of RCM do not apply, the first thought should come to your mind that it is FCM. Okay, and the third is partnership firm always includes LLP. Okay, second rule is extremely important, because that is what generally will keep coming as and when I ask you all. Okay, let's see if you all are able to gauge it or not. First things, इंश्योरेंस एजेंट को वाला तो सीन सॉर्टेड है. व्हाट अबाउट दिस? रिकवरी एजेंट प्रोवाइडिंग सर्विस टू बैंक और एनबीएफसी. Recovery agent providing service to bank or NBFC. In this case, my dear friends, please understand very simple thing. What is that? that recovery agent, Vasuli Bhai, Munna Bhai, right, providing recovery service to bank or NBFC, then in that case, bank or NBFC will pay the tax. Are you getting it, my dear friends? Yes, sir. But tell me one thing, Ishi, that if I am the recovery agent and I am giving service to you and you are a chartered accountant, but you can also have some bad debts and you can appoint me that please collect money from Rishi, from Yashi, from Abdul, please, and I will give you a certain commission out of it. And I'm like, okay, fine, my job is to recover. I recover from banks, I recover from manufacturers, service provider, trader, I don't give a damn. But in that case, my question is whether there will be RCM or FCM. If a recovery agent is providing service to a, let's say a CA, let's say a service provider, a manufacturer, a trader, what will happen in that case? Will FCM apply or will RCM apply? हाँ,
RCM apply नहीं होगा.
correct, RCM apply नहीं होगा. Okay, apply होगा FCM. Okay, FCM will apply, my dear friends. Why? Because recipient, okay, is neither a bank nor NBFC. So obviously here the conditions were not being met, and which is why, my dear friends, RCM will not apply. In that case, FCM will apply because the recipient were neither banks nor NBFCs. Perfect. Third case, direct selling agent, my dear friends. Direct selling agent. Okay.
Sir, I have a doubt.
Sorry.
When recovery agent provides service to bank or NBFC, then only RCM is applicable. And if recovery agent is providing service other than bank or NBFC, then FCM is applicable.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Second. Okay, done. Third is, my dear friends, direct selling agent providing service to bank or NBFC. Understand here, my dear friends, if you remember, I had spoken to you a logic regarding this. How can you remember this? Very simple. I had told you very clearly that when it comes to DSA, okay, DSA, you can become a direct selling agent of bank or NBFCs where you are actually sanctioning loan on behalf of bank or NBFCs. That is your job. So as an insurance agent, you sell policies on behalf of insurance companies. As a direct selling agent, you are basically sanctioning loans on behalf of bank or NBFCs, and you are increasing the business of bank or NBFCs. DSAs function in three ways. They can either be functioning in the way of individual, partnership firm, or body corporate. Correct? So if you are an individual DSA, a chartered accountant, an MBA finance, right? Generally, these are the people who are appointed. And you are giving service to bank or NBFC. And that service happens to be a DSA service. RCM will apply because government does not want individual to be bothered by any of the compliances. Government says that in case of individual DSA giving service to bank or NBFC can take care of the compliances. I don't want to bother the individual. Let the individual make money and not be bothered by any of the compliances. But Ishi, if the DSA happens to be body corporate or a partnership firm, then government says they are capable enough to handle the compliances, and which is why a body corporate or a partnership firm who is functioning as a DSA giving service to bank or NBFC, understand, in that case will RCM apply? No, because supplier is considered capable enough that he will take care of the compliances, and in that case partnership firm and body corporate will pay the tax as per FCM. Is that very clear? So आज, my dear friends, if there is individual DSA, RCM, but if the DSA is either in the form of partnership firm या फिर body corporate, it will be FCM. The DSA will only pay the tax. Are you getting it? Yes. Next is, my dear friends, director है. Director कौन है, my dear friends? Non-executive. Okay, recipient is a body corporate. In that case, body corporate will pay the tax. Why have I written here non-executive? Why have I not written here executive, my dear friends? Tell me. Why is it written executive? Why is it written non-executive? And why not executive? Because of one simple reason, my dear friends. Executive directors, are a part of company, just like an employee. They share an employer-employee relationship, and employer-employee relationship is covered under 7 subsection 2, not a supply. So their relationship is outside the ambit of GST because it does not even trigger the taxable event. But non-executive directors, they do not share an employer-employee relationship. Their TDS is under 194J. तो इनका है अंडर 194J एंड एग्जीक्यूटिव का है अंडर 192. And you have to focus only in this information. If your TDS is deducted under 194J, it is outside 7.2 and thereby a supply. If you are an executive director, your TDS is deducted under 192 inside the purview of 7.2, not a supply, no GST. Is that very clear? Okay. So first thing you check TDS कहाँ कटा है आपका 194J और 192. तो नॉन एग्जीक्यूटिव का it is 194J. And which is why here it is a supply. So first you conclude it is a supply. Then you conclude who will pay the tax on that supply. So we realize that it is also covered under 9.3, and instead of bothering this director who's actually an individual director, okay, director cannot be an artificial juridical person, okay, director cannot be a company, it is an individual. Then in that case, my dear friends, it's very simple, okay, recipient, okay, will pay the tax, body corporate will pay the tax, okay, that's it. So I hope this is very clear, my dear friends. Okay, perfect. So non-executive director providing service to body corporate who will pay tax, the body corporate will only pay the tax, because obviously government does not want to bother the individual. Government says that body corporate can easily take care of the compliances. Okay. Next is, my dear friends, very important, supplier giving sponsorship service to partnership firm or body corporate. In that case, it is the partnership firm or the body corporate who is liable to pay the tax. Are you getting it? Yes. Why? Because simple सी बात है, generally the sponsorships are given to partnership firms and body corporate, big structures like these. So which is why government said RCM can apply in this case. Now understand, there is a tricky part here. Okay, a lot of times, okay, understand, questions are asked, and it's very important for you to understand, my dear friends, that what exactly the question is stating. So your nomenclature is of utmost importance, my dear friends. Okay, so figure out what the nomenclature is. If that nomenclature is X, U, the outcome is X. If the nomenclature is Y, the outcome is Y. Okay, perfect. Let me explain you all very simply. So Mr. X, okay, the question reads like this: Mr. X has provided sponsorship service to whom? X, let's say, okay, AB Limited. Okay, there is no condition at suppliers, and supplier can be any person. In sponsorship service, we only have to look at recipient. If recipient is a body corporate or a partnership firm, RCM applies. Will RCM apply here? Yes, sir. Because supplier can be anyone who is giving sponsorship service to partnership firm or body corporate. Recipient will pay the tax. Got it? Yes. But my dear friends, if something like this happens, where they say Mr. X has sponsored the event of AB Limited. Okay, Mr. X has sponsored the event of AB Limited. In this case, understand, I have used the word sponsored. So whenever the word sponsored is used and not sponsorship service, I have to take that journey from sponsored to sponsorship service. I have to do that journey. Convert करना पड़ेगा sponsored को sponsorship service में, right? Because understand, when they use the word sponsored, that means Mr. X has actually paid 10 lakh rupees sponsorship to AB Limited. So in that case, understand, if there is any outflow of money, that person always happens to be a recipient. So in this case, understand, the first thing that I will have to do is figure out who the supplier is and who the recipient is, which in this case was already ready-made. So here the recipient will be Mr. X because he has sponsored AB Limited. Got it? So the money of outflow is coming from recipient to supplier, and supplier actually has given advertisement service to recipient. So actually he has given which service? Advertisement service. Banner laga diya hoga. They must have placed some banner, some advertisement on their online portal, Facebook, Instagram, this, that, YouTube. So they've actually given advertisement service, but government says in the garb of advertisement service, we like to call it sponsorship service. So whenever the word has sponsored comes, you convert that into sponsorship service first by determining the supplier and the recipient, because they are not ready made. You have to make it ready. You have to increase that ingredient in your recipe of making the right answer, and then check for yourself that okay, now who's the recipient? Mr. X. Okay, Mr. X is not a body corporate, neither is a partnership firm, and in that case that happens to be not complying the conditions of RCM, and which is why recipient will not pay the tax. It is the supplier who will pay the tax as per FCM. Are you getting it, my dear friends? So please check whether the word sponsorship service is into account or the word sponsored is into account, right? Because that makes a hell lot of a difference, and which is why, my dear friends, I also want you all to answer this amazing beautiful question that ICA has come up with, and clearly it can be asked to you also. तो आप टेंशन मत लो. If the paper is a little tricky, they can ask it to you also, right? So let me test you with this. Yes, tell me guys, कहाँ पे गया? हाँ, question number 1, Panini Private Limited. You can take a screenshot of this, guys, in case I will only give the screenshot and send it on the Telegram channel, don't worry. अरे क्या हुआ? Tell me what will happen in. अरे क्या हो रहा है ये? Tell me what will happen in this case. Come on, Saket, Saundarya, Nisha, I'm expecting an answer from you.
So Pink City Club will pay tax under forward charge.
Yes, guys.
So Pink City Limited will pay tax on the forward charge.
Okay. So Panini Private Limited agrees to sponsor a sports event organized by Pink City Club in Jaipur. Panini Private Limited has paid an amount of 5 lakhs for such sponsorship of the event. Consequently, said the event was named after the brand Panini Private Limited. Okay. Is the word sponsorship service used here? Sponsorship service. ऐसा लिखा है कहीं पे? No. In that case, please tell me one thing. Will we have to figure out who's the supplier and who's the recipient? Yes. Tell me. Money is going from whose pocket?
It is Panini Private Limited and supplier is Pink City Club.
Correct. Okay, absolutely correct. In this case, my dear friends, if we talk about supplier and recipient is Panini Private Limited. And supplier is Pink City Club, जो भी है शायद. So is the recipient body corporate or a partnership firm? Yes, it is a body corporate. Company है. Body corporate means what? Company. RCM हो जाएगा. Yes, RCM हो जाएगा. Is that very clear, my dear friends? Yes, sir. Got it? A question like this can be asked. Be prepared. Be prepared. Okay, so if you have my notes, summary notes, do you have my summary notes in front of you? If you have them, please take a note of this. Okay, कि भाई ऐसा क्वेश्चन है जो मैं टेलीग्राम पे भेज रहा हूँ अभी. Take a note of that and you have to write that in your notebook. So just give a note of it. Okay, this is something that I need to refer because it is a little tricky, not something that cannot happen, but a little tricky. That's it. Okay. Okay, next up is, my dear friends, okay, the simple one, lender and borrower. In this case, my dear friends, is very simple. Lender is giving lending of security service to the borrower. In that case, borrower will be pay the tax as per RCM. Okay. Acha. CGST, UTLA, I generally do it with exemptions, but here, since it's given, I'll tell you that in this case, if they are giving renting of a more property service to registered person, it's RCM. Question is, what if the recipient is an unregistered person? It will be FCM.
Sir, FCM.
Perfect. Okay. Business facilitator, business correspondent. In this case, understand, if that person is a business facilitator, okay, tell me, what did I explain? Is he a junior or a senior? He is a junior. Business correspondent, senior. Why do I say this? Very simple. Business facilitator, okay, understand. Can only do credit analysis and give to the bank the data that these are the people whom you should be giving the loan. But business correspondent actually sanctions the loan. So who has more decision making authority? Correct. BC. So who is the senior? BC. And who does more responsible work in an organization? Junior or senior? Senior. So who takes all the responsibility? Senior. Who goes away from all the responsibility? Junior. So now, if I tell you, okay, Yashika,
So this part is very confusing.
that there is agent, there is BF, and there is bank. So is BF a junior? Yes. Is he shying away from all the responsibilities? Yes. So which is why in that case, agent to BF, who will pay tax? Agent. BF to bank, who will pay tax? Bank. Because BF will shy away from all the responsibilities of paying tax.
Business facilitator
Okay.
would-
एक second, Yashika. एक second. You raise your hand if you have doubt. You don't speak just when you feel like speaking. Okay. Agent to BC, BC to bank. BC is the senior. BC takes all the responsibility. So when agent is giving service to BC, who will pay tax? BC. BC is providing service to bank, who will pay tax? BC. तो एजेंट टू बीसी में बीसी इज द रिसीपेंट, आरसीएम. बीसी टू बैंक में बीसी इज द सप्लायर, एफसीएम. Also, if I have a small tweak in the equation, right, where agent is providing service to BF or BC, doesn't matter, and BF or BC providing service to bank. What if I tell you that this bank happens to be in a rural area? What happens then? Then the entire chain gets exempted. Agent providing service to BCBF, exempt. BCBF providing service to rural bank, exempt. तो सर ये ऊपर वाला केस कब आएगा? When will this case get triggered? When it is an urban bank. Urban bank as in bank in urban area. Okay. So this adjustment is clearly covered in exemptions, but I would want you to remember it and write it in my summary notes there and there itself. Got it, Saket? Got it, Saundarya? Got it, Bala, Sneha, Surya? Write it there and there itself, so that you are very clear that here, if I am doing RCM, no, I need to take care of these aspects also. I can't just read it, like this horse with blinders. No, I will mix all the concepts today. I want to make sure that there is clarity, not confusion. There is clarity. More information should lead to clarity, not confusion. And I will make sure it happens that way. Got it? Correct. Okay. Fair enough. That's very correct. That's very correct. Okay. Now we are left with, three very important services that I want to take into account. One is security service, GTA service, and renting of motor vehicle service, right? And I always do it in this order, and there is a reason for that, and I will tell you once we are done with it. Okay, very simple. And always revise it in this order: security service, GTA service, renting service. Ishika, I'll just give you the last warning. If you want to be in the Zoom, you can switch on your videos. Otherwise, I'll leave you. Okay, I'll ask you to put in the waiting room. Very simple. No questions asked. Okay, just reply me if that's possible, yes or no, in the chat box, and we can take it from there. Okay. Security service. Security service में क्या है, my dear friends? Tell me. Okay. Very simple. Understand very clearly. There is a condition at the supplier's end. Supplier has to be क्या? Any person other than body corporate. Because government considers body corporate as a very responsible structure. Because there are a lot of people involved. It's a company at the end of the day. They have to take care of so many compliances of Companies Act, SEBI, RBI, GST, income tax. So they can handle it. So supplier will be who? Any person other than body corporate. Okay. And recipient will be who? A registered person. Government said recipient registered person. Registered person, any which ways it is doing the compliances of output tax ITC every month, considering it is a normal taxpayer. So give him that responsibility. He can easily render it. He can easily render it, my dear friends. Got it? But what if that registered person is a compo taxpayer? So why does a person take composition scheme issue? Because they don't want to do compliances. So we will give a lesser compliance. We will not trigger RCM here. We will not trigger RCM here. Even though he's a registered person. But because he's a small taxpayer. Leave him. Baksh do usko. Second is a person solely deducting TDS under section 51. So don't remember CGST, UTLA, government agencies. Don't remember that. Those are notified people in section 51, just for your information. Okay. But you will have to just remember this thing. Okay. Person solely, okay, responsible in deducting TDS under section 51. Very simple. Got it? Now, if that is CGST, LA, it will be given to you in the information. And if the information says a person solely deducting TDS under section 51, simple. RCM will not apply, because understand that the person has got registered only to deduct tax. There is no other job that he has. He has not got registered because he has exceeded 20 lakhs. No, he's got registered because he's trapped under section 51. So every time he makes a payment, he have to deduct TDS. Makes a payment, deduct TDS. Makes a payment, deduct TDS. And since he has deducted TDS, he has to deposit TDS. Where will he deposit? Where will he deposit? On the GST portal. For that, he has to get registered. And also, since we are talking about TDS deductor, do you realize that when you are taking a registration, your GSTIN is a 15-digit alphanumeric code, where the first 2 digits represent state and the other 10 digits represents PAN. But in case of TDS deductor, it will not be PAN, it will be TAN. Tax deduction and collection account number. Got it? Yes. Which is also issued by Income Tax Act. Is that very clear, my dear friends? That's it. That's all I need. Okay. Perfect. Okay. So even in case of recipient like this, RCM will not apply. Okay. It is the supplier only who will pay the tax. So in दोनों को बख्श दो आप. Don't give compliances to them with respect to RCM. Please, I beg you. I beg you. Okay, that's it. So, 3 questions. Tell me one thing. Fatafat se, tell me one thing. Okay. Just a second. कहाँ चला गया RCM? What is RCM? Chalo, tell me in this case what will happen. Come on. Come on, guys. Come on, Ishi. Mr. Shera is the supplier. Recipient is Being Human Limited registered under CGST Act. Tell me what will happen in this case.
Sir, Human Limited will pay.
Yes, Being Human will pay. Okay, because supplier is other than body corporate, recipient is a registered person who is not a compo taxpayer, neither a TDS deductor. Shera and Associates Partnership Firm, recipient is Mr. Salman, a registered person who is a compo taxpayer. RCM आएगा? No. Okay, RCM नहीं आएगा because recipient is a compo taxpayer. Mr. Shera giving service to BMC service, a TDS deductor. RCM आएगा?
So BMC.
नहीं. It will be Shera. Okay, Shera Limited providing service to Being Human Limited, a registered person. RCM आएगा? नहीं आएगा because supplier is a body corporate. Okay, and last is Mr. Vicky providing service to Mr. Ranbir, an unregistered person. Recipient is an unregistered person. Will you give compliance to an unregistered person? You besharam behaya person? No, you will not. Supplier will only pay the tax. Okay. Is that very clear, my dear friends? Yes. Okay. I have already given this inter-CA Q&A in my Telegram group. If you want it, you can just check it out. Okay. That's it. Perfect. Next, my dear friends. So is security service very clear, guys? Are you all confident? Right? Again, just revise it again and tell it in your mind. In case of security service, supplier is other than body corporate. recipient is, okay, any registered person. It can be a registered individual, body corporate, partnership firm, HUF, anyone. If he is registered under GST law, RCM. But if he is a registered compound taxpayer, no. If he is a solely deductor of TDS under section 51, no. Because beta, that person is not someone that government considers can do a lot of compliances. So in that case, no RCM, FCM. Okay, that's it. Acha, overseeing committee providing service to RBI. What will happen in this case? Okay, simple. Overseeing committee is basically a committee of 5-6 individuals.
I have no doubt.
Okay, just a second. 5-6 individuals. Once I'm done with that chapter, I will be open for questions. Okay, 5-6 individuals providing service to RBI. Who will pay tax? RBI. Because government does not want to give any compliances to whom? Individuals. So RBI will pay tax. By the way, there are few amendments with respect to RBI. Tell me what is it. Okay, so understand, if RBI is supplier of service, initially it was exempt, but now it's taxable. If RBI is recipient of service, it is taxable. So it doesn't matter if RBI is the supplier or the recipient, it is taxable now. Got it? सबसे पहला point, right? So in all cases, understand, if RBI is the supplier of service, RBI will only pay tax as per FCM. Understand? But only in case of what? Overseeing committee providing service to whom? RBI. RBI will pay tax as per RCM, because you cannot ask these individuals to pay tax. Got it? Also, do you remember, my dear friends, if the supplier is outside India and they give forex management service to RBI, RCM, this is subject to an exemption. Do you all remember this, guys? Yes, there is an exemption with respect to that. Forex management service, custodian service, security lending service, external asset management service. If supplier is outside India, recipient is RBI, it is exempt. Do you all remember this, guys? Yes. Okay, I have done this there. Okay, generally I recall it with exemptions, but I thought now that you all are now pretty mature enough, I think I'll do it here itself. Okay, fair enough. Now, okay, see the focusing, my dear friends, on what? On two important services, GTA service, and then comes renting of motor vehicle service meant for transportation of passenger. Now, what is GTA service, my dear friends? Let's do it. Just a second, my dear friends.
For everybody, you are clear. अभी सर पढ़ाओ तो
Sorry?
सर मेरा एक डाउट है.
अरे रुक जा मेरी माँ, रुक जा, मैं RCM खत्म करके ही डाउट लूंगा. इतना अधीर मत हो, मैं कहीं जा नहीं रहा हूँ. I will solve your doubts. Just have some patience, because that will break my flow. Okay. Now comes, my dear friends, GTA service. Jot down your doubts, Yashika. Don't be so impatient. Okay. GTA service, my dear friends, goods transportation agent. Okay. In this case, the first thought that should come to your mind is, who is the supplier and who is the recipient? Sir, obviously, if the GTA is the service that we are talking about, supplier will be GTA, no, sir. Yes. But there are two conditions. Only that kind of GTAs will be covered here, beta. One is person who is transporting goods via road. And second is he issues consignment note. My dear friends. What do you mean by consignment note? Very simple. When the GTA goes to the supplier, let's say for example HUL, who has asked him to send the goods to DMart. Okay. So GTA will give a consignment note to HUL, that HUL, listen, I am giving you a consignment note of this 10 lakh rupees. What does that mean? Very simple, that I take the lien of the goods. I take the responsibility of the possession of goods, and anything happens to the goods in transit from Mumbai to Chennai, then I will be held responsible. I will take care of the goods. Who is telling this to GTA to HUL? Okay. So when he's issuing a consignment note, that is the kind of responsibility he takes. So we are only talking about responsible GTAs, not era gera, natu gera, any GTA. Got it? Yes. Okay. Perfect. Now, who is the recipient here? Person who is liable to pay the freight. Got it? Person who is liable to pay the freight. So for example, understand, supplier is GTA service. Supplier of transportation of goods service is who? GTA. Now the recipient is who? HUL or DMart? Answer is whoever is paying the freight to GTA. If HUL is paying, HUL is the recipient. DMart is paying, DMart is the recipient. Got it? Yes. Okay? Yes. Now understand one thing, my dear friends. Okay, it is the prerogative of GTA which option he chooses. Does he choose the option of GST at the rate 5%, or does he choose the option of GST at the rate 12%? What does he choose? Let's say, for example, if GTA chooses 5% and if the recipient is a registered person, आंख बंद करके क्या कर देंगे? RCM. But there is an exception. What is the exception? That if that person happens to be a TDS deductor, solely a TDS deductor under section 51, then in that case, understand, RCM will not apply, that is for sure. Now there are two possibilities, FCM या फिर exempt. But FCM cannot apply. Why? Because FCM will apply only in case of 12%. So now there is only one thought that should come to your mind, that if GTA is providing service to solely a TDS deductor, then in that case there is only one possibility left, exempt. That's how your brain should function. That I am very clear that in 5% there are two outcomes, RCM or exempt. And when it is 12%, okay, when it is 12%, the outcome is very simple, it will be FCM or exempt. Why exempt? Because if the same GTA who has taken 12%, the recipient happens to be above recipients, yani in case of registered person, if it is a TDS deductor, it is exempt. If it is unregistered individual, but individual HUF or CTP, again it will be exempt. Okay. अच्छा, यहाँ पे if you all we just forgot, my dear friends, that if the recipient happens to an unregistered person, then what will happen? Then it depends. It depends on the fact that who is that unregistered person. If that unregistered person, my dear friends, happens to be who? Okay, unregistered factory, society, cooperative society, company who are registered under their respective act, तो RCM लग जाएगा. अच्छा, if the recipient happens to be a partnership firm, registered or not registered under partnership firm act, तो भी RCM लग जाएगा. Sir, but how RCM? They are the unregistered under GST law. Yes, you are correct. So in this cases, understand, these are the notified persons who are okay, if you want to write who are what? Unregistered under GST law, they will first have to compulsorily register under section 24 and then pay tax as per 93. Sorry. So first register and then pay tax. First register and then pay tax. Is that very clear? Yes. And the only exception here is unregistered individual, HUF, CTP. CTP is casual taxable person. They are exempted from this because they are too small to be taken care of. Okay. Government does not want to give compliances to unregistered individual. Understand how difficult it is. For example, if Ishi is staying in Mumbai, where are you from, Ishi? Jaipur. So let's say she comes to Mumbai. from Jaipur with her household things and all that. So she is doing GTA. Now the GTA says we will take 5,000 rupees. Now understand, supplier is GTA, recipient is who? Is she? She is an unregistered individual. She does not even know RCM. But from today she will know because she has attended my lecture. So understand how much difficult it will be for her to do compliances. And what if she is an engineering student, science student? She will not even know what is RCM, FCM. Nonsense. And which is why, my dear friends, understand one thing. What? Unregistered individual HUF. Government does not want to bother these people. Yeah. सीधा बोल दिया exempt. Got it? So if the recipient is who? Registered person, RCM. Only one exception, TDS deductor. If the recipient is who? Unregistered factory, registered under Factories Act. Cooperative society, under Cooperative Society. Society Registration Acts. Companies Act. Partnership firm, doesn't matter if it's registered or not under Partnership Firm Act. Doesn't matter. It is still a notified person, RCM will apply. Sir, but how will they pay tax? They are unregistered. First register under section 24, compulsory registration. नाम है उनका 24 में. And then pay tax under 9(3). Are you getting it, my dear friends? Yes. That's it. Okay. And with respect to 10%, any recipient, supplier will only pay the tax. But if the recipient happens to be those recipients who are above exempt, they are also exempt here. 5% में जो exempt है, they are also exempt here. That's it. Yes. ठीक है. That's it. Small amendment in GTA service. Initially, what used to happen, GTA had the freedom to do anything and everything. For example, today is what? Let's say, for example, 30th September. क्या बात है? Last date है ये. Okay. For companies to pay income tax. So, I hope you understand, my dear friends, that today, if I'm a GT, understand, initially what used to happen before amendment. If I'm billing to Ishi, I am taking 5%. On 1st of October, I am billing to, let's say, Abdul, I am taking 12%. It is as per my whims and fancies. Somewhere FCM, somewhere RCM, कुछ भी करूँगा मैं. I am doing anything and everything. But from now onwards, it's not. After the amendment, it's not possible. Because if you want 12%, you will have to register yourself under the CGST Act and you have to exercise that option by asking for that permission from the jurisdictional officer. And every time you issue an invoice, you will charge GST on that. And that option will be exercised minimum for 1 year. So you're opting for FCM, 1 year only FCM. If you're not opting for it, you pay only as per RCM. Got it? Initially, it was not like that. Kabhi FCM, kabhi RCM, that is how it was happening. But now, only FCM, ya to only RCM. Depending whether you are opting that option or not. Perfect. Okay. So that is very, very, very clear, my dear friends. Perfect. Next happens to be what? Tell me. Are we done with security service? Yes. Are we done with GTA service? Yes. Now, there is a lot of confusion here, which is why I want to ask a question. Let me see who gets it right. Come on, Sneha. Come on, Surya. Come on, Nisha. Looking forward to you, Saket. Question number 1. GTA is providing service to a registered person.
Registered person, RCM.
RCM. What if he's providing to a compo taxpayer?
So,
And this is all 5%, by the way. 5%. What will happen?
exempt.
Listen, that's where you are going wrong. RCM. Why? Because there is only one exception in GTA, and that is TDS deductor. But when it comes to security service, if the recipient is a normal registered person, RCM. But if that recipient is a compo taxpayer,
Compo taxpayer.
FCM.
So okay, now we understand. Compo taxpayer and TDS deductor under section 51 is liable to pay GST only in case of GTA.
So please remember one very simple thing, my dear friends, that in GTA, if you are giving service to a registered person, there is only one exception: TDS deductor. Okay. So in GTA, my dear friends, registered person, only one exception: TDS wala. But my dear friends, if security service recipient is registered person, there are two exceptions: TDS deductor and compo taxpayer. You can remember it that way, that whenever you have to give security, you have to give security to a huge number of people, and which is why here you are actually giving security to compo taxpayer and TDS deductor by not giving them compliances. Remember it that way. So in GTA only TDS. GTA तो G में सिर्फ T को ही एक्सेप्शन बनाना है. पर सिक्योरिटी सर्विस you give security to more people, so you are giving security to 2 people, not 1 people, to 2 people. Okay, TDS and compo. Please make a note of this. A lot of people make a mistake here. Will you ever make a mistake? Will you ever make a mistake? No. Okay, I will ask the same question to you after we are done with the entire marathon. Make sure you all are aware about it. Is that very clear, my dear friends? Okay, fantastic. Done. Okay. And the last, my dear friends, happens to be what? Tell me. Renting of motor vehicle service. Meant for transportation of passenger. Acha, what do I mean by this? That you are actually renting a car, and that car or that motor vehicle, okay, is a passenger vehicle. Got it? It is not a goods vehicle. Got it? So which case is covered under RCM? Where you are renting a motor vehicle, and that motor vehicle is which vehicle? Passenger vehicle. It's not a truck. समझा? मोटर व्हीकल तो कोई भी हो सकता है ना, उसमें इंसान जाए. In that case, who is going? Either a passenger is going or either a goods is going. It can be any kind of motor vehicle. It can be truck or it can be a Tata Nano. So what are we talking about? Tata Nano. Are you getting it? Yes. Okay, जिसमें passengers are traveling. That's it. So here also, my dear friends, okay, the supplier has two options. Either you go for 5% or either you go for 12%. तो मोटा मोटी it's like GT only. 5% है तो RCM, 12% है तो FCM. Majorly the thought process is very similar. Okay. So now here, but there are little complications. Let's go ahead and understand that. So whenever the supplier goes with 5%, right? To understand, supplier is giving renting of motor vehicle service. Got it? GST is at the rate 5%. Now understand, supplier has to be what? Any person other than body corporate. Recipient has to be a body corporate. Understand, recipient has to be a body corporate, recipient has to be a body corporate, recipient has to be a body corporate. Not a registered person. Registered person नहीं लिखा है वहां पे. Registered person and body corporate are different. When I say registered person, it can have individual, HUF, partnership firm, company, government, anyone who is registered under GST is a registered person. But body corporate is a body corporate. Company is a company. I'm not talking anything with respect to the GST status. I'm only talking about its structure. So remember that. Okay. Any person other than body corporate giving service to body corporate, where the consideration includes cost of fuel. Okay. So who should be supplier other than body corporate? Who should be the recipient? Body corporate. What should the consideration include? Cost of fuel. If all these three conditions are satisfied, then definitely RCM will apply and body corporate will pay the tax. Ooh la la. Ooh la la. Got it? But if any of the one condition is not satisfied, for example, tell me one thing, what will happen in this case? If supplier is body corporate, recipient is also body corporate, and the person has opted to pay tax as per GST at the rate 5%, what will happen in this case? Will it be RCM or FCM? Come on. Will it be RCM or FCM? Nisha, come on. Yes, it will be FCM. It is the supplier who will pay the tax. Got it? Perfect. Absolutely right, Surya. Lovely Saket. Lovely Nisha. Kya baat hai Sneha? Right? It will supplier who will pay the tax, because for us to trigger RCM, supplier has to be any person other than body corporate, but the supplier here is a body corporate. So here, my dear friends, the concept is very simple. Supplier will pay the tax. But understand, if supplier pays the tax, he also has the authority to collect the tax or charge the tax. So will he charge from the recipient? Yes, he will actually bill it. Selling price or service charge is 1 lakh plus GST 5,000. This is how we will actually bill it. Yes. But the question is, whenever there is a question that whether I can charge GST or not, okay, and the answer is yes, I can charge, then the second question is whether I will get ITC or not. Answer is, in most cases you do, but in this case you won't, because your rate that you are charging is very less. It is just 5%, and most of his inputs are at 12%, 18%, 28%. So government said if that will happen, then your ITC will always be more than your output tax. And in that case, you will never land up paying tax to me on the due date, because you will always knock it off with your ITC. So in that case, मेरे लेने के देने हो जाएंगे. When I say लेने के देने, give and take, I will end up only giving ITC to you. I will never get any tax from you, Mr. Supplier. So I all the way disallow all the ITC in the world to you, because the rate at which you are charging GST is very low. It is just a meagerly 5%, my dear friends. So no ITC. No ITC of input service, okay, or for that matter, capital goods, except one. And which is that, my dear friends? Absolutely correct. That is renting of motor vehicle service. So if you are taking motor vehicle service to provide motor vehicle service, if you're taking motor vehicle service to provide motor vehicle service, then only of this service will you get the ITC. Acha, what if this person is purchasing repairs and maintenance service or any spare parts or motor vehicle itself? He will not get ITC, will not get ITC because he is charging 5%. But if the same person is charging 12% GST, will he get the ITC? Yes, he will. Of anything and everything. Are you getting it, my dear friends? Yes, sir. Because the rate is big enough, and which is why government will allow the ITC. Quickly, I want to take you through the Q&A part. फटाफट से आ जाओ. Okay? आ जाओ फटाफट से. Okay. Just taking through. Understand, RV runs a car rental business. Okay. Where it charges 10 lakh rupees as rent, right? And that includes cost of consideration includes cost of fuel. It has procured few items spare parts, capital goods, car repairing services, renting of motor vehicle services, and petrol. Got it? So he is getting an income of 10 lakhs and he has done all these kharchas. Right? Make sense? Okay. Now, point number 1. Supplier is RV, recipient is FR, ये क्या है? YRF Limited, and GST is at the rate 5%. चलो बताओ फटाफट से ईशी क्या होगा इसमें?
सर एक तो 10 लाख पे लगेगा आरसीएम और
Correct.
रेंटिंग ऑफ मोटर व्हीकल्स भी लेंगे हम।
Correct. RCM will pay the tax, YRF will pay the tax. 10 lakh पे 5%, 50,000. So YRF will pay the tax. Because supplier is other than body corporate, recipient is a body corporate. Consideration includes cost of fuels, and since GST is at the rate 5%, RCM will apply. These are all the reasons you will take. Okay. Second, Abdul, what will happen in the second case? Correct. In this case, absolutely correct. It will be FCM because recipient is other than a body corporate. It is an individual, तो RCM नहीं आएगा, FCM ही आ जाएगा. Correct. Now, since we are already talking about FCM, okay, understand, Mr. RV, okay, is the supplier, 10 lakhs. So he will charge GST 5%, 50,000. Acha, will he get the ITC of anything? You have these things in front of you. Will he get the ITC of anything? If yes, then type that कि किसका ITC मिलेगा. Correct. You will only get the ITC of renting of motor vehicle service, that is 24,000. So what will happen is output tax is 50,000, ITC is of 24,000, जो क्या है? Renting service. So in that case, simple सी बात है, out of 50,000 you will give 24,000 and remaining, if I'm not wrong, 26,000 will be payable in cash. Is that very clear? Yes. And the last is, my dear friends, tell me what is it? It is Mr. RV providing service to Sony Limited, but the rate is 12%. But the rate is 12%. Who will pay the tax here?
FCM, Mr. RV.
It is RV. Why? Because 12%. 12% is, my dear friends, very simple. FCM, FCM, FCM. Right? And in this case, will you get the ITC of anything and everything? Yes. Except petrol. Why? Because petrol is excise duty like out here. Are you getting it? Yes. Okay. So it's a beautiful sum that encompasses the entire concept of this. मैंने customized sum ही बनाया मैंने, so that it's easier for you to understand. So make sure, my dear friends, that you go through this. It'll just clear all your concepts. Okay, that's it. Done. And the last, my dear friends, okay, the most important case is the amendment. Right? Very simple. Let's say landlord. Landlord is providing renting of residential dwelling car service to a registered person, RCA. But to a registered person who is an individual. Who is an individual and it is meant for its personal use. तो क्या होगा in that case? Correct. Exempt. But what if he is a unregistered person? Again, in that case also it is exempt. Is that very clear? So there will be three aspects. So it will be only case where it will be taxable is Let's say, for example, I have a house and I have rented that to L&T or Reliance, where their employees actually come and stay. So L&T will pay the tax because the recipient is not a registered individual, it's a registered company. Right? But let's say I am giving that on rent to his employee only, so the agreement is in the name of employee only. Then in that case, understand that firstly that if he's an employee, then he's unregistered, so exempt hai. And if he's a professional, for example a chartered accountant, so it's he's an individual using it for personal use, RCA नहीं लगेगा, exempt हो जाएगा. Okay, yes, yes Ishi.
रेंटिंग और लीविंग एक ही चीज होती है?
हाँ,
रेंटिंग और लीविंग एक ही चीज होती है?
renting or leasing, हाँ, like in GST so it is one and the same only. So hope this is very clear. Take a note of this important amendment. Okay, obviously it was asked in your May 23 attempt, but still it can always be asked again. There is no limitation like that. Okay, and yes, in case of landowner and in case of promoter, please remember one thing, my dear friends, promoter is nothing but a builder, right? It's always the builder who will pay the tax as per RCM whenever a TDR is transferred or it is given on long-term lease. Okay, that's it. So guys, here we successfully complete RCM with Q&A, right? Which I hope that you are extremely confident about. Okay, also, okay, since we are doing Q&A, I will please make sure that you also do this one, because this is my favorite Q&A, which generally okay, this is asked in CA final. It can actually be asked in inter CA. Very simple but important, and it will also boost your confidence if you get all the answers right. What I would say, I'm giving you 2 minutes. Write the answer. अच्छा, first case FCM, RCM ऐसा करके लिख दो, या exempt, whatever the case may be, just write it down. Right? Please make sure that this is done. Thank you, Nana. Thanks a lot for being there. Thank you, buddy. And whoever are on YouTube, I want you all to write the answers there and there itself, so I know that you all are participating, and do participate. Just a second. Okay, guys, come on. So all-in-one is a partnership firm. Remember this. This is a very important information. Whenever you see that supplier is a partnership firm, your mind should directly activate that, damn, there should be some adjustment of, you know what, DSA service. Because supplier is a partnership firm, DSM it will be RCM, it will not be DSM it will be FCM, it will not be RCM. Got it? So yes, so in this case the first case is FCM. Second case, security service. Supplier is a partnership from any person other than body corporate. Recipient is a body corporate. Yes, RCM. Second, security service recipient is unregistered person. FCM, because recipient has to be a registered person. Fourth, providing renting of motor vehicle service to Amer stores. It includes cost of fuel, and यहाँ पे if you can see it is 2.5%, यानी कि 5% total rate. So what I mean is very simple. Supplier is other than body corporate. Yes, a partnership firm. Recipient is a body corporate. Yes, it includes cost of fuel, 5% GST, RCM. If recipient is, let's say, a partnership firm here, no, RCM will not apply, FCM will apply, because recipient has to be a body corporate. It is not a body corporate, and hence RCM will not apply, FCM will apply. Is that very clear? Did you all get the right answers, my dear friends? Give me a thumbs up if you all got all right. Give me a thumbs up. Say yes, sir. Say yes, sir. Yes, Ishi. क्या बात, एक नंबर. Okay. How did you get to know about me, Ishi? You are from Jaipur, right?
Yes, sir.
How did you get to know about me?
Sir, Telegram से पता चला.
Telegram channel. क्या बात. Which one?
Sir, मतलब सर random Telegram channels थे.
अच्छा, random Telegram channel. Okay.
हाँ तो.
And you took the leap of faith, and you are sitting. I hope you are able to get the maximum value out of it.
Yes.
Are you able to revise things?
Yes, sir.
क्या बात है. Nice. Okay. Fantastic. Chalo, that's it, my dear friends. I feel we will wrap up RCM at that juncture, but this is great. RCM we actually took 3.5 hours, that I remember the last time in detail when we did it, and here with Q&A we have done in 45 minutes. That's a great achievement, my dear friends. Okay, we will go to supply, but with the right time arrives. Right now we are doing composition scheme, time of supply, value of supply, tax invoice. We'll wrap up that chapters first. Let's do it. The target is before 2 p.m. Let's see if we can achieve it, and that too with Q&A. Let's do it. Let's do it. I hope I'm not going fast. I hope the pace is perfect, and I hope you all are hooked in the session. Yes, absolutely, absolutely, my dear friends. Loving it. Sure. Composition scheme, my dear friends. As you all know, composition scheme is actually made for whom? It is made for small tax payers. Okay, it is made for small tax payers. Now understand, my dear friends, all I want to tell you is that section 10 subsection 1, when they talk about what? They talk about 2-3 things. That composition scheme is applicable to whom? Okay, so it divides into two ways. Okay, it divides in 2 ways. One is 10.1, the other is 10.2a. 10.1, my dear friends, is very simple. Covers manufacturer, trader, restaurant. 10.2a only talks about service provider. Here the rate is 1%, 5%. Here the rate is 6%. In trader there is an exception. 1% is only applicable to taxable supplies. Okay, and for others it is taxable and exempt supplies. Correct? So this is 10.1, this is 10.2a. Now understand, the threshold limit here is applicable is 150 lakhs and 75 lakhs, right? 150 lakhs for all the states, 75 lakhs for what? Okay, the way I ask my students to remember is very simple. The way I ask my students to remember is all northeastern states except Assam plus Uttarakhand. Trust me, you will never forget it this way. But the only thing that you will require here is the fact that you have gone to school and you know what northeastern states are, right? And if you think Bangladesh is there, then let me tell you, no, it is a different country altogether. Okay? Yes. And all northeastern states may understand, you will never include West Bengal. Samjha? Because it is in east, it is not in northeast. Northeast में मेघालय, मणिपुर, त्रिपुरा, नागालैंड, मिजोरम, अरुणाचल, सिक्किम. Are you getting it? Yes. But Assam nahi aayega. Assam will not come, my dear friends. It will not come. Are you getting it? Yes. Because it is one of the biggest states. It is a developed state. So in the entire northeast, it is Assam only that is developed. I've been there. I've been to Guwahati. I felt as if I'm in Mumbai. Are you getting it? Yes. And Uttarakhand, very important, hilly region. Okay, 75 lakhs. Okay. But when it comes to service provider, what is the threshold limit? 50 lakhs. In all the states. In all the states. Perfect? Yes. That's it, my dear friends. Okay. Now, tell me one thing. With respect to 10.1, okay, or 10.2a, okay, this is a very common discussion. If I say 150 lakhs, so that is applicable for 50 lakhs also. Okay. So the common discussion here is very simple, that okay, I have to check my preceding financial year ka aggregate turnover. If that is up to 150 lakhs, then in current financial year I can make the decision of opting composition scheme. Okay, of opting composition scheme. Is that very clear? Yes, sir. ठीक है? So if my turnover is, let's say, 130 lakhs, can I opt for composition scheme? Yes. 100 lakhs? Yes. 160 lakhs? No. Perfect. Now, as I said, in the preceding financial year, my turnover was 100 lakhs, which is less than 150. So in current financial year, can I opt? Yes. Now, question is, till what extent? Till what extent? Government said up to 150 lakhs. You can take the benefit of compo scheme. So in current year also I can take the benefit of compo scheme, but not for unlimited turnover. Not for unlimited turnover. Limited turnover, and that is 150 lakhs. Is that very clear? Yes. Okay. So make sure that happens. Okay. Make sure that is very, very, very clear in that case. Okay. That's it. So as soon as you exceed 150 lakhs, understand, okay, as soon as you exceed 150 lakhs, your compo scheme lapses and you will have to start paying taxes per normal scheme. You will have to start paying taxes per normal scheme. Are you getting it? Yes. So now not 1%, 18, 12, whatever is applicable to you, that percent. Okay. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Okay. Is this very clear? Yes, sir. Okay. Now, in this case, I want to also involve one more discussion. The concept of first supplies. The concept of first supplies. Right? First supplies का मतलब है पहली बार, that is for the first time in your life, you have just exceeded 20 lakhs and you are liable to register. And when you are actually registering, understand, my dear friends, the first thing that you are doing is, you know what? You are registering yourself as compo taxpayer. You are registering yourself as compo taxpayer. Is that very correct? Yes. Okay. Now understand very clearly. This is my first year of business. right? From April to, and as you all know, compound taxpayer always pay taxes per quarterly tax payment होता है उनका, annual return, quarterly tax payment. Okay, so April to June I hit 20 lakhs. July to September I hit 80 lakhs. October to December, okay, I hit 50 lakhs. And Jan to March I hit 100 lakhs. Got it? Okay. Now my question is that you are a manufacturer. What will be the tax payable out here? Tell me. In case, okay, the manufacturer, the composition scheme rate is 1% and normal scheme rate is, let's say, 18%. Go ahead. Tell me, Sonal. Sonal, are you there? Okay. Abdul, are you there? अरे इसी तू ही बता दे चल. अप्रैल टू जून में क्या टैक्स लायबिलिटी आएगा?
Sir, what percent के according composition tax payer?
It is the first year of business. Nil. एग्जेम्पशन मिलेगा कि नहीं 20 लाख का? But you always get an exemption, no? You are liable to register only after 20 lakhs. You are liable to register only after 20 lakhs. Remember, yes, first year of business. I will register from day one, from the very first supply. No. Zero tax. फिर next July to September 80 lakhs पे आएगा 1%. That is 80,000. October to December again 50 lakhs 1%, 50,000. 100 lakhs पे क्या आएगा? 1%.
Sir, आपने 1% है.
चप. टोटल क्या है इसका?
100, 200, 250.
150 lakhs beta.
Sir,
You have
sir,
exceeded.
मैं
You have exceeded 150 lakhs and hence you have lapsed compose scheme. You will have to pay tax as per normal scheme 18 lakhs. Are you getting it, my dear friends?
अच्छा, okay, sir.
Yes or no, guys? Yes. Yes. Are you getting it? Yes. I want you all to do one more sum like that. फटाफट से करो. Okay. With respect to Chanchal, my dear friends. Okay. Chanchal is a service provider. Beautician है तो beautician को which limit is applicable? 150 lakhs or 50 lakhs? 50 lakhs beta. Right? Then in that case, my dear friends, what will happen? Till June she has made 20 lakhs and it is her first year of business. Right? Further half year ending is 50 lakhs. So up to 30th September the total turnover has reached to 50 lakhs. And in October it has reached to 70 lakhs. So now you tell me 3 quarters, April to June, July to September, October to December. What will happen here? Tell me, Ishi. First one, April to June, what will happen?
GST.
Huh?
GST नहीं लगेगा, 20 lakhs.
Nil hai because it is 20 lakhs. Then July to September, it has
50
reached
lakhs.
50 lakhs.
सर जून टू सितंबर में 30 लाख से लिमिट है ना, मतलब 30 लाख तक आ गया ना हमारे पास अमाउंट.
Sorry,
सर जून टू सितंबर का मतलब सर जून टू सितंबर
July to September का
30 लाख अमाउंट आएगा ना.
correct 30 lakhs का 6%, 1.8 lakhs. Got it?
हाँ,
And for October month,
20 lakhs.
it will be
20 lakhs.
20 lakhs ka 18%. Why? Because 70 lakhs, we have exceeded 50 lakhs, my dear friends. Clearly we have exceeded 50 lakhs. Okay, and which is why the excess amount will be subject to normal scheme. Is that very clear, my dear friends? Yes, sir. Okay, lovely. Chalo. Okay, तो ये concept में you should have utmost confidence, nothing else. Okay, done. Now understand, my question is that, okay, in preceding financial we know that your turnover should not exceed 150 lakhs, correct? So when I say preceding financial year में your aggregate turnover, right? So what do you include in this aggregate turnover, right? So my simple way of helping students remember is very simple. That understand, in preceding financial year, when you're talking about aggregate turnover, what are they trying to see? That are you a small taxpayer or big taxpayer, right? If you are a small taxpayer, your turnover is up to 150 lakhs. If you are a big taxpayer, your aggregate turnover exceeds 150 lakhs. Correct? Correct. So your, Hindi mein there is a word called औकात. Ox, मैं बोलता हूँ ox. Or for that matter, your reputation in English. Literal translation. Okay. So your reputation of being a small taxpayer or a big taxpayer depends on your turnover. And if I say turnover, what is the first thing that comes to your mind? Sales or purchase? Sales. That's it. So all you have to do is, when you think about aggregate turnover, the only thing that you have to talk about is sales, that I call it outward supplies. So you will take any and every type of outward supply that can possibly come to your mind. For a few, let me give you an example. Taxable, exempt, export, intrastate, interstate. Outward supply where taxes payable as per FCM, as per RCM, I don't give a damn. Whether tax is paid, it is exempted, suppliers pays the tax, recipient pays the tax, I don't give a damn. Till the time I am making a supply of goods or service and I am receiving consideration from the recipient, मुझे पैसा मिल रहा है ना, I am getting the money, no, end of discussion. That is an outward supply for me and I will include that in my aggregate turnover, come what. But tell me one thing. Okay, understand? Okay, if I am taking a composition scheme in current year, so in previous year, either it is the turnover is 0 because this is my first year, or either in previous year I was in normal scheme and I'm changing to compo scheme in current year, correct? So in previous year, understand, when I was in normal scheme and I was already charging GST, my turnover was, let's say, for example, 100 lakhs, so I must have charged GST how much? 18%. So tell me one thing, if I've collected from the customer, okay, 1 crore 18 lakhs, how much will I include it in my aggregate turnover? 1 crore or 1 crore 18 lakhs? How much? How much? 1 crore or 1 crore 18 lakhs? How much? How much is the outward supply that belongs to me? 1 crore. 18 lakhs is GST that belongs to government. So I collect it and give it to the government. So I will never include GST. Are you getting it? Yes. So you will include all the outward supplies. What will you not include? Two things. One is GST and second is inward supply where tax is payable as per RCM. Basically, any inward supply, RCM, FCM, I don't give a damn. Any inward supply, I will never include it. Why? Because we are talking about turnover, no? So turnover, we talk about purchase or sale. Sale. That's it. Which is why you will never include this. And one more thing, with respect to composition scheme, you will also never include interest or discount on loans, advances and deposits. Okay. So while you are calculating, okay, aggregate turnover of compo scheme, you will not include interest or discount. बट वाइल यू आर कैलकुलेटिंग 20 लाख 10 लाख या फिर क्या है 40 लाख का लिमिट 40 लाख का लिमिट वाइल कैलकुलेटिंग रजिस्ट्रेशन लिमिट का थ्रेशोल्ड लिमिट, in that case interest or discount will be included. Is that very clear, my dear friends? Yes sir. Got it? That's it, my dear friends. Okay, I hope this is very clear. Prakash, are you listening to me? Saundarya, Kesarla, Sneha, Surya, Bala. Okay, hope this is very clear, my dear friends. Okay, so we are very clear with our preceding financial year ka turnover, that in preceding financial year, okay, we are including all sorts of outward supplies, right? The only thing we are not including is GST, inward supplies per RCM, and interest. Is that very clear, Saundarya? Yes. Okay, that's it. So we are very clear on that part. Okay, very clear on that part. And which is why, just a second, if I'm not wrong, okay. Just a second, I will give you some here. There is a sum, actually interesting sum. You can do this. Fatavat se. Mr. Zafar of Assam provides following information. For 18-19, you are required to calculate aggregate turnover for the purpose of understanding whether he is eligible for composition scheme or not. So if he is eligible or not eligible, for that we have to see the previous year turnover. If it is more than 150, not eligible. Less than, yes, eligible. So now you have got the data. You tell me what is the aggregate turnover out here, and fatavat se tell me whether he is eligible or not. Also, please understand that you have to check from which state he belongs to, because your limit depends on that. Fatavat se tell me the aggregate turnover, tell me whether he is eligible or not.
Yes sir, eligible है.
कितना है aggregate turnover?
Sir 125.
That's absolutely correct. Okay, 50 lakhs may will you include 10 lakhs? Yes, I will include all sorts of outward supplies. Okay, acha, will I include interest of 30 lakhs? No, out of 70 I will only include 40. 5 lakhs inward supplies per RCM? No. Value of exports? Yes. 50, 45, 95. 95 is less than 150. Yes. Why 150? Because Assam is Assam. Okay, but here what if the answer, will your answer change if I write Manipur instead here? What will be the limit then? 75, and the answer would have been yes, he is okay, clearly not eligible for composition scheme because it has exceeded 75 lakhs had it been Manipur. Okay, but since here it is Assam, it will be applicable. Is that very clear, my dear friends? Yes sir. Ooh la la. Okay, chalo. So composition scheme ka that part is very clear. Now the previous financial year ka aggregate turnover ka part is very clear. In previous year ka aggregate turnover, we will include all sorts of outward supplies. No questions asked. Now we want to focus on current year ka aggregate turnover. Okay, so in current financial year, when you have already opted for compo scheme, okay, when you have opted for compo scheme already, you know what government says that, listen, Karan, if you want to take a composition scheme, no beta, it is a benefit I am giving it to you because it's a special scheme. You are paying tax at just 1%. God damn it. Whenever I will give you benefits, no Karan, it will come with conditions. Be it refund, be it ITC, or be it composition scheme, it will come with its own set of conditions. If you're willing to accept, go ahead. If you're not willing to accept, drop that idea right now. Okay, government is very clear on its own agenda, you know. that benefit comes with conditions. And here the conditions are clearly laid in current financial year with respect to 10 subsection 2. And there are a few conditions you need to adhere to. Only if you adhere to, you can keep that benefit of composition scheme alive. Otherwise, it will be taken from, it will be snatched away from you, and you will be asked to get lost from that compose scheme. Okay. Now, the thing is very simple, my dear friends. With respect to composition scheme, please remember, right? What are the conditions that you have to remember? Very simple. The first condition is that you just cannot make interstate supply transaction and interstate outward supply transactions. You cannot do that. So, for example, I have opted for composition scheme, and let's say I receive a very big order from Jammu Kashmir. I am in Maharashtra. And let's say if I give effect to that, from that day itself, I am outside compose scheme. Second, okay, what else I cannot do? I cannot supply goods through ECO where TCS is deducted under section 52. So for example, if I plan to supply goods through Flipkart or an Amazon, simple. That day itself, your compose scheme ends and you start with normal scheme. Third, okay, you cannot supply non-taxable goods. Okay, what do you mean by that? Very simple. 5 petroleum products and alcoholic liquor for human consumption, right? Why are they called non-taxable goods? Because those are goods which are outside the ambit of charging section. Okay, which is why they are non-taxable goods. Okay, only these are the aspects that needs to be covered in non-taxable. So if you are, let's say, a manufacturer of garments and you opted for a composition scheme, and all of a sudden you get this contract from Reliance petrol pumps that you can start selling petrol, you have got the license. So the day you start selling petrol, end of discussion, compose scheme ends. Fourth condition, very simple. You can never be a manufacturer of what? Tell me. Correct. Of ice cream, pan masala, tobacco, and aerated waters. And the recent addition is that fly ash bricks, building materials, and all of that. Okay. So if you land up manufacturing all of that, then clearly in that case, my dear friends, you are opting out of composition scheme. Okay. Your composition scheme will lapse there and there itself. Acha, but please remember, can I be a trader of these items? Yes. If I'm a trader of these items, I still can continue the benefit of composition scheme. But if I'm a manufacturer, only then I will be out. Please make a note of that. Please make a note of that. Okay. That's something very important that no one notices actually. Right. And which is why I have specifically done a blue mark there. And as a student, okay, if you are hearing this for the first time, you should write. If you are trader of these items, then composition scheme continues. Your benefit continues. It will not lapse. Are you getting it? Yes. That's it. Okay. Next is NRTP, CTP, non-resident taxable person, casual taxable person. They're hardly coming in the state for once. We will not collect composition scheme ke hisab se tax. Come on. We will chuck off. We will say, boss, pay taxes for normal scheme. Okay. And the last thing is, my dear friends, let's say, for example, I'm a manufacturer, right? And I'm a manufacturer of what? Let's say of bottles. But let's say bottles nahi, I'm a manufacturer of cycles. Let's say I also want to give some repairs and maintenance service. Can I give that? Yes. To what extent? तो बोला 10% of preceding financial year का turnover or 5 lakh whichever is lower. Is that very clear, my dear friends? Yes, sir. So for example, understand my preceding financial year ka turnover is how much? Let's say 130 lakhs. So in current financial year, I can give 13 lakhs or 5 lakhs, whichever is higher. मैंने higher ही लिखा, higher है, I'm so sorry. Okay. So 13 lakhs ka I can give service in current financial year. Apart from manufacturing cycles, I can also give certain services, and that amount is 13 lakhs. Acha, if I start providing services more than that, end of discussion, I will again land up losing my compo scheme. I will have to start paying taxes per normal scheme. Okay. And understand, the day my compo scheme lapse, within 30 days, okay, understand, I will have to intimate it to the government that listen, my compo scheme lapses and I am paying taxes per normal scheme, and I also along with that have to give the stock details. Why stock details? Because of section 18(1)(c), where if you remember that if I have started paying taxes per compo scheme on 1/4 and on 1/10, let's say the compo scheme lapses, why? Any reason, for example, I've exceeded 150 lakhs or I've contravened any condition of 10(2), right? If it lapses by any chance, right, then in that case, understand, I will start paying taxes for normal scheme. I will start charging GST. So in that case, as on 30/9, that is a day immediately before the day my composition scheme lapses, I have inputs and I have capital goods. I will get the ITC of inputs, I will get the ITC of capital goods, but in case of capital goods, I will have to reduce that ITC by 5% per quarter or part thereof. Are you getting it, my dear friends? Yes. I hope this is very clear. Okay. Yes. Okay. I'm trying to, my dear friends, okay, please understand, I'm trying to make sure that the concept is very simple, and I'm trying to make sure that okay, I'm trying to make sure, my dear friends, that I combine concepts of ITC also, so that it's very clear at your end. Okay, perfect. Acha, always remember, my dear friends, one very simple thing, and that is that composition scheme, my dear friends, is a PAN based scheme, and which is why if I have branch 1, branch 2, branch 3, all the branches will have to take composition scheme. Branch 1 cannot say I want normal, and branch 2 and branch 3 can take compo. No. All the 3 will have to take composition scheme. It's one for all for one. One for all for one. Okay. I hope this is very, very, very clear. Okay. Muskan Sharma is asking for a review. Guys, I would really like you to give the review. Okay. That's it. Done. Next is, my dear friends, 10 subsection 4. In 10 subsection 4, please understand one thing that you all know with respect to composition taxpayer is that you can never collect tax, and since you cannot collect tax, you cannot even issue tax invoice. You will rather issue, my dear friends, okay, bill of supply. And also you will never get the ITC of the same. How can you get ITC? You're not charging any output tax. How can you get ITC? Right? Perfect. Okay. Perfect. And as per 10 subsection 5, as you all know, my dear friends, that if you are liable to pay tax as per normal scheme, but still you don't land up paying, you're still continuing to pay as per compo, whereas the compo benefit has lapsed, then as per section 73-74, government can actually demand from you the tax amount along with penalty. Okay, that's it, my dear friends. I hope this is very, very, very clear. Okay, perfect. Next is, my dear friends, one very simple thought with respect to composition scheme. So with respect to compo taxpayer, please understand that your outward supply will always be subject to output tax, and that output tax will be subject to either 1%, 5% or 6% depending on who you are. But understand, with respect to inward supply where tax is payable as per RCM, okay, whatever the GST rate is, 5%, 12%, 18%, you respect that, and you always discharge your input tax liability as per RCM at normal rate, right, and output tax liability at your compo rate. Got it? So for example, my dear friends, if I say there are two adjustments, let's say Mr. X, a manufacturer, supplies taxable goods 100 lakhs. Okay, and second thing is he takes inward supplies as per RCM, let's say 50 lakhs, where GST rate is 12%, right? Now tell me what will happen here. What will happen here, guys? Tell me. Correct. So your output tax liability, and there will be your input tax liability. Your output tax liability will be subject to 1%, and your input tax liability will be subject to 12%. 1,60,000. You will be subject to 12%, sorry, 6 lakhs, my bad. Okay. So here 7 lakhs will be payable as per compo tax. 7 lakhs will be payable in cash. Why payable in cash? Because you cannot use ITC in combo scheme. So entire amount of tax liability, be it output tax liability or input tax liability, you will always have to pay in cash. Is that very clear, my dear friends? Yes. Okay, perfect. And the last part, my dear friends, that needs to be taken into consideration is Rule 10.2a, and Rule 10.2a, my dear friends, is with respect to service provider. And with respect to service provider, my dear friends, please remember one thing, that the threshold limit is 50 lakhs and the GST rate is 6%. That's it. Other else, everything is one and the same. Everything is one and the same. Okay. That's it, my dear friends. We are actually done with what? Yes, we are done with composition scheme, my dear friends. I hope this is very, 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 very clear at your end. Okay, perfect. Okay. Next that we are doing, my dear friends, is what? Also before that, okay, I would just like to say something. Also before going to the next thing, I would just like to comment on two things. One is returns. One is payment of tax with respect to compo scheme. Tell me, with respect to returns, when does the return get filed? So bola annual basis. Okay, how annual basis? Very simple. For example, we are talking about financial year 23-24, correct? So what will be the date here? 30th April 2024 once, and the name of the form is GSTR 4. And in payment of tax, you will have to pay quarterly. How come? April to June, 18th July, July to September, 18th October, October to December, 18th January, January to March, 18th April. Okay, do you remember this? We have studied this in returns, my dear friends. in returns. Got it? Yes. Okay, perfect. There was an interesting sum that I saw. I really want you all to do that sum. I will definitely, okay, I will just send one sum of composition scheme to you as homework. Do remind me in case I forget it, right? It is a very interesting sum. Understand one thing, my dear friends. Why will someone take a compose scheme over a normal scheme? So there are benefits and there is a cost also to it. What is the benefit? That here he will not have to maintain any books of accounts, and he has to. So maintaining books of accounts has a cost. Maintaining books of accounts has a cost, which compo taxpayer will not have to incur. Cost of recruiting an accountant, taking tally, buying a computer, blah blah blah, right? What is the other benefit of compo scheme? He will have to pay tax. Payment of tax here is quarterly, here it is monthly. Here filing returns is annually, here it is monthly. So understand, that is how frequently you will have to pay to your chartered accountant. Here he will have to pay only once a year. Here he will have to pay 12 times. Also, here there is no ITC. Here there is ITC. Here your cost also is what? The tax collected. The tax, your output tax basically. Here you can collect tax. You can collect tax. So it does not go from your pocket. It comes from the recipient's pocket. But here you cannot collect tax. So that means that tax also goes from your pocket. So basically, if I talk about a compo taxpayer, let's say if he purchases 10 lakhs and he's purchased it from a normal taxpayer, so he has charged him 18%. So his cost here happens to be 11 lakh 80,000. Also, let's say he sells it for 20 lakhs, for which 1% is applicable, which is 20,000. So this also goes from his own pocket. So his total cost actually is what? 11 lakh 80 plus 20, that is 12 lakhs. I hope this is very clear. Okay. So input tax becomes his cost, and output tax also he cannot collect it. So he has to, pay it from his own pocket. So that is also his cost. Okay. So remember this very, very, very clearly. Okay. That's it, my dear friends. Here we conclude compo taxpayer. So we are standing at 12 p.m. We started at around 9:30. That's almost like 2.5 hours, and we are done with introduction, charging section, RCM, and compo scheme. That is amazing. Let's cut it off so that we get that pleasure of the fact that yay, we are done. Yay, we are done. Nice. Ye acha dikh raha hai. Nice pose. Okay. Introduction. Okay. We have 2 hours and we have 3 chapters to complete. Do you all think we can complete it? You all think we can do it, guys? You all think we can do it? Say yes, sir. Say yes, sir. Okay. Yes. I'm giving you, okay, 5 minutes of break. Okay. 5 minutes or 12 minutes of break. We will resume at 12:10. Okay, saas le lo, pani pee lo, go to your washroom. Okay, we can definitely do it, guys, and we will do it. Okay, we will do time of supply, value of supply, and tax invoice in 2 hours. Okay, let's do it. फटाफट से जाके आ जाओ. We will have this break. Okay, guys. Okay, guys, we are back. We are back. Okay. Let's start, my dear friends. Fatapat se, come on, chalo. Let's start with time of supply. Okay. In case of time of supply, my dear friends, what is the first thing that comes to your mind? Come on, tell me, Sakit. Come on, Sneha. Come on, Saundarya, Ramaya. Tell me. Very simple. The first thing that comes to our mind is that, okay, because of supply, time of supply, we are actually able to achieve two things. One is we actually get to know what is the applicable rate of tax, and we get to know the second thing, and that is correct, the due date of payment of tax, right? The due date of payment of tax. We exactly know, okay, on this date we are supposed to pay the tax. How? Very simple. Whatever is the time of supply, okay, understand 20th of the next month happens to be the due date. So if the time of supply falls in March, 20th April is the due date, right? If it is December, 20th Jan is the due date. Now understand that when we talk about GST, we talk about two things. One is goods and the other is service. One is goods and the other is service. So when it comes to goods, my dear friends, we are talking about section 12. When we talk about service, we are talking about section 13. Correct? Yes. Now, my dear friends, the concept is very simple. And that is, with respect to section 12, my dear friends, okay, understand at the end of the day, the concept is very simple, and what is that, in case of section 12, time of supply in relation to goods and time of supply in relation to services 30. In 12, you have 12.2, 12.3, 12.4, 12.5, 12.6. In 12.2, we talk about normal charge, that is forward charge, right? The first thought that should possibly come to your mind is, okay, if it is forward charge, that means I am the supplier, I am supplying goods, right? So in that case, with respect to 12.2, government says you don't think about anything, you just focus on the date of issue of invoice or the last date to issue invoice, whichever is earlier. So date of invoice or last day to invoice, issue invoice, whichever is earlier. Okay, it's just that you should remember that in last date, movement of goods, what is the last date? Date of removal. No movement, what is the last date? Date of delivery, right? A good sent on approval for sale or return, what is the last date? तो बोला है date of approval or 6 months from the date of removal, whichever is earlier. ठीक है? And the last is, my dear friends, continuous supply of goods. In that case, it's issuance of statement of accounts or date of payment, whichever is earlier. I hope that makes sense. ठीक है? Perfect. Next, my dear friends, with respect to 12 subsection 3, what is the time of supply? 3 events. Correct. Acha, before I conclude, in 12 to understand, we have nothing to do with the date of payment. Okay. Which is why in question, there can be an adjustment. Okay. Before I go to 12.3, I want to actually help you with this. Okay. Very interesting adjustment. Okay. And I really want you all to comment on that, and I'll just take you to that. Just a second. I'll just take you through that. So sorry. Okay. I'll take you through this amazing question that they have asked, and I really want your take in that, right? Yes. Okay, it's an RTP November 22 question. Nilkhand Private Limited. We are talking about February month. Mind you, we are talking about February month, and this is the adjustment we are talking about. Okay, intra-state supply of taxable goods, including 1 lakh received as advance in January. The invoice for the entire sale 4 lakhs. Okay. So out of this 4 lakhs, 1 lakh, okay, goods including 1 lakh. 1 lakh is goods and 3 lakh is service. Okay. So intrastate, I'm so sorry. Intrastate supply of taxable goods. So the entire 4 lakh is taxable, my bad. So the entire 4 lakh is taxable supply of goods. Okay, it is goods. But out of that, okay, 1 lakh was advance received in January. And 3 lakh, okay, understand, received as advance in January. The invoice for the entire sale will be issued in February. So 1 lakh which was given as advance in January, uska invoice is raised in February. And for 3 lakhs, there is supply of goods. Invoicing, everything is done in this month only. So what will happen for that 1 lakh? Will be included in February? Will be not included in February? What will happen in this situation? Tell me one thing. Tell me, in February, will I be taxing 1 lakh, 3 lakh or 4 lakh? Correct. Understand, the entire 4 lakh will be taxable in February, because understand, even though advance was received in January, doesn't matter. How does it matter? What is my time of supply as per 12.2? Date of invoice or last day to issue invoice, whichever is earlier. So have I issued invoice in January? No. Have I supplied goods in January? No, which is why it is an advance, right? I have done all that activity in February, and which is why my time of supply is February. And February is the time when I can actually say that I've done the crime of supplying goods, and which is why February is the month I will take it into account. And the entire 4 lakhs will be taxable in February. But if it would have been service, understand, in service we always talk about invoice or payment, whichever is earlier. So advance is a payment received earlier for the supply that I am going to make in future. So in that case, 1 lakh would have been taxable in January, and in February only 3 lakh would have been taxable. This is how time of supply can be asked in a tricky way. This is how time of supply will be asked in a tricky way. So be aware of this adjustment. Understand, I am not just going to read out the provision in marathon. No, the objective of marathon is to deeply study the implication of it in the questions. That is what I call a comprehensive revision. Got it? Has everyone got it, guys? Has everyone got it? Please say yes, sir. Give me a hands up. Yes. Okay. So I just want that thing to be really kept in your mind. So I really want RTP November 22. Okay. It should be etched in your mind. So I really want that, you know, आप क्या है यहाँ पे, कहाँ पे चला गया यार? Yeah. Here I really want in 12.2 you give the reference. RTP November 22. Okay, mixed bag question. In the mixed bag, it is which question? Question number 4. Right? In current sir notes. So you can just refer it. This is how the implication can be asked. Right? So as a time, we are not doing time pass here. We're doing some solid discussion that needs to be taken into consideration. Okay. Perfect, my dear friends. Perfect. Okay. Yeah. Next is 12 subsection 3, my dear friends. Very simple. Date of receipt of goods, date of payment, or 31st day from the date of issue of invoice, whichever is earlier, as you all know. The way I generally ask students to remember this is very simple, my dear friends. So for example, there is a supplier, there is a recipient, and since it is a case of RCM, we will watch it from the angle of recipient. So recipient first will receive the goods. As soon as he receives the goods, he will make the payment, and the last date is what? 31st day from the date of issue of invoice that the supplier issued on recipient, right? So these are the 3 dates: receipt of goods, payment, 31st day, whichever is earlier. Okay, just remember, when I talk about date of payment, what is the date of payment? It depends. Okay, the date when there is debit in the bank account, or the date of payment entry in the books of accounts of recipient. In the books of accounts of recipient. I hope this is very very clear, my dear friends. Okay, डन है, चलो है, आगे है. Okay, perfect. Okay, whichever is earlier. ठीक है. So please keep in mind, okay, please keep in mind this entire concept. Generally, you know, the issue that I cater here with respect to time of supply is this one question that students generally, you know, fumble in. But I'm sure you will not, because you are my student and I am so proud to say that it doesn't matter if you've done a regular course under me or you've revised, but you are my student if you have heard my lectures, right? So in that case, my dear friends, okay, I wanted to actually take you through this amazing question. Okay, time of supply है. In this case, I just want to ask you about this question, you know, third and fourth. These are the most difficult ones, okay? Third and fourth. So first I will ask you fourth. In fourth case, do we have date of receipt of goods? Yes. Okay, this is 12.3 we have to apply. Do we have date of payment? Yes. Date of payment is what? Payment is entered in the books of accounts on 20th of June, debited on 30th June. So we'll take 28th June. We have 30th. So we have July 5, we have July 28, and the last date is, this is DOI. Do we need DOI? No, we need 31 days from DOI. So June mein there are 30 days, one has gone, 29 days in June, 2 in July, 2nd July happens to be the date. Got it? Correct. So here in this case, understand 20th June will be the time of supply. Correct. Next is what, my dear friends, tell me the third one. The third one happens to be very simple. Date of receipt of goods hai. Understand here the word part payment is used. What is the word? Part payment. And here understand in the fourth case there is no part payment. There is one time payment. In fourth there is one time payment. It's just that it is recorded on two different dates, right? And in third there is actually part payment. Okay, थोड़ा receive हुआ है June 30th and थोड़ा receive हुआ है July 20th. Are you getting it? Yes. तो whichever is earlier मत कर देना यहाँ पे, please don't do whichever is earlier here. Okay, rather do one thing, consider this as two separate sums, right? And how do I do that? Very simple. Date of receipt of goods, 31st day, date of payment. So what is date of receipt of goods, my dear friends, here? Tell me. What is date of receipt of goods? It is 1st July. What is the 31st day out here? 1 and 30. It will be 30th July. And what is date of payment? So there are two payments, right? One is 30th June and the other is 20th July. So what will be the time of supply here? Very simple. Whichever is earlier. For this, understand, for the other part payment also, the goods that were received and the 31st day happens to be one and the same. So in that case, okay, these will be the time of supplies. Okay, I hope this is very clear. I hope this makes sense. Okay, तो यहाँ पे ये आ जाएगा और यहाँ पे ये आ जाएगा. ठीक है, that's all I wanted to tell, and that's how it is, my dear friends. Okay, I hope this is very clear, my dear friends. Okay, perfect. ठीक है, so these two sums are really important and you should look forward to these sums whenever you do RCM. You should remember there's something like this I have to be aware about. Okay. right? Next is 12 subsection 4 with respect to voucher. Please understand, when the supply is identifiable, I know what is going to be sold in future, so I might as well, okay, instead of choosing date of redemption, I will actually choose the date of issue of voucher as the date. Second is when the supply is not identifiable, so I don't know what is going to be redeemed in future. Why? Because that shop actually has a lot of goods which has different rates, so the rate clarity will arrive only when the goods are redeemed. So which is why the time of supply will be date of redemption. Date of redemption. Are you getting it? Yes, absolutely correct. Next is, my dear friends, very simple. 12 subsection 5. With respect to 12 subsection 5, all I want to tell you is residual case. So where any case is not with respect to 12.2, 12.3, 12.4, we will fall under this case. If the person files periodical return, date of filing return. If not, then date when the tax is paid. Acha, 12 subsection 6, very simple. Only and only the interest, late fee and penalty component. Understand, the time of supply will that be date of payment, right? So understand that if, for example, I tell you that supplier has billed to the recipient supply of goods for that selling price is 10 lakhs and interest is 1 lakh, for example, then understand 1 lakh will be ruled by 12.6, and let's say this is a case of FCM, then 10 lakh will be ruled by 12.2, right? So for 10 lakhs, the thought that should come to my mind is date of invoice or last day to issue invoice, whichever is earlier. And for 1 lakh, the thought should come to my mind is date of payment, date of payment, date of payment, right? So 10 lakhs has nothing to do with a date of payment. 1 lakh has everything to do with date of payment, right? That's how it is. I have actually given a detailed question of this in my revision lectures. You all can go and refer it. Very amazing it is, and you will get better clarity in that. Okay, that's it. Next, my dear friends, is 13 subsection 2, that is with respect to time of supply with respect to supply of service. Now understand, whenever a supplier is actually giving service to a recipient, there are three events that are of major importance. First, there is date of completion of service, let's say 1/4. Second is, obviously, once you have completed the service, now you will obviously want to remind the recipient that you need to pay, so you will send a bill. So there will be invoice, let's say on 5/4, and then finally the payment happens, let's say on 10/4. So government says that if invoice is issued within 30 days from the date of completion of service, which is generally the way, so invoice or payment, whichever is earlier. But in case the invoice is not issued within 30 days, let's say it is issued on 5/6, which is not within 30 days, government says then I will not wait for date of invoice, I will take date of completion of service and date of payment, whichever is earlier, and thereby I will go ahead with date of completion of service because that's the earlier event. So please make sure that your starting point is a date of completion of service. Take that as the starting point, and within that just take if it is within 30 days, okay, or if it is after 30 days. If within, then you have issued the invoice the right way. You have issued the invoice the right way, and which is why invoice or payment, whichever is earlier. And if not, then date of completion of service or date of payment, whichever is earlier. Is that very clear? Yes, sir. And in which cases will I go ahead with 45 days? Correct. With respect to bank, NBFCs, financial institutions, and insurance companies. Insurance companies is what people generally forget, so make sure that it doesn't happen. And people generally forget 45 days in case of banks. So banks, NBFCs or insurance companies, that time you see that the first thought to be kuch to different है इसमें. There's something different. 45 days. Are you getting it? Yes. Okay. Doesn't matter when the agreement happens, beta. I'm not concerned with agreement. I'm only concerned with when the service is given. Okay, that's it. Next, my dear friends, is okay. In that only, okay, in 13.2 only, my dear friends, there is a concept where if you have made excess payment, but up to 1,000 rupees, Okay, what does that mean? For example, specifically in telecom sectors, invoice is issued for how much amount? Let's say 480 rupees. But I have made the payment how much? Okay, since Indians are obsessed with round figures, 500 rupees. So actually the excess amount how much is here? 20 rupees. So I hope you understand, my dear friends, that what I'm trying to say is very, very, very important, that excess 20 rupees. Okay, excess 20 rupees. Okay, at the option of the supplier, he can take date of invoice of the next supply, right, as the time of supply. Is that very clear, my dear friends? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Are you getting it? Yes. Okay, so remember that very well. And with respect to 13.3, my dear friends, you all know it is for RCM, and in RCM it's very similar to 12.3, but it's just that there is no concept of date of receipt of service. No, because you cannot track the service. So there are only two dates, date of payment, and instead of 31st here we have 61st day, whichever is earlier. Okay? And here major importance is the proviso to 13.3, exception to the section. When does that happen? When supplier, my dear friends, is outside India, recipient is in India, and the relationship they share is of associated enterprise. Do you all remember that? The example of associated enterprise, holding company and subsidiary company. So as soon as my dear friends, you all see this. Okay, one major mistake that proviso with 13.3 people generally make up is, I'll ask you all a question. Let me see if you all actually can give the right answer or not. Let me see. X Limited. Let me see how observant you are. X Limited, Mumbai, supplies service to Y Limited, पुणे. ठीक है, या चेन्नई ले लेते हैं अपन, चेन्नई. ठीक है, चेन्नई. X Limited and Y Limited are associated enterprises and service are subject to RCM. Okay. My question is, will 13.3 apply or will proviso to 13.3 apply? That is my question. What will happen here? Will 13.3 apply here or will proviso to 13.3 apply here? I want an answer. Tell me. Tell me, people at Zoom, please tell me. People in the Zoom, come on. Correct. It will be 13.3 that will be applicable. Why, my dear friends? Why, my dear friends? Because here, to trigger proviso, the supplier should be outside India, recipient should be in India. But both are in India. Both are in India, my dear friends. And which is why it's a simple concept. Okay. that which is why 13.3 will apply. Had it been that the supplier was not in Mumbai but in Melbourne and recipient is in India, in that case definitely proviso will apply. I hope that makes sense. Okay, I hope that makes sense. ठीक है? So please make sure provision नहीं सौंदर्य, it's proviso, provision नहीं proviso, PROVISO. Okay, so please make sure that you are very clear when you are reading the question, and just write it for yourself that if something like this happens, okay, just write a note for yourself that is by any chance if the supplier is in India and recipient is also in India and bhale both are associated enterprise, instead of proviso section 13.3 will apply, and this will apply, right? Just write a note for yourself so you are very clear on that part. That's it. Answer is very simple. Date of debit entry in the books of accounts of recipient, something like expense to creditor, or date of payment, whichever is earlier. Okay, that's it. Okay, that's it. And just remember section 13.4, 13.5, 13.6 is mutatis mutandis to 12.4, 12.5, 12.6. Is that very clear? Yes, sir. Okay. So that's it, my dear friends. We are actually done with what? Yes, we are done with time of supply. We are done with time of supply, right? Perfect. Okay. And that too with Q&A. That too with Q&A, my dear friends. Okay. Perfect. Now comes, my dear friends, very simple. Okay. Acha. One more thing before I want to ask, before I want to go ahead with value of supply. Understand that time of supply, okay, if they really want to make things tougher here, okay, it will be asked with supply. So supply plus time of supply combination can be asked. Like supply, how? First they will ask you to determine whether it's a goods or service, and accordingly then you apply section 12 or section 13. So that can be asked, right? That is a very favorite question of department, sorry, ICAI. Or else time of supply can be a part of a big sum, right? For example, just I just thought advances. So in that case, advances are always taxed in case of services, not in case of goods. So things like that can be asked, right? That's it. Okay. Just a second. Okay. Next, my dear friends, is value of supply. Okay. Let's go ahead, my dear friends. Let's go ahead and do value of supply. Come on. Why is value of supply important, my dear friends? Why is value of supply important? Because value of supply, my dear friends, please understand one thing. We are determining the value. What is the right value at which you are supposed to pay tax? What is that value where you are supposed to pay tax? Tell me. Okay, it's very simple, my dear friends. All I have to tell you is that in case of value of supply, you are concerned only with three things: 15.1, 15.2, 15.3. 15.1, 15.2, 15.3. Bolo 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 bolo. 15.1, 15.2, 15.3. Okay, that's it. Right? So all I want to tell you, my dear friends, is with respect to 15.1, we talk about transaction value. 15.2 is about inclusions and 15.3 is about exclusions. Right? Correct. In transaction value, my dear friends, understand, transaction value is nothing but price actually paid or payable by the buyer to the supplier. So for example, okay, if I am actually selling this, okay, speaker to you for, let's say, 2,000 rupees, the transaction value is 2,000 rupees. Are you getting it? Yes. But ensure when you are quoting this price, the two conditions are satisfied. Recipient is not a related person and price is a sole consideration. Right? These two considerations should be met, my dear friends. Very important. Yes. Very important, my dear friends. Okay. Okay, perfect. Acha, understand, when I talk about consideration, there are two things that I will always talk about, and one is that consideration can be both monetary and it can be both non-monetary. And at the same time, my dear friends, okay, if consideration is refundable in nature, if it is refundable in nature, then understand there will be no GST, because it will not be included in the definition of consideration only. And if it is definitely what, okay, not refundable in nature, it is not refundable in nature, then definitely in that case GST will apply. Okay, and in that case it's very simple. Okay, please understand what I'm talking about is the deposit. Okay, deposit is refundable, deposit is not refundable. So if deposit is refundable, no GST. If deposit is, okay, not refundable, yes, GST. Why? Because understand, if the deposit is refundable, understand that I have to give that money back to the recipient. I do not keep it with myself. In such scenarios, it is outside the purview of consideration, no GST. But if it is not refundable, it stays with you. Government says simple, if it stays from you, it is, if it stays with you and it is from the recipient, end of discussion, उसपे लगेगा GST. As simple as that. Okay, perfect. That's it. Next, my dear friends, all I want to tell you is very simple. Okay, 15.1 is sorted. 15.1 is sorted, right? What about 15.2? When I talk about inclusions, understand there are few aspects that need to be taken care of. 15.2A, B, C, D and E. 15.2A, B, C, D, E. Bolo 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 bolo. A, B, C, D, E. Okay. Now in A, what do I talk about? Very simple. Taxes and duties. Taxes and duties. Include them. God damn it. Include them. Excise, VAT, SWS, anything, I don't give a damn. You include all taxes and duties except GST and TCS. Right? And this TCS, what I'm talking about, is under Income Tax Act. If you charge that, don't include that in the value of supply. Very simple. Okay? That's it. 15.2B. any expense that is incurred, that should have been incurred rather by the supplier, but is incurred by the recipient on behalf of it, right? So any expense that should have been incurred by the supplier, but instead of that is incurred by the recipient, you will include it in the value of supply, right? 15(2)(c). 15(2)(c), my dear friends, will be very simple, incidental expenses. So all those expenses like transportation, dharmada, installation, inspection, right? All those expenses, packaging, all those expenses that you are charging to the recipient, you are recovering from the recipient apart from the price of goods or service, it will be included. Acha, in that 15(2)(c), there is one adjustment that I always talk about, is outward freight and outward transit insurance, right? So in that case, let's say there is selling price 10 lakh rupees, you have charged freight and insurance, let's say 1 lakh rupees, 11 lakh rupees. In this case, my dear friends, understand, it's a naturally bundled supply. And which is why on this 11 lakhs, okay, goods ka rate, if it is 18%, 18% will be levied because that is the principal supply, right? But this I am talking about, okay, a case where supplier does all the arrangement of transportation. So if he will arrange it, he will pay to the GTA and he will recover that amount from the recipient along with the price of goods. And that's where it's a composite supply, naturally bundled, goods ka rate lagega. Is that very clear? Yes. But my dear friends, if it's on X factory basis, so here the arrangement is done by the buyer. The arrangement, okay, of transportation of goods is done by the buyer. So what buyer does is, buyer comes all the way to supplier's premises, take the goods and goes again to his own premises. So in that case, it is whose expense? Buyer's expense. Who has incurred it? Buyer has only incurred it. Then in that case, why will supplier ever add that amount in his value of supply? No, he is only going to charge with respect to the goods that he is selling. Freight and insurance आएगा ही नहीं इसमें. Are you getting it? Yes, because it is not his expense. He is not incurred it and he has not even recovered it. Very simple. So he will not include it. Okay, perfect. Okay, that is 15(2)(c) for you, my dear friends. Okay, then comes 15(2)(d). 15(2)(d) is, my dear friends, interest, late fee, penalty on delayed payment of consideration. On delayed payment of consideration. Okay, so for example, I as a supplier have sold goods or service to a recipient. I say it is for 10 lakhs. I say that the payment should be within 2 months. So that the credit period is 2 months. Okay, if you don't pay within 2 months, okay, from the next month I will start charging you interest. So here that person pays that after 1 year. So apart from 10 lakhs, he also pays 1 lakh as interest, late fee or penalty on account of delayed payment of consideration that he has done to the supplier. Government says 10 lakh will be included as per TV 15 subsection 1, but interest, late fee, penalty will be included in 15(2)(d), as this interest, late fee, penalty is received from the recipient on account of delayed payment of consideration. Okay, 3 important things with respect to interest, late fee, penalty. In case interest, late fee, penalty is waived off, so though the supplier clearly has the right to collect that, but he says it's fine, I don't want it, I waive it off. In that case, he has not received the amount from the recipient, and which is why in that case the concept is very simple. Very simple. Okay, it's very simple, my dear friends. Correct. Okay, you will not include it. दूसरा क्या है? Interest, late fee, penalty in our sums. Okay, IC has always taken it on the basis of inclusive of GST. So whatever is the amount, let's say interest amount is okay 1,10,000. Okay, don't multiply 18% to that. You'll have to actually do this kind of a calculation. Got it? Take the exclusive figure, remove GST from that, and then add it to the entire value of supply amount. Okay, and the last is, my dear friends, very simple. Interest, late fee, penalty, the rate applicable on this will simple be the rate of main goods or services that are supplied, right? So if I'm supplying, let's say, bottle, so bottle का जो rate होगा, that rate only will be applicable on the interest on the consideration received from the recipient to the supplier with respect to that bottle. Okay, that's it. Now understand, my dear friends, that there is this very important clarification in GST with respect to 15(2)(d). I hope you all remember that. Okay, very important clarification, something that you all should remember and you should all be very, very, very clear about, because I feel this is a very important aspect. Okay, that is with respect to value of supply, and can be asked in the exam, because it is never asked up till now in the exam. And in our revision lectures, you all remember, we actually went to a CA final paper. If I'm not wrong, it was May 22 or something like that, and we actually did that sum, right? And we understood how it can be asked in the exam also, right? Correct. So now, my dear friends, what is this clarification, right? Very important. Arjun, are you there? Arjun Yadav?
Yes, sir.
Voice is low, is it?
Now it is proper, sir.
Because बेटा तूने वॉल्यूम बढ़ाया होगा अपना. Okay, voice is correct, right? Guys on the YouTube, is the voice correct? Please nudge me every time you think that the voice is not correct. Huh? If you feel that the voice is disturbing, please make sure, okay, that the voice is proper. अर्जुन याद रख, कल हिंदी में ले रहे हैं अपन, ठीक है? तो इनकेस तुझे कल ज्वाइन करना है तो कल भी ज्वाइन कर सकता है. आज 100% इंग्लिश है. अर्जुन सुनाई दिया ना तुझे? Okay. 15(2)(d), my dear friends. Let's see what it is. Understand one thing very clearly. The clarification was with respect to chroma. Chroma nahi as in, I give examples of chroma, but you can take anything. So for example, let's say chroma hai, ठीक है? And I am there. I said, I want that mobile phone, god damn it. I want that mobile phone from my first salary, yaar. Come on, please. Come on, please. So I said, Chroma, okay, how much is this phone for? Chroma said, okay, the selling price of this phone is 40,000. I said, I'm gonna buy it. But I don't have the money. Chroma said, how much do you have? He said, 11,000. So I said, okay, listen, do one thing. Sell me on hire purchase. तो मैं आपको 4 किस्तों में क्या है पैसा दूंगा. तो 11,000 का 4 किस्त यानी EMI माय डियर फ्रेंड्स tantamounts to 44,000. ओके, हिंदी में उसको बोलते हैं 44. क्या बेटा? 44. Are you getting it? Yes, 44,000. Okay, now understand my dear friends, this 44,000 has two components. 40,000. Oh, I'm so sorry. This 44,000 has two components. I'll tell you about what it is. Okay, it has both principal and interest in this, correct? Now understand, hire purchase transaction, if we refer to 7(1)(a), we've got to know that if there is transfer of title and that too at a future date, then it will tantamount to sale of goods. The entire amount of 44,000 will tantamount to sale of goods. So understand, for me, the for Chroma, okay, this sale of goods which is at hire purchase, the transaction value is at 44,000, not at 44. Okay, yes. So this is the transaction value under section 15(1) where it will be taxable. But are we discussing this? We are not discussing this. We are not disputing this. What we are disputing is that, do you realize that's 11,000 we are supposed to pay every month? 1, 4, 1, 5, 1, 6, 1, 7. Yes. So in that case, let's say for example on 1, 6. Okay, instead of paying that EMI on 1, 6, I pay that on 1, 7. What will happen in this case? Is there a delay? Yes. So whenever there is a delay in EMI, okay, very simple. For Chroma, it will be delay in consideration, and delay in consideration ke liye they will charge interest, penalty, late fee. And if that is, let's say, an ad hoc amount of 500 rupees, right? So that 500 rupees in this case, my dear friends, will be included in the value of supply under 15(2)(d). Why? Because this 500, my dear friends, is interest, late fee, penalty collected. Why? On account of delayed payment of consideration. On account of delayed payment of consideration, my dear friends. Are you getting it? Yes. Because understand, here Chroma has sold me goods, and that 44,000 is actually the consideration that I am paying to Chroma to purchase that mobile phone. So if I am paying any of the any installments in delay, understand, I am paying consideration in delay, and when I'm paying the consideration in delay, okay, I will have to also pay interest, late fee, penalty, and that interest, late fee, penalty will be subject to 15(2)(d). Abolo 15(2)(d). Vapas 15(2)(d). Okay, correct. Okay, and it will be included in the value of supply, right? And which is why, okay, 44,000 also and 500 also, both will be included in the value of supply. Is that very clear? The entire 44,500 will be subject to GST. Arey yes sir, arey yes sir. Give me better smiling smiley. Give me smiling smiley. Come on, yes. I'm trying to make sure that the entire lecture is very, 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 my dear friends, interactive and funny. Are you getting it? Yes. Okay, sure. And the next clarification was with respect to something like this. So for example, my dear friends, we are talking about a Chroma. Then we are talking about Mr. KS. Here, okay, when I went to again purchase a mobile phone, my dear friends, okay, Chroma said 40,000 ka hai mobile phone, 40,000 it is. Yes. Then I said that, listen, I don't have 40,000. I don't have 40. I'm a garib person. I don't have 40,000. I'm an article. I've just cleared my interest here. Right? I don't have 40,000. So Chroma said, then you get lost. Tu nikal. Pahli fursat mein nikal beta. Are you getting it? Yes. I said, what is this way of talking? What is this way of talking? Should I call Mr. Ratan Tata? This is the etiquette you have learnt? You idiot person. I will tweet about you. I will complain about you. So Chroma said, sorry, do one thing. I have a friend of mine in Axis Bank. You can take help of that. I said, how will he help? He said, he will give you loan. You take loan from him, you give money to me, simple. I give you mobile phone. So I said okay, fine. Okay, so I took money from Axis Bank. Okay, so Axis Bank gave me 40,000 and I used that 40,000 and paid to Chroma, right? So understand, the relationship between Chroma and me is very simple, that of a seller and a buyer. He sells me mobile phones and I gave him consideration of 40,000. So this will be included in the value of supply, and transaction value under section 15(1) हो जाएगा, ठीक है? That's it. So this 40,000 will be sorted. Now the next is, my dear friends, very simple. That understand, the relationship between me and Axis Bank is still pending. We need to still sort things out. So understand, Axis Bank has given me a loan of how much? 40,000. ठीक है? And Mr. KS, okay, has to repay that loan back to Axis Bank with 44,000 as the repayment. Now I will pay that 11,000 in 4 EMIs. It is 14, 15, 16, 17. Let's say the 1617 ka EMI I pay it on 18. Is there a delay? Yes. Of how many months? 1 month. Will they charge me interest? Yes. Understand here, when they are charging me that interest, late fee or penalty, that is because I have delayed in repaying the loan back. So I have used their money for some more time, and which is why I am charging, and which is why I am landing up paying interest for that extended period. Got it? So whenever, as you all know, whenever someone gives you a loan, he is the lender, you are the borrower, and whenever you repay it back with interest, so that interest, my dear friends, is exempt. And that is clearly the nature here, because here the EMIs do not represent consideration, they represent money that I had loaned from someone and I'm giving it back to someone. And that interest is exempt. Okay, so I hope I have made myself very clear, my dear friends. Okay, beautifully they are explained in these charts, and I hope that makes sense, right? Correct. Now, my dear friends, the last section, section 15 subsection 3, I'm so sorry, that is with respect to exclusion, and we talk about discount. There is 15.3a, there is 15.3b. Okay, now when I say 15.3a, my dear friends, okay, understand here we are talking about discount before or at the time of supply. Before or at the time of supply, where the discount is actually recorded in the invoice. So it's actually written selling price minus discount is equals to net selling price. So whenever something like this is written on the face of invoice, you will reduce it and you will take which value? The net amount. After discount value, will take that into account. So 10,000 discount 30,000, 10,000 discount 30%, 3,000, 7,000 to 7,000 you will take as value of supply. But two conditions: it should be before or at the time of supply, and it should be recorded in the invoice. Got it? Yes. Now understand, there was this clarification with respect to no claim bonus. So in no claim bonus, what happens is, let's say you took an insurance, let's say car insurance, you did not claim it that year, right? But you paid it. Now the insurance company will reward you in a certain way because you paid the money but you did not claim, by giving you a no claim bonus. No claim bonus. You have not claimed the coverage amount, and which is why we are giving you a bonus. Let's say the premium was 10,000 and they give me a no claim bonus of, let's say, 1,000 rupees. By saying, okay, by saying what? Very simple. Premium 10,000, no claim bonus 2,000, net premium 8,000. So that 2,000 is at the time of supply, recorded in the invoice, and which is why 15(3)(a) will help me reduce that amount from the value of supply, and the net amount is what I will pay the GST. Perfect. Yes. Next is, my dear friends, discount is allowed. Yes, 15(3)(b). In 15(3)(b) there are few conditions that you need to take care of. First, discount should be agreed at the time of supply. It should be agreed at the time of supply. दूसरा क्या होगा, my dear friends? It should be agreed when, okay, correct, okay. It should be allowed when? After supply, okay. And when you are allowing it, you have to make sure that the recipient reverses his ITC, which is linked to the invoice. That's it. So decide it at the time of supply, allow it after supply, and recipient has to reverse the ITC that is linked to the invoices. Only then the supplier will have the privilege of paying tax liability at a lower value, discounted value, right? That's how it is. Okay. A classic sum of this is with respect to crunchy bakeries, where all of a sudden, the supplier gives discount to the recipient just because he was not able to sell it. In that case, it is clearly said that what? Supplier did not discuss it at the time of supply, and which is why you will not reduce that amount, and the full value will be subject to GST, right? That's how it is. Okay. Acha, last, actually I just forgot, I'm so sorry, my dear friends. We actually forgot 15(2)(e), right? So 15(2)(e) is very, very, very important section, my dear friends. And that is with respect to subsidy directly linked to price given by any person other than CG or SG. ठीक है? Firstly, it should be directly linked to price. The effect of that should be should be definitely affecting the price, and it should be other than CG or SG. This is also an equally important condition. Okay. 15(2)(e) with respect to subsidy. Okay. Now, as you all know, my dear friends, okay, so if the subsidy is given by whom? CG or SG, we will not add. But other than that, yes, we will add, right? Always remember, my dear friends, always remember that if nothing is given in the question, we will always understand that the price of goods includes the effect of subsidy. वो माइनस होके ही आया है. It has already got subtracted and finally you have arrived it. Got it? Yes, sir. Absolutely. Okay. I hope this makes sense, my dear friends. Okay. Very, very, very simple. Please understand. That price of goods includes the effect of subsidy. Now it depends clearly in the question, what have they commented with respect to subsidy? Okay, is it included, not included? What is actually happening? Okay, you have to check that first. And secondly, who is giving it? Okay, who is giving it? Is it CG or SG who's giving it, or is it other than CG or SG who are giving it? Check that. Okay. So obviously first तो checking you have to be कि directly है कि indirectly. If the word indirectly is used, ignore that. If the word directly is used, then think about the next part, whether it's included in the price or not included. Second, whether CG or SG is given it or other than CG or SG is given it. Very simple. Okay. Now you will tell me in that case. Okay. CG and SG and others. You tell me what will happen. In case the subsidy, okay, is included in the price, and it is given by whom? CG and SG. Tell me. The first thought, minus ho kya hai? It is already subtracted. So would you really want to tweak this situation now? Would you want to add it? No. Why will I add it? I already have a reduced amount and I will like to levy GST on the same, and which is why it will be no effect. And if it is others, then I wouldn't want to levy GST on such lower value. I want to levy it at higher value, so I will add it. Acha, what if the subsidy is not included in the price? CG or SG. Has it subtracted and come? No. Do you want it to happen? Yes, because I want that GST is levied on a lower valuation. Next. If it is given by other than CG or SG, then I wouldn't want to reduce anything. I want that it is right now the price available with me is at higher valuation. It will be subject to higher valuation. No effect. Okay, perfect. Now, one more thing that needs to be taken into consideration is that there was again a clarification with respect to Beam UPI, right? What does it understand? So what happens is, my dear friends, whenever you make payment through debit card, credit cards, okay, the concept is very simple. Let's say supplier is Jethala, recipient is Babita. Okay. Now what happens here is, my dear friends, the entire transaction is routed through a bank, let's say Axis Bank, right? So Babita, okay, pays 1000 rupees to Axis Bank, and Axis Bank only lands up paying 990 rupees to Jethalal. 1% is the commission that they charge. Keep it with themselves to give this service and pay to Jethalal. So they make this 1% markup on every transaction. Got it? Yes. Now, instead of using a debit card of Axis Bank, Babita uses Bhim UPI or Rupee card. So what happens here is, you know what? Babita uses Bhim UPI Rupee card. Now, Babita pays 1000 to UPI. Rupee pays entire 1000 to Jethala. So now the question is that how does Rupee or Bhim UPI do that? So they do it with the help of acquiring bank. Okay. Like basically they use a payment gateway, right? And what happens is that, okay, payment gateway always charges 1% on every transaction, right? So for example, Babita's bank account is in Axis Bank. Axis Bank used to give 990 to Jethalal. Now, Axis Bank was told by government that, listen, you have to give the entire 1,000. Axis Bank said, listen boss, I need to run my house. I cannot give it for free. So what happens is that Axis Bank now gets that 1% from the government. And this is considered as a subsidy by CG, which will be, as per 15 to E, not included in the value of supply. Got it? Yes, that's it. Okay, so amount paid by CG to acquiring bank for transactions made through RuPay Bhim is to be considered as subsidy by CG directly linked to price. Do not include in the value of supply under 15 to E. Okay, that's it. That's it, my dear friends. We are done with value of supply. Yay! Ooh la la. Okay, now let me tell you something, guys. Okay, let me tell you. For the next 15-20 minutes, we will be solving sums. फटाफट से क्या है? There will be 2 to 3 sums that we will be solving. Let's do that. This value of supply is important. But it asks very easy questions. Tell me one thing, what will happen here? Chalo. Red Paper Limited, Delhi, a registered supplier in manufacturing taxable goods. Tell me what will happen with the list price. Will you include it? Yes, as per 15.1. Subsidy received from central government for supply of taxable goods to government exclusively related to supply of goods. Okay, and here it is clearly written here, what? That it is net of subsidy amount. Then in that case, please understand, my dear friends, what happens is very simple. It is net of subsidy amount. What does that mean, my dear friends? Correct. It is included in the price. It is given by government. No effect. But by NGO, add it. Taxes by municipal authority, add it as per 15 to A. Packing charges as per 15 to C. Late fees paid by recipient of supply for delayed payment 6,000, 15 to D. But will 6,000 be added? No. 6,000 divided by 118 multiplied by 100 will be added, because we always conclude that it is inclusive of GST amount. Okay. Next is Flow Pro registered supplier. Price of machinery 25,000. Yes. 15.1. Third party inspection charges 15 to B, because it is an inspection that is supposed to be carried out by the supplier, because they have agreed to do that, but instead of supplier, recipient incurs it. Okay, तो ये part बहुत important है. Make sure that you read this very properly. Freight charges for the delivery of the same 15 to C. So Messrs Flow Pro has agreed to deliver the goods at BP Limited's premises. Now understand, there is a small adjustment that can be played here. Okay, Flow Pro is the supplier, BP is the recipient, correct? What is written here? Messrs Flow Pro has agreed to deliver the goods at BP Privates Limited premises, correct? Yes. Now understand, if I write something like this, right, that Messrs Flow Pro agreed to deliver the goods to BP but BP has not, sorry, but BP has incurred the freight by paying it to GTA. So the agreement was that FlowPro will do all the arrangements. But eventually who landed up paying it? BP Limited landed paying the freight to the GTA. My question is whether this will be included in value of supply. If yes, then under which section? 15(2)(b) or C? It's a tricky question. It's a tricky question. Think about it again. It's not the normal question, Sneha. And I have not mentioned X factory basis, so don't assume anything. Assume when question is not clear, not when you are not clear. Okay, beta? It'll be 15(2)(b). Yes, because it was agreed that who's going to incur this expense? Supplier. But instead of supplier, who's actually incurring it? Recipient. I hope that makes sense. Just by tweaking few words here and there, they can completely change the meaning of the sentence. Okay, that's it. Fourth is subsidy received from state government on sale of machine under skill development 5,000. A subsidy is directly linked to price. Okay, in that case it is net of subsidy amount minus हो क्या आया है, state government है, no effect. Discount 2% is offered to PP, you will reduce it as it is recorded in the invoice. So such kind of sums will be asked, my dear friends, and I know that you are very much ready for it. Okay, perfect. So here we include, my dear friends, the value of supply. Okay, and yes, 130 it is. We have done our job pretty well, I feel. Okay, we are very productive this is, because I'm sure even you must be surprised that okay, in just like around what, 10:30, 11:30, 12:30, 1:30, 4 hours we have completed. Okay, a good like around 6 chapters, right? And that too with Q&A, my dear friends. That too with Q&A, that makes a lot of difference, right? Okay, don't you worry, guys, don't you worry. We have the entire day, don't you worry. I think let's take a break. And after the break we will do the rest part. I will keep giving you breaks, don't worry. अगर 12 बजे तक बैठना है, we will sit till 12 PM, but we will complete it, and we will complete it with Q&A, my dear friends. Okay, so let's go for our lunches and let's come back. When are we coming back? Tell me, how much break do you require? बोलो बोलो बिंदास बोलो. Yes, let's return by 2:15. It's a good time because then we will directly take a break at around 4:50 after 2 hours. Okay, आ जाओ 2:15 को आ जाओ, have your lunches and all of that, and that's it.
बरो आंटी आवड़े છે કે નહીં 2 દિવસથી हम करूँ आंटी आवड़े છે 2 દિવસ આપણે લેવલે સર્ચિંગ થઈ ગઈ
संभालो या ना
आंटी आप मतलब आप आ रहे हो आज? क्या हुआ? अच्छा अच्छा, मुझे क्योंकि मैं 2 दिन से नहीं थी। हाँ कल ना, हाँ ठीक है चलो।
Okay, guys, we are back. We are back. We are back. Let's do it, guys. Come on. Chalo, fatapat se, my dear friends. Let's start with something called as tax invoice, debit note, and credit note. Are you all there, guys? Saket, Saundarya, Sneha, Bala, Surya, are you there? Nayanthara, are you there? Who else? Rashmika, are you there? Okay. These days, from the South Indian industry, my famous is I just love this guy called Anirudh, who's the music composer of Jawan and Jailer. Like, I just love all those musics that he gives. Right? Lovely guy, man, lovely. और अभी जेलर का वो सॉन्ग आया ना, right? What an amazing thought that is, right? Also, Arambam from that movie called Jersey. The background music of that is just so crazy, man. It just like completely, like it just throws you away, in a different zone altogether. And amazing stuff, guys. Right? Just loving it, right? So now, my dear friends, the concept is very simple. Okay. Yes, he's a gem. Yes, you sing so nice. Oh, lovely. Thank you, guys. Okay. एक गाना गा लेंगे अपन. We will sing a song, but I don't know except why this kolaveri dee. Okay, that's all I know. Okay, absolutely. Okay. Now, tax invoice, debit note, and credit note, my dear friends. Okay, now understand, my dear friends. So, tax invoice, debit note, credit note. Please remember, my dear friends, they have not been asking questions from this chapter since the last 2 attempts. Definitely happens to be. Okay. Acha, that is also Anirudh. Oh, nice. This is one of the most important chapters, my dear friends. The reason of that is because they have not asked in the last 4 attempts. So you need to do this very well. There is a very high chance that we will be, getting asked questions from this. Important, keep in mind. Okay. Now, the first thing, my dear friends, let's see. Time limit for issuing tax invoice. Okay, now understand, when we speak with respect to GST, G is goods, S is service. Goods. In case of goods, understand, when there is movement of goods, the last date is absolutely correct. Movement of goods, continuous settlement of goods, issuance of statement of accounts, or date of payment, whichever is earlier. No movement of goods, date of delivery of goods, goods sent on approval for sale or return is date of approval 6 months from the date of approval, whichever is earlier. Then when it comes to services, my dear friends, the concept is very simple. The concept is okay, yes, absolutely, within 30 days from the date of supply of service or the date of completion of service. That's it. But my dear friends, when it's bank, NBFCs, financial institutions, otherwise, my dear friends, it is insurance company, then definitely it will subject to 45 days. But remember, there is a proviso. What is the proviso? That if these 4 industries, okay, banks, NBFCs, financial institutions, including NBFCs, insurance companies, and telecom companies, if these 4 institutes give service to their own distinct person, yani to their own branch, then in that case, what will happen, my dear friends? Yes, proviso will apply, and proviso says what, my dear friends, that tax invoice should be issued date when the supplier records supply of service, date when the supplier records supply of service, or expiry of the quarter in which service is provided. Expiry of the quarter in which service is provided. So, for example, service is provided on 5th of December, then the expiry happens to be 31st December. But my dear friends, if the service is provided on 1st of May, then then the expiry of the quarter has to be April, May, June, 30th June. Yes or no? Yeah. Yes, because there are 4 quarters, and the 4 quarter endings are 30th June, 30th September, 31st December, 31st March. Yes or no? Yes or no, Sneha? Yes or no, Bala? Ba, शैतान का साला. Okay, क्या बात है, my dear friends? Okay. Next is, my dear friends, very simple. Time limit is with respect to, understand, continuous supply of service. Yes, very important. In continuous supply of service, you need to understand that there is recurrent service, there is continuous service for a period of more than 3 years, 3 months, for a period of more than 3 months. Okay, you are continuously giving service. Understand here the time limits are as follows. Whether due date of payment is ascertainable on or before due date of payment. Whether due date of payment is not ascertainable on or before date of payment. And where the payment is linked to completion of an event. Where the payment is linked to completion of event. यानी कि क्या? Event हुआ, पैसा मिला. Event, payment. Event, payment. Then in that case, on or before date of completion of an event. Did you get it, my dear friends? Yes, sir. Okay. And the last is, my dear friends, on the cessation of supply. On the cessation of supply, understand, my dear friends, the time limit will be the time when the supply ceases to exist. Just a second, my dear friends. Okay. Next, my dear friends, okay, we are done with that. Let's start with 31.3a. The real deal matters a lot. Okay. Sir, your voice is lower than before for me. Okay. Is it? Let me check. Let me check. Yes. How is it now? How is it now, guys? How is it now? Arey yaar, you should say no. Thank you, Saundarya. You just saved my life because I had taken off the mic. So happy that you actually made me realize. Arey, please be a little aware, yaar. Please be a little aware. Okay, Shika. Okay. Okay, 31.3a, my dear friends, revised tax invoice. Understand, my dear friends, that now the name of this tax invoice is only revised tax invoice. What does that mean? Very simple. That this invoice is not the original invoice. This is the revised tax invoice. Yani this is issued for the second time. Why was the need to issue the second time? Because the first time you issued, you did not have GST number. Yes. Why? Because on 1/4 you started your business. On 1/7 you became liable to register. You must have just exceeded 20 lakhs. Okay. Then in that case, you just say you take, you applied for registration on 6/7 only, that is within 30 days. And you got RC on 15/7. Now what has happened? Since you've applied for registration within 30 days, your effective date of registration happens to be the date when you become liable to register. The date when you become liable to register, this becomes your effective date of registration. Yes, that means all the supplies that you made with effect from 1/7 will be subject to tax from 1/7. Are you getting it? Yes, that means though your RC has received on what? 15/7. Though your RC has been received on 15/7, but you have become liable to register on 1/7. Is that very clear, my dear friends? Yes, sir. Now, all I want to tell you, my dear friends, is that all the supplies that I've made from the effective date of registration up to grant of registration, okay, all those supplies which are made to registered person, in that case they will need ITC, and for that, my dear friends, understand, they will need an invoice that has GST number, and which is why I will issue revised tax invoice to all of them. But if the recipient is unregistered, then in that case consolidated revised tax invoice will do. Yes, my dear friends. Okay, but my dear friends, you understand that if there is an interstate supply where the value of supply is more than 2.5 lakhs, then understand you cannot issue a consolidated tax invoice. You will have to issue a individual revised tax invoice. Did you get that, my dear friends? Video is paused. Okay. Ah, damn, you missed all my important expressions. Damn, you all just missed all my expressions. God damn it, god damn it, god damn it. Okay, nonetheless, koi baat nahi. I hope you all were listening. I hope you all were listening, my dear friends. Nonetheless, I will give you better expressions in the next sections. Don't you worry, my dear friends. Okay, 31.3b, my dear friends. Okay, 31.3b, consolidated tax invoice. Understand the vyatha, the dukh, the sadness of a retailer, my dear friends. Okay, he cannot keep issuing invoice for 122 rupees. Yeah, come on, he cannot. Which is why government came up with the concept of consolidated tax invoice. That whenever the recipient is registered, he does not ask for tax invoice and the value of supply is less than 200. What does that mean? 199 tak hai. So in that case, consolidated tax invoice will be issued, my dear friends. You will not issue individual tax invoice. You will not issue individual tax invoice. You will not issue that. Are you getting it? Yes. Okay. Perfect. Next is, my dear friends. Okay. Understand. But in case of multiplex theaters, where generally the value of ticket is less than 200, my dear friends, in that case, you will have to compulsorily issue tax invoice. Yes. Right. So multiplex will not get the benefit of 31.3b. 31.3b. Did you get it? Yes. Okay. Yes. Multiplex only. Single screen nahi. Multiplex. Are you getting it? Yes. Which is why you must have seen that nowadays they only issue, my dear friends, e-ticket. What with an e-ticket that you can easily get on your WhatsApp. They don't use papers anymore because frankly speaking, it's easier to do that because most of the multiplexes are now owned by PVR. Okay. E-invoice nahi, e-ticket, Saket, e-ticket. E-invoice is a different concept. Okay. That is different. Okay. This is e-ticket. Okay. Next. Bill of supply. My dear friends, bill of supply, understand who will issue, who cannot charge GST. Who cannot charge GST? Either who is supplying exempted goods or service or someone like a compo taxpayer. Okay. Whose scheme itself allows, does not allow to collect tax from the recipient. He will issue bill of supply, Saket bhai. Okay. Also, my dear friends, I just want you all to write a note out here, which is very, very pertinent to note, that even in case of bill of supply, my dear friends, even in case of bill of supply, condition number 1, if the recipient is unregistered person, okay, if the value of supply, my dear friends, is okay, less than 200 and he does not ask for a bill of supply, then definitely, my dear friends, even I can go ahead and issue a consolidated bill of supply in this case. Is that very clear? Yes. Also, my dear friends, rule 49 talks about one very important thing, that if the registered supplier is supplying both taxable and exempt supply of goods or service to whom? Unregistered recipient. To whom? Unregistered recipient. Then in that case, you don't need to issue one bill of supply, one tax invoice, one bill of supply, one tax invoice. No. You rather issue one invoice, one document, and that is invoice come bill of supply. Invoice come bill of supply. Are you getting it? Yes. That's it, my dear friends. That's it. Okay. Next is, my dear friends, 31.3f. 31.3f is very simple. Okay. Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. First, I'll go with 31.3d in case of receipt voucher. So if I give you advance, and the recipient, I'm giving you advance, then I'm expecting some side of supply from your side. Yes. But when I give you advance, I need a document evidencing payment. In that situation, as a supplier, you will issue me invoice? No, because you are not supplying goods or service. You will only issue me receipt voucher. And later, while you are supplying goods or service, at that juncture, you will issue a tax invoice. Did you get that? Yes, sir. Next, refund voucher, my dear friends, 31.3e. What do you mean by that? So if recipient is given advance, I have received receipt voucher. Now the recipient, for some reason, or the supplier for some reason, is not able to receive or give supply, and the supply is cancelled. Now no more goods or services are going to be supplied. In that case, my dear friends, the recipient will ask for the advance given, okay, to the supplier back to him. And in that case, my dear friends, understand, my dear friends, very simply, that in this situation, while he's refunding the money back, he will also apart from giving the money back, issue refund voucher. Is that very clear? Yes, sir. Right? Now, understand, my dear friends, that one thing is very important, that 31.3F and 31.3G, right? Both these aspects work hand in hand. 31.3F, my dear friends, is very simple. Self-invoice. Supplier is unregistered, recipient is registered. Supplier is unregistered, recipient is registered, and recipient who is registered will pay taxes for RCM under 9394, 9394, 9394. Right? So in this case, the entire limitation was what? That supplier is paying input tax to the government directly, but he cannot avail ITC. Why? Because supplier who's unregistered is not able to issue tax invoice. In this scenario, the registered recipient, my dear friends, shall issue tax invoice on himself only, and that will be as per 31.3F, and by doing that he will definitely be able to take ITC. So as soon as goods are received, issue self invoice on yourself, take the ITC. But as soon as a recipient, once you have received the goods, you will make the payment. When you are making the payment, issue payment voucher no bhai, as per 31.3G. Samjha beta? Yes. Okay. So all I want to tell you, my dear friends, is very simple. That when you receive goods, okay, very simple, in that situation, okay, please focus that recipient is what kind of recipient who pay taxes per RCM, right? Issue self invoice. But my dear friends, when I talk about whom, the same recipient who makes payment, issue payment voucher. Perfect? Yes, that's it. Okay. But my dear friends, agar supplier registered hua to, if the supplier is registered, then in that case, my dear friends, you do not issue self invoice on yourself because you are already getting a tax invoice. But you do land up, right, issuing payment voucher every time you make the payment to the supplier. So that is there. Okay, both the cases are explained expressly well here. Okay, perfect. Okay, yes. Also understand, my dear friends, there is an HSN code. So HSN code, there are like 8 digits. Okay, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Okay, so the first 2 digits represents chapter, heading, subheading, tariff item, right? So out of this 8, government says if your turnover, okay, is what, up to 5 crores, in case of B2B you will give 4 digits, in case of B2C again 4 digits, but if it is greater than 5 crores you will give 6 digits, be it B2B or B2C, right? This is basically, HSN code is basically the code of your product. Okay, correct. Next, my dear friends, in which are the 3 situations you are actually issuing some XYZ document, but that will be considered at par with as if you are issuing tax invoice. So with respect to transportation or passenger service, ticket law. Okay, in that case, my dear friends, understand, okay, any ticket is basically equal to tax invoice. In case of multiplexes, any e-ticket is basically equals to tax invoice. And in case of insurance company, banking company, financial institutions, understand, they bill to a customer on a monthly basis. They don't keep billing daily basis. So if today you have taken locker service, they will not issue a raise on, they will not issue invoice of locker service today, tomorrow demat service, then check clearing service, ATM charges. They will not keep issuing invoices. They will first calculate what are the services that bank has given to you in the entire month, and after the month is expired, they will do a consolidated billing of all the charges that they are supposed to charge you by the end of the month, and you will pay accordingly. And that consolidated invoice is also tax invoice, and this has nothing to do with 31.3B. Please ensure. Okay, here, correct. Also, my dear friends, remember that with respect to delivery challan, there are 3 cases, okay, that you need to take into consideration. So every time, my dear friends, okay, when you don't when the goods are not sent, they are, when the goods are not sold, they are sent. When the goods are not sold, they are sent, either for exhibition, either on approval for sale or return. What will you send with them? Tax invoice? No, because the ownership hasn't changed. Bill of supply, no. You will issue delivery challan. And yes, if the recipient says approved, that is when you issue tax invoice, right? So understand the first case. Supply of liquid gas with the quantity at the time of removal from the place of business of supplier is not known. Okay, and since it is not known, it cannot be quantified. It cannot be quantified. The tax invoice में amount क्या लिखूंगा? I cannot write any amount. Second, transportation of goods for job work. Okay, transportation of goods for job work. Okay, in this case, my dear friends, please understand that I am sending cloth to you. You are making shirt and giving it back to me. I will issue delivery challan, and you will issue a tax invoice because you are giving service to me. And third is transportation of goods as done by the reason of supply. Classic example, goods sent on approval for sale or return. Okay. Okay. Also, sales return can come into this picture. Sales return is a classic example, right? Because understand, I have sold goods to you, but when you are returning back to me, understand, you are not selling it to me. You are just sending it to me, right? So I will issue a tax invoice, but you will issue a delivery challan while you are sending it to me. Perfect. Yes. How many copies? 3 copies. Okay. One for the consignee, duplicate for the transporter, consigner, right? Perfect. In case of goods, obviously it will be in triplicate. In case of service, obviously it will be in duplicate. Okay. Perfect. Yeah. Goods which are sent in lots, SKD and CKD. SKD and CKD is basically complete knockdown or semi knockdown. Basically, you are sending unassembled goods or goods in installments, right? In that case, the invoice will be issued on day 1 only, and supplier will pay tax on the entire supply on day 1 only. But understand, my dear friends, that okay, whenever goods are sent in installment, it will be sent with delivery challan along with the certified copy of invoice, and finally the original invoice will be sent on the last installment, and which is why as per proviso 216(2)(b), recipient will also take the ITC on the last installment. Are you getting it, my dear friends? Yes, sir. Okay, perfect. Then, my dear friends, what are we heading towards? Debit note, credit note, and their time limit, and then there is a concept of fresh supply, and then we are done. Debit note. What is debit note, my dear friends? The concept is very simple. Always understand, be it debit note, be it credit note, be it debit note, be it credit note, doesn't matter. You always have to perceive the entire transaction from the end of supplier, right? Check it from the end of supplier, right? So understand, if the supplier has to receive money from the recipient or he has to pay money to the recipient. If the supplier has to receive money from the recipient, okay, then for that, my dear friends, he will have to issue a debit note. But understand, what is the scenario? The scenario is very simple, my dear friends. Supply has already been made. Supply has already been made. Yes. But understand, and the invoice is also issued, by the way. Supply is made and the invoice is also issued. Supply is made and the invoice is also issued. In this scenario, my dear friends, all I want to tell you is that the tax invoice value or the tax charge in such invoice is less than what it should have been charged. So I should have charged 10 lakhs, but I've only charged 8 lakhs. I should have charged GST 1 lakh, but I've only charged 80,000. So to reinstate the claim with respect to the supply that has already been done, then in that case, my dear friends, you will issue a debit note to the recipient and reinstate your claim and tell that, listen, you are not supposed to pay me 8 lakhs. You're supposed to pay me the 10 lakhs. Are you getting it? Yes. Okay. Second, credit note, my dear friends. In case of credit note, the concept is very simple. Credit note will be issued only in 3 cases. This is a favorite question asked a lot of times. So you need to at least make sure that you remember 2 aspects. Which are those instances where credit note is issued? Very simple. Firstly, think in your mind that credit note means creditor, and that means the registered supplier needs to pay something to the recipient. Now, why will the supplier need to pay something to the recipient? Because maybe the goods or services that you have supplied, on which you have raised the invoice, it has returned. So either it's a case of sales return, either it's a case of goods or service received in deficiency. So I have sent 1000 units, but the units that are received are only 500. So I said that I will send you 1000 units, and which is why you paid me amount worth rupees 1000 units, but you have received only 500. In that case, I will have to return you back the money for 500 units. Are you getting it, my dear friends? Yes, sir. And third, taxable value or tax charge in invoice is more than the taxable value or tax charge in relation to such supply. Classic example, post supply discount. So at the time of supply, I had agreed that after 3 months, that is after 1 quarter, we will do a review. If your sales is more than 1 crore, I will give you 50% cashback, 50% discount. And yes, it was agreed at the time of supply, and after 3 months when we did the review, you actually made a sale of 2 crores. Now, ooh la la, wow, amazing. Khub chan, cholbe. So here in this case, my dear friends, all I want to tell you is that you are eligible for 50% discount, and the discount is allowed after supply, and the recipient, if he reverses ITC to that extent, then understand, my dear friends, the concept is very simple. Gulp dimple. All I want to tell you is that my GST liability will be reduced to that extent because I'm issuing a credit note. And if I issue that credit note on time, I will have the power to reduce my liability, because understand, I must have paid my tax liability the day I must have sold the goods. And I would have recognized it at 1 crore, that is 10 lakhs, 10% GST. But I realized that, damn, this guy is so good. He sold for inventory worth rupees 1 crore in 3 months. I ought to give him 50%. So now I have to give him 50 lakhs back. Do you realize? So my liability now comes all the way to 5 lakhs, but I've recognized it at 10. So I will pass an entry sales GST payable to cashback. Audit? Yes. And if I have the credit note and I have issued and furnished it at the right time, I can easily reduce my liability. So I must have credited 10 lakhs cash to sales to GST payable 10 lakhs. But now I will reverse it to the extent of 5 lakhs, and my net liability would have been 5 lakhs. So if you want to do that, fair enough. Do it on time. Okay? That's it. Next is, what is the time limit to furnish credit note? Okay, understand. The time limit to furnish credit note, get ITC, rectification of errors is one and the same. 30th November of the next financial year. 30th November of the next financial year in which supplies are made, or actual date of filing annual return, whichever is earlier. Got it? Yes. So that is something that you need to take into consideration, and I hope this is very, very, very clear, and I hope this makes sense, my dear friends. Are you all aware of this? Yes, sir. Okay, now we are supposed to do what, my dear friends? The concept of fresh supply, e-invoice, and dynamic QR code, right? So the main part is this. Ye to time pass. Okay. Is. Okay. I don't know, today I'm feeling very hot. Is it because I'm teaching Chennai students? Is it really hot there, my dear friends? By the way, I'm again coming to Chennai, my dear friends, in October end. Yes, I'm coming to Chennai again. Would love to see you. No, but don't come. It is like 26, 27, 20th October. And I don't want to waste your time. So you study better, you study. Don't worry. Okay. Yes. Mangalore, it is raining heavily. Kya baat? Tamil Nadu. Where are you from? Chennai only, Saundarya, or from other part of Tamil Nadu?
Recording stopped.
Okay, friends, let's start. Treating sales return as fresh supply. Understand now very clearly, my dear friends. We'll do this first. Okay. So manufacturer has purchased a raw material. Cost is 5 lakhs, GST 50,000. He must have clearly taken ITC. Second, my dear friends. Okay, he is selling the FG. 10 lakhs plus GST, issues tax invoice. Wholesaler must have availed ITC. Now the goods have expired, so he returns back to the same manufacturer, FGX. So while he returns with DC, delivery challan, and manufacturer in return issues a credit note. Now manufacturer has the expired goods. Let's say if he'll end up destroying the expired goods, he will also have to reverse the ITC that he must have taken with respect to RMX that he had purchased for manufacturing FGX, that is to the extent of 50,000. Got it? Yes. Okay. So this scenario generally arises when the credit note is issued within the time limit. Okay, but in case it is not issued within the time limit, there is another scenario that can happen. So manufacturer again supplies medicines to wholesaler, issues invoice, 10 lakh, 1 lakh GST, wholesaler will avail ITC. Now wholesaler here happens to be of normal scheme. So here instead of treating it as sales return, he rather treated it as fresh supply. And instead of issuing a delivery challan, he will now issue a tax invoice because he is treating it as supply. 10 lakh plus 1 lakh GST total. Manufacturer will avail ITC on that 1 lakh. If he does that, then tomorrow when he destroys those expired goods, he will have to reverse the ITC. But how much? 1 lakh that he has recently availed. Got it? Yes. Acha. Wholesaler, if he happens to be a compo taxpayer, then instead of tax invoice, he will issue bill of supply and also pay 1% tax on outward supply, of which manufacturer will not get ITC because he is not paid GST. And if he happens to be an unregistered person, then he will issue a commercial invoice, and manufacturer will again not get any ITC because there is no GST that is being charged. Are you getting it, my dear friends? Are you getting it, my dear friends? Yes, sir. Next, e-invoice. In case of e-invoice, my dear friends, all I want to tell you is that with respect to applicability of it, okay, understand that aggregate turnover of a registered person in any financial year from 17-18 onwards up till now, okay, if that turnover exceeds 10 crores, then you are supposed to do e-invoice for B2B supplies. For B2B supplies. Got it? Correct. ठीक है. Now, who are exempted from it? SEZ, insurance, banking, NBFCs, GTA service, transportation of passenger service, multiplex service, government department, local body. Also understand, I said SEZ units are exempted. SEZ developers, they can issue e-invoice. Okay, next is, my dear friends, situations in which e-invoices are applicable. B2B supplies, yes. Does that include exports? Yes. B2C supplies, no. Okay, no, absolutely no. Okay, Acha. ISD invoices? No. Inward supplies? No. Okay, advantages, you can just go through them. But most important note is this. E-invoice without IRN is not treated as a document. So no ITC shall be availed with such E-invoice. So if as a recipient I have an E-invoice, the first thing I will check is, do I have the IRN printed on it or not? If yes, then I can avail ITC, or else I can't. Okay, that's it. In case of dynamic QR code, understand it's very important. It is only levied when there is B2C supplies, and where the turnover is obviously more than 500 crores, that will trigger the dynamic QR code provisions, and you are supposed to put them on the invoice only in case of B2C supplies, right? Very important. B2C. Understand, if you are supplying anything to a UN holder like a UN, or for that matter any foreign embassy, then they are considered as a non-registered persons. Unregistered persons, it is a B2C supply. QR code will be on the invoice. And who all cannot do that? Very simple. Insurance company, banking company, NBFCs, GTA, supplier पैसेंजर ट्रांसपोर्टर, मल्टीप्लेक्स वाला, लास्ट एक्स्ट्रा जो है यहाँ पे वो है ऑर्डर सप्लायर, राइट? They are all exempted from the requirement of dynamic QR code, my dear friends. Are you getting it? Yes. We are done with tax invoice. Fatafat. In just 30 minutes. Okay, this is the pace at which you have to read, my dear friends. Okay, this is the pace at which you have to read. Only then will we be able to figure out things. Are you getting it? Damn, you almost spent like 6 hours. Can't believe it, man. Fantastic. Love the spirit, Saundarya. Saket, you know how to speak in Hindi? Eh? I thought you don't know how to speak in Hindi. I feel all South Indians know Hindi, but they don't know a lot of Hindi. That's it, right? Thoda thoda. Looks like people have slept in the break only. अच्छा, okay. Oh, nice. Okay. Yes, luggage. Just a second, friends. चलो, which is the next chapter I should go ahead with? Come on, any suggestions? फटाफट से आ जाओ, आ जाओ guys, आ जाओ. Tell me. Type in the comment section फटाफट से. Which is the next chapter? No, I'm not going to listen to any one of you. We are directly going to exemptions. Yes. Let's do it, guys. Let's do it. Okay. Let's kill it, guys. Let's kill it. Come on. Come on. We can do it. Say yes. Say yes. Come on. Say yes. Say yes, we will do it. Yes, we're going to do it. We're going to do it, buddy. We're going to do it. God damn it. Yeah. Yeah, plot twist. आ जाओ. I wanted to see. Are you playing safe or not? Come on, let's do it, Saundarya. Let's do it, Sneha. Let's do it, Bala. Let's do it, buddy. Okay. Come on. Okay. Yes. So, guys, we are starting off with healthcare service, my dear friends. Okay. When I say healthcare service, my dear friends, it's very important for you to understand that we are talking about healthcare service. It's very important that we understand who are we talking about. Yes, we are talking about three people: clinical establishment, authorized medical practitioner, paramedics. Right? These are the people who will be giving healthcare service. In clinical establishments, you can keep writing, my dear friends. Okay, we can have someone like a hospital, nursing home, maternity clinics, जहाँ पे तू पैदा हुआ था, where you were actually born. Authorized medical practitioner is basically a clinic of any doctor. Paramedics के classic example is nurse, physiotherapist, lab assistants. If they are giving healthcare service to patient, it will be exempt. That's very pertinent to put that. What is this healthcare service? What is healthcare service? So that also has a huge scope. Let's see. Healthcare service means diagnosis, treatment, care, bolo, diagnosis, treatment, care, bolo, of what? Illness, injury, deformity. Illness exactly happens before your exam comes. Injury बचपन से है, डिफॉल्ट सीए लेने के बाद होगा बच्चा. Abnormal, clearly acting during the days of exam. And pregnancy, either you will experience it or you will be responsible for it, my dear friends. Yes, or any recognized system of medicine. Okay, like yoga, allopathy, Unani, homeopathy. Okay, kadvi dao, mithi dao. In that case, my dear friends, please understand. Okay, if anything of this happens, definitely it is exempt, and which is why pathological labs actually they do what? They do diagnosis that whether you are afflicted from a disease or not. and clearly diagnosis is one of the cases covered under healthcare service. Definitely it is what, my dear friends, exempt. Palliative care, so care for taking care of bedridden patients, exempt. RT, ART या फिर IVF, okay, it is basically what, reproducing a kid in ways that you can imagine. Again, it is exempt. Achha, tell me, transportation of patient service, especially done by clinical establishment, exempt. It also excludes what? Hair transplant, cosmetic, plastic surgery, because only rich people do this. बड़े लोग बड़ी बात है. Okay, only rich people will do this, my dear friends, understand? So this is definitely taxable. But if this is done to, to basically treat any trauma, injury, or congenital defects, that is defect by birth, then definitely, my dear friends, in this case, what it is, absolutely correct, it is exempt. Did you all get it, my dear friends? Yes, sir. Okay, perfect. So we are clearly here done with, my dear friends, what? Okay, healthcare service ka major part. Okay, next, please understand, my dear friends, in healthcare services, ambulance services provided by any private ambulance service providers will also be exempt. Acha, veterinary clinic, so if you're treating the birds and the animals, even that is exempt. Acha, preservation of stem cells, initially it was exempt, but now, my dear friends, is taxable. Okay, please understand, it is now taxable. Okay, acha, also understand, my dear friends, biomedical treatment operators of what? Waste treatment facility are taxable. Okay, yes. Okay, guys. Okay. So I hope this is very, very, very clear, my dear friends. And yes, biomedical treatment operators will be taxable. Please understand that. Okay. A recent amendment, my dear friends, on which even May 23 questions were asked, and that is with respect to renting of room. So in case of renting of room, my dear friends, the concept is very simple. If the rent is up to 5,000, it is exempt. But if it is more than 5,000, it is taxable. Are you getting it? Yes. But understand, even in that case, there is an exception, that if the room is ICU, ICCU, NICU, या फिर क्या है CCU, critical care unit, it is definitely exempt. Okay. Achha, understand, my dear friends, in another case, for example, there is a senior doctor called Mr. Modi, who's a neurosurgeon, and who's called upon by whom? Kokilaben Hospital, because there is a patient called Mr. RG, Mr. Rahul Gandhi. Are you getting it? Yes. So he has come to Kokilaben Hospital for treatment, and they call a neurosurgeon called Mr. Modi. So Mr. Modi giving service to hospital, hospital giving service to patient, and understand, both these services will be what? Exempt. Why? Because both are giving healthcare service here. Okay, next, food supplied, my dear friends, to inpatients. Inpatients का मतलब क्या होता है? Admitted patients. To understand, whenever food is supplied to admitted patients, it will be considered as if it is naturally bundled, and thereby, my dear friends, understand, since it is naturally bundled, it is a composite supply where you are supplying healthcare service and food, and which is why, my dear friends, in this situation, the principal supplies healthcare, because you don't go to hospital on a date. You don't go to hospital for a date. You do to get treatment. You go there to take treatment, and which is why, my dear friends, it is exempt. But now, apart from him, you supply food to non-admitted patients who's just come for a checkup, visitors of patients, doctor, nurses, तेल लगाने का, everything is taxable, and everything is taxable. अच्छा, display of ad, renting of shops. Now this has nothing to do with healthcare service, but the hospitals are doing this. So clearly, Kokilaben Hospital, if you will see, you will actually see shops on the ground floor like Armani and Gucci and Jimmy Choo. Are you getting it? Yes. All of that is what, my difference, taxable, because it has nothing to do with healthcare service. God damn it. Yeah, absolutely. Yes. Acha. Recent amendment has happened, my difference, in hotel, club, guest house, in for boarding, lodging, up to 10,000, up to 1,000 is taxable. Now people ask you, sir, up to 1,000 taxable. So, sir, more than 10,000 is what, sir? Then I tell, sir, that beta, up to 1,000 was exempt initially. Was exempt initially. Now that has become taxable. तो बेटा डजेंट मैटर 1,000 से ज्यादा हो या 1,000 से कम हो या 1,000 हो, आई डोंट गिव अ डैम. होटल सर्विस इज नॉट टैक्सेबल. होटल सर्विस इज नॉट टैक्सेबल. And if you provide hotel accommodation service through ECU, MMT, OU, Go IBB, then who pays tax? Depends. Hotel registered, hotel will pay. Hotel not registered, Go IBB will pay. OU will pay. Got it? Yes, sir. Next, RBI related service. So when I say RBI related service, my difference, service provided by RBI, taxable. To RBI, taxable. Only one is exempt. Okay. Please make an amendment in your notes. If the supplier is outside India and recipient is RBI, which is obviously in India, if he is giving forex management service, then in that case it is exempt. We've already done that in our RCM Wala case. Rather, you should write here, overseeing committee providing service to RBI. RBI will pay taxes for RCM. I think we've already written that when I was teaching you in the revision section. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. Next, my dear friends. Okay. We are going to give a lot of due importance to education service. What, my dear friends? Education service. Hello? 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 Are you all able to hear me? Guys, are you all able to hear me? अच्छा, एकदम clearly you all are able to hear me or what? Okay. Just a second. Just let me check. Just a looks like people have slept in the break only. Naturally bundled, and thereby, my dear friends, understand, since it is naturally bundled, it is a composite supply where you are supplying healthcare service and food. नहीं यार, low आ रहा है आवाज थोड़ा. And which is why, my dear friends, in this situation, the principal supplies healthcare. Just a second. Hello. Hello, guys. Yeah. Hello, guys. Are you able to hear me? Because you don't go to hospital on a day. You don't go to hospital for a date. You do to get treatment. You go there to take treatment, and which is why, my okay, 31(3)(b). Okay, sure. And the next clarification was with respect to something like this. We have July 28 and the last date is, this is DOI. Limit then
75.
75, and the answer would have been yes, he is. Okay, clear. I'm a little worried, guys. Just a second. I'm so sorry. Is it audible? Hey, video is not paused. अरे रेगुलर से लो है तो बताओ यार प्लीज. एक सेकेंड. हाँ, okay. Am I audible, guys? Arpita, Abdul, Bala, Surya, Saket, is it all good? Yeah. Okay. Please make sure that whenever you feel even a slightest drop in the voice, you will tell me, because understand, a lot of people are going to watch this. So it's very important that the best productivity goes to them. That's it. That's important. It should be crystal clear, Abdul. As soon as it drops, it's your responsibility to tell me. Okay, Yasin Ibrahim. Okay, guys, come on. Let's go ahead and hit it. Education service, my dear friends. The first thing that we are going to understand here is very simple. In case of education service, understand the first things that you are going to understand is that what kind of education institutions are there? What kind of education institutions are we talking about? Tell me. Friends, we are talking about preschool, including Anganwadis up to HSC. Acha, please understand, even Anganwadis are included here. Okay, Anganwadis, you understand, these are basically primary schools in the Gao, rural area like Chennai, beta. Yes, like Trivandrum. Correct. Second is institution that gives qualification recognized by law. Okay, so understand, whenever someone is giving you a degree, that degree has to be recognized by law. Which law? Indian law, like ICA, ICSI, Bar Council, IIT, IIM. Okay, and next is foreign law. Foreign law में CFA है, CPA है, right? In that case, understand, ये छोटा सा mistake है. This is clearly taxable. Okay. Third is, my dear friends, if you are understand in IIM, and if you are selling a short duration course, it is taxable. Why is it taxable? Because it is not recognized by IIM Act 2017, for God's sake. Right? Anything that is less than a year is a short duration course. Anything that is more than a year is a long duration course, which is recognized by law, and hence it is exempt. Okay, that's it. Third is maritime training institutes, right? In that case, understand that if it is maritime training institute, it is registered again by law, Merchant Shipping Act 1958. It is an education institution. Next is course run by whom? ITIs or ITCs, ITIs or ITCs affiliated with NCVT, SCVT, NCVT, SCVT, right? Or for that matter, okay, it is run by whom? Modular Employable Skill Course approved by NCVT. Or for that matter, it is a central board, state board, or national board of examinations, okay, with the authority set up by CGST, including National Testing Agency, okay, which is an education institution to the extent it is conducting exams. So only to the extent it is doing this activity, it is exempt, because it is an education institution. Only to that extent. Okay. Acha, few clarifications. If the National Board of Examination is conducting exam, it is exempt. And if it is taking service in relation to conducting exam, like taking service of what? Printing admit cards, question papers, results, online testing, then even that is exempt. Okay. So since you are giving services exempt, okay, so this exempted service that you are providing, for that you are taking any services, even that is exempt. Okay. And next is services like giving accreditation to any institution or professional, even that is exempt. Okay, that's it, my dear friends. Next, my dear friends, I am going to talk about a very simple thing, and you know what that is? Very simple. That first, always focus with respect to education service. You will always divide the entire exemption in two ways. One is services by education institution. Second is services provided to education institution. Right? If services provided by education institution, so supplier कौन है? Education institution. Giving it to whom? To student, faculty, staff. Now this can amount to any service. Government says it is exempt. Okay. So this is with students. These are current students. But what about future students? Yani prospective students. Right? What about that? Okay. Are you conducting an entrance exam? Yes, it is exempt. Achha, what about your ex-students? If they want any, okay, leaving certificates, it is exempt. Okay, is that very clear, my dear friends? Yes. So be it your current student, your ex-student, or your future prospective students, all are exempt, exempt, exempt. All are exempt, exempt, exempt. Got it? Yes. Next, when it talks about, okay, services provided, okay, services provided to education institution. Now when I say that, okay, it's very important for you to understand that which education institution are we talking about. So सबसे पहले we are talking about preschool से लेके high school, right? Preschool से लेके high school. Okay, so supplier can be anyone. I don't give a damn about that. I only give a damn about who is the recipient. If that recipient is preschool से लेके high school, and which are those services? 5 services. Can anyone tell me the story that I had made? Yes, firstly the children will go to school. How will they go? Transportation. Along with that, whom will you send? Security. Then they will come to house. They are very bhukya tarusya. એટલે શું કહેવાય? Yes, they are very hungry. They want to eat food. So catering. Then inflow is equals to outflow. Yes, sandas. Are you getting it? Yes. What does that mean? housekeeping service, and cleaning service. Are you getting it, my dear friends? Yes. 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 Are you getting it? Yes. So these services, if you are giving, definitely it is exempt, and exempt. But one small thing that, okay, one small thing, and that is understand only and only applicable to, I'll just tell you, only and only applicable to these three services, right? Security service, housekeeping service, cleaning service. All the three are supposed to be given in the campus. Okay, so they are not talking about transportation, they are not talking about catering, they are only talking about these three services. If they are given in the campus, then it is what? Exempt. But if they are given outside the campus, it is taxable. So just amend this to that extent. All the above service ke badle just write down, okay, just write down what? Okay, security, or you can just write the names, you know, like security, cleaning, housekeeping, right? तो सिर्फ एक ट्रांसपोर्टेशन है और एक केटरिंग है, उसको छोड़ के सब आ जाएगा, ठीक है? So these services should be provided in campus only. If they are provided outside campus, it is taxable. Okay, and any services other than these are taxable. Okay. Next is, my dear friends, understand that conducting exam is a service that every education institution needs, because they need to give that service to their students. So which is why you, be it preschool, be it school, be it college, be it ICI, IIM, I don't give a damn. If you are giving services like that, it is exempt. Now that services includes what? Paper checking, paper sending, renting a hall, supervisor, all of that exempt. Next, online education journal. क्या है online education journal? In this case, my dear friends, the concept is very simple. If the recipient is, okay, an institute that gives qualification which is recognized by law, then in that case it is exempt. Why? Because only, okay, institutes like ICI, IIM, IIT will possibly purchase online journals, because they need to do research, they need to keep themselves updated, they need to understand what are these research papers and industry papers, my dear friends. Are you getting it? Yes. Okay, perfect. अच्छा, प्राइवेट कोचिंग क्या है? टैक्सेबल. बोर्डिंग स्कूल, क्लासिक केस ऑफ कंपोजिट सप्लाई, एंड सिंस द प्रिंसिपल सप्लाइज एजुकेशन सर्विस, इट इज exempt. Okay. अच्छा, also remember campus recruitment service, it has nothing to do with education, taxable, right? Supply of food, please understand, if education institution is giving catering service to own student, faculty, staff, exempt. Why? Because any service given by education institution to its student, faculty, staff is exempt. अच्छा, outsource caterer giving service to preschool, catering service, in those 5 services, exempt. They giving to student, faculty, staff, exempt. Any service आ जाएगा उसमें. अच्छा, but these outsource caterers giving service to ICI, IIT, ICI, ITIs, ITCs, whatever the case may be, taxable, because they are not covered under the list of those education institution which are covered is preschool से लेके high school. हाँ, और ये लोग अपने student, faculty, staff को दे रहे तो definitely it is exempt, my dear friends, because any service is exempt in that case. ठीक है? अच्छा, recent amendment that has happened here, my dear friends, very important, that if you are basically, understand, a sports academy, if it is registered as a charitable trust, exempt. But if you are an individual who is actually teaching arts or culture, exempt. Okay, this is to promote basically housewives to, you know, start taking up some of the art coaching class or cultural coaching class where they're teaching relation to religion or something like that. Exempt, and exempt. I hope this makes sense, my dear friends. Okay, yes, and we are done with education service. Ooh la la, ooh la la, ooh la la, ooh la la. I am done with this education service, RBI service, and healthcare service. Next is agriculture, higher admission to entertainment event, bank service, transportation, goods and passenger, charitable trust, miscellaneous government. ओके फटाफट से आज ऐसे हो जाएगा रे, ऐसे चुटकी चुटकी में हो जाएगा रे पपलू आज. Okay, if you, beta, I can do anything for you, beta. Understand? I will dance for you, I will sing for you till the time you are engaged. Till the time, okay, beta, you are on the screen. I will do anything for you, beta. Why? You know why? Because I want to make sure that you keep laughing. You are engaged. You are with me. You are enjoying. Got it? Okay, my dear friends. Next, agriculture service. Okay, फटाफट से agriculture यानी क्या? खेती बाड़ी. Yes, खेती बाड़ी. But apart from that, it also tantamounts to rearing of all life forms. But understand, this does not include your parents. Are you getting it? Yes. Okay, we are not literally talking जानवर, my dear friends. Okay, yes. So we are talking about what? Sericulture है horniculture. सर ये क्या लिखा है बेटा, ये सब नॉनसेंस. सॉरी हाँ फ्रेंड्स, सेरिकल्चर हॉर्टिकल्चर है ये. पता नहीं डीटीपी क्या कर रहा था जब ये टाइप कर रहा था, वहाँ कसम बोलना पड़ेगा, नॉनसेंस. ओके, देन देयर इज फ्लोरिकल्चर. ओके, so all of these pisciculture, cattle breeding, all of that comes here, my dear friends. But what doesn't come is rearing of horses, rearing of horses. Okay, understand one thing. When I talk about, my dear friends, agriculture produce, understand. Okay, you don't have to remember these big things. Okay, in this, what will I remember? You know that, okay, agriculture operations including harvesting, threshing, plant protecting, testing. Okay, exempt, simple. So this one, 4 words. Okay, here I will not remember all these things except fumigation. Fumigation I will remember, otherwise I will not remember these things. All I will remember from this is that these are certain processes. The only point that I am supposed to remember here is this. Yes, that you carry out n number of processes which are given here, but that should not lead to change in essential characteristics. That should not lead to change in essential characteristics. Yes, if you change the essential characteristics, then in that situation, my dear friends, understand that service is taxable. Are you getting it? Yes. And which is why a classic example of that is, let's say if you carry out any process that makes any sugar cane, jaggery, coffee beans, coffee powder, tea leaves, tea powder, okay, yeah, whole gram ya rajma to dehusk, split ya pulses, or for that matter paddy into rice, it will all be taxable. It will all be taxable because it all changes the characteristics of the agriculture produce. Do you get it? So you can connect this thing to here and you will easily realize, okay, this is how it needs. Achha, the reason I will remember fumigation, my dear friends, is because understand, fumigation service is basically pesticide छाटना बेटा, pesticide छाटना. Got it? Yes. In खेत यानी agriculture farm is exempt, but in warehouse it is taxable. Got it? Got it? Yes. Okay. वो लिखा नहीं है, लिख देना आप यहाँ पे कहीं पे. Fumigation service in warehouse, it is taxable. Okay. Next, renting or leasing of agro machinery or vacant land with or without the structure incidental to its use. In that case, definitely, my dear friends, you are renting out something, be it land or agro machinery like tractor. It is definitely, my dear friends, exempt, and exempt. But understand, if you are renting it to a stud farm, it is taxable. Also understand, if you are renting it to, let's say, a person who does not grow potatoes, he grows potato chips. He does not grow, he manufactures potato chips. Taxable. Potatoes, exempt. Potato chips, taxable. Stud farm, taxable. Cattle breeding, exempt. Floriculture, exempt. Sericulture, exempt. ओके तो आपने किसी को लैंड दी है एंड दे आर डूइंग दीज थिंग्स. ओके so you've given someone a land and they are doing these things, exempt. Next is loading, unloading, storage, packaging, warehousing. Bolo. Loading, unloading, storage, warehousing, packaging of agriculture produce, of agriculture produce. Definitely, my dear friends, in that case it is exempt. Okay, my dear friends, please do one thing. Write a note here. Please. What is the note? Very simple. Okay, the note is very simple, that if the above services, I'm sure you must have written already, if the above services, my dear friends, are in relation to rice, it is exempt again. Okay, yes. Acha, agriculture extension service, my dear friends, with respect to giving technical know-how to the farmer, research and development service to the farmer, exempt. God damn it, right? It is exempt. Acha, APMC service, exempt. Acha, pre-conditioning, pre-cooling, ripening, waxing, detailing, okay, labeling of fruits and vegetables, again, my dear friends, exempt. Acha, commission agent for sale or purchase of agriculture produce. In this scenario, my dear friends, please try and understand that what they are trying to say is very simple. Commission agent for sale or purchase of agriculture produce. What do you mean by that? Very simple, that if you are a commission agent who's only selling and purchasing agriculture produce, exempt, but product made out of agriculture produce, taxable. So potatoes, exempt. Potato chips, taxable. Tomato, exempt. Tomato ketchup, taxable. But what about rice? Note. What about rice? Commission agent rice. Commission agent selling rice or purchasing rice, taxable. Taxable che Abdul, Saundarya, Bala, Surya Vanchi. Okay, yes. Got it? Keeping up with Arpita? I hope you are keeping well, beta. Yes, I hope you are keeping well. Next is, my dear friends, artificial insemination of what? Livestock. Okay. Then in that case, my dear friends, understand, this process is also these days very important in the farming industry. Why? Because it helps in increasing the production of milk and production of a lot of things. And in that case, definitely it is exempt. But understand, if it is with respect to horses, it is taxable. So normally क्या है, ये exempt है, पर अगर horses है तो उसमें हो जाएगा क्या? Taxable. Is that very clear? Yes. Okay. Done. Next क्या है? नेक्स्ट है कि आज फॉर एग्जाम्पल बात अगर हो रही है सर्विसेज बाय द वे ऑफ बैंक, तो इन केस ऑफ बैंक ऑल आई वांट टू टेल यू इज दैट इज इफ अ लेंडर, माय डियर फ्रेंड्स, ओके, लेंडर इज गिविंग लोन टू बोरो, हाउ मच? 100 lakhs. तो 100 lakhs लोन है. लेट्स से अगर क्या है, इंटरेस्ट है 10 lakhs, तो ये तो लोन है. एंड लोन इज व्हाट बेटा? मनी. नीदर गुड्स नॉर सर्विस. अरे नीदर गुड्स नॉर सर्विस. इन दैट केस व्हाट विल हैपन? नो जीएसटी. अच्छा, 10 lakh interest is a service and interest is exempt. अच्छा, but when it comes to what, my dear friends? Processing fees. So when it comes to processing fees, the concept is very simple. Okay, with respect to that 10,000, it is taxable. Okay, and my dear friends, when I talk about interest charged by credit card company, again it will be taxable. Okay, it will be taxable. Interest charged by credit card company will be taxable because that is their major income, and government wanted to, levy GST on this because credit card are generally taken by good earning people, because only they are issued credit card because they have a good CIBIL score. ठीक है? अच्छा, also remember, my dear friends, when it comes to forex services, if you are a forex authorized forex agent or a bank, and you are giving service to yourself only, exempt. But if you are giving service to general public, then it is taxable. Okay, then we talk about, okay, services by the way of giving on hire. To understand, if you are giving a normal motor vehicle on rent that is running on petrol, diesel, to whom state transport unit where passenger capacity is more than 12 passengers, exempt. EOV, electric operated vehicle, to whom only and only local authority, exempt. Right? To GTA, exempt. To Anil transporters, who is that Anil transporter? He is actually giving transportation of passenger service of student, faculty, staff to a प्री स्कूल से लेके क्या है HSC तक किसी को भी. So this person is giving this kind of service, and just because of that, since this is exempt, government has also exempted this. Okay, so that his GST ka ITC is not disallowed, and he can easily, okay, add it to the cost. But government said then no, if you add it to the cost, eventually the student will bone it, so might as well exempt it. Is that very clear? Okay, generally questions are asked in this and this, my dear friends, and also this 1 2 3 1 2 3 are generally asked. In this case, my dear friends, please try and understand that normal vehicle is state transport unit and EV is local transport unit, sorry, local authority. So don't jumble this up, So if they say motor vehicle to local authority where passenger capacity is 20 passengers more than 12, taxable. EV to state transport unit, taxable. I will not even look at the number of passengers who can sit. Your combination is galat. That combination is only here. Okay. Acha, if you are going to any goddamn event, okay, from circus to award functions, ballet functions, any game which is either okay recognized by which is either a recognized sporting event or not a recognized sporting event, like IPL, ODI, World Cup, Planetarium, जिसका टिकट क्या है up to 500 है, exempt. अच्छा, understand? Museum जहाँ पे तेरा दिमाग होना चाहिए, zoo जहाँ पे तू खुद आना चाहिए, national park, wildlife reserve, tiger reserve, in that case whoever is there should be there only, no one should cross their lines, exempt. There is no monetary limit here, so even if it is for 1 rupee, exempt. 1 lakh rupees, exempt. Acha, protected monument under Monuments and Archaeological Sites and Remains Act 1958, exempt. Something like Taj Mahal, Qutub Minar. A fun fact, you know, these days, as you all recently know, G20 had happened in India in different cities. Do you realize, my dear friends, in that case, what has changed? So Modi government did this amazing thing that initially, you know, whenever foreigner used to come, they used to take them to Taj Mahal. They used to take them to Taj Mahal, 7 wonders of the world, and all of that. But now these days, you know, they are actually taking them to Akshardham, taking them to these, you know, ancient temples which actually represent the culture of India, true culture of India, right? And not something that is made by Mughals, nonsense, right? So really like that fact, you know, they are actually changing these, making these small changes and showing the true India by making them visit to big cities, the small cities like Gandhinagar and Varanasi, all of that. So fantastic stuff, right? Okay. I'm actually thinking of making a mega sum for each services out here. A mega question. Like healthcare services, all the adjustments I will cover there. Transportation of goods passenger, all the adjustments I will cover there. I think it will be really helpful here to a lot of people. Let's do it. There'll be good content. थोड़ा एफर्ट डालना पड़ेगा पर कोई बात नहीं बेटा. ओके. हिम्मत है मदा तो मदद है खुदा. हिम्मत है मदा तो मदद है खुदा. ओके गाइस, यस ठीक है. चलो फटाफट से लेट्स गो एंड डू माय डियर फ्रेंड्स ट्रांसपोर्टेशन ऑफ गुड्स. कम ऑन कम ऑन कम ऑन, लेट्स डू इट. Transportation of goods service, my dear friends. There are 4 modes of transport, my dear friends. Tell me what is it? Tell me, my dear friends, what is it? Road, rail, air, water. Road, rail, air, water. मछली जल की रानी है, जीवन उसका पानी है. हाथ लगाओ तो डर जाएगी, बाहर निकालो तो मर जाएगी. Okay, now my dear friends, when it comes to road, what is it, my dear friends? All cases are exempt. All cases are exempt except, my dear friends, GTA and courier agent. GTA and courier agent. Understand? Acha, which are the all other cases refers to what? Because 90% of the cases get covered here only. So for example, what? Let's say for example, Hamali, like you know these people out there, okay, outside the train. कूली लोग होते हैं ना, yes. Or if you are transporting it through, for example, let's say bullock cart, donkey cart, or for that matter, I have my own vehicle. Let's say HUL has its own trucks. So is it registered as a GTA or a manufacturer under GST law? As a manufacturer. So if these people are giving transportation of goods service, my dear friends, via road, it will be exempt. Okay. Also remember, my dear friends, with respect to GTA, एक बात याद आ गई. If a GTA wants to transport goods to different parts of the country, then in that case, my dear friends, what will happen? They will have to take a national permit. And for that they have to pay the money to the state government, and that application fee will be exempt. Acha, air mein, my dear friends, let me tell you, I had told you that the costliest way to import something is through air, and which is, my dear friends, if you are importing something, yani place outside India to custom station in India, it is exempt. That service is exempt. So if you tell Indigo Airlines that please bring iPhone 15 Pro Max in plane all the way from New York to Mumbai, then in that case, my dear friends, the fare that they will charge you will be exempt from GST. Acha, any other case, for example, export, let's say Mumbai to New York, if I'm sending something, for that I have to pay freight to Indigo, taxable. Mumbai to Delhi, taxable. Mumbai to Chennai, taxable. Okay. Acha, rail, all cases taxable. Water may always remember, inland waterways always exempt. Okay, and that's the only thing that is exempt. Let me tell you that. Okay, just remember it that way. Inland waterways is only exempt in case of transportation of goods. तो इंपोर्ट किया, एक्सपोर्ट किया, इंपोर्ट किया या डोमेस्टिक सप्लाई किया, all other cases are what, my dear friends? Taxable. Are you getting it, my dear friends? Yes. Okay, please make sure you take a note of that, right? Next is, my dear friends, something else in relation to transportation of goods. So if you are transporting, okay, something related to rail, vessel, GTA, then in that case, my dear friends, it is exempt. But what if you remember, my dear friends, I had given you a story with respect to this also. What is that, my dear friends? Okay, subah the farmer, my dear friends, eats what beta? He drinks milk, puts salt in what beta? Food, grain, rice, pulses. Are you getting it? Yes. And after he has eaten everything, my dear friends, what will he do? He will go to do kheti badi. He will go to the farm. Once he goes to the farm, my dear friends, what will he do? He sow the seeds. Then to make sure that the agriculture produce is absolutely good, he will put some organic manure, some chemical fertilizer. Why? So that the जो अपना क्या है खेत है, it is fertile. And then my dear friends, obviously he will do everything with his hand. With his hand, and his hands will become dirty because उसके यहाँ पे गोबर होगा ना बेटा, cow dung, organic manure. So which is why to my dear friends, will he have water? Will he have water? No, he will have not water because he is staying in a gav. So he will take a newspaper. He will take newspaper to clean his hands. In newspaper, he saw, "Hi Lord, there are natural calamity, there are man-made disasters." In that case, my dear friends, who will help? Only and only the defense and military equipment. Are you getting it, my dear friends? Yes, sir. Are you getting it, my dear friends? Yes, sir. Okay, my dear friends, rail, vessel, GT, only these are exempt if you make sure that these goods are traveled through air. It is taxable. बोल दिया मैंने, यहाँ पे नोट लिखा है बेटा. Okay, and here, my dear friends, there is a new exemption that has gone withdrawn, and that is if there are any railway equipment via rail or vessel, it is definitely taxable. Next is my dear friends, transportation of passenger service. Okay, road, air, rail, water. Road, air, rail, water. Road, air, rail, water. Road, air, rail, water. Are you getting it? Yes. Understand, my dear friends, there are 4 aspects to this. Very, very, very simple. Very, very, very simple. Okay. And that is, when it comes to, my dear friends, road, understand we are talking about what? Transportation of passenger service. We are talking about what? Transportation of passenger service. So when I talk about transportation of passenger service and when I talk about road, my dear friends, understand very clearly that what I'm talking about is rickshaw exempt, meter taxi exempt, radio taxi taxable, and taxable भी कैसा कि ओला उबर के थ्रू किया तो ओला उबर will only pay taxes per 9.5. अच्छा, if there is bus, which is the main point of discussion, my dear friends. Okay, if it's a contract carriage, stage carriage. Contract carriage is what? Point to point travel, Mumbai to Chennai, no stop in between unless there is pipi susu. Are you getting it? Yes. Otherwise, my dear friends, when it comes to stage carriage, you are stopping between the points. For example, if you want to go to Borivali to Church Gate, then Kandivali, Malad, Jogeswari, Goregaon, Osiva. These are all the stations, my dear friends, in Mumbai. Okay, yes. Contract carriage, stage carriage. In stage carriage, if it is, my dear friends, AC, taxable, because in AC who travels rich people, in non-AC who travels garib people, exempt. Okay, AC taxable. Non-AC mein, my dear friends, just remember, in case of contract carriage, if it is for the purpose of hire, charter, tourism, taxable. Other than that, exempt. But also remember, whichever cases I have told with respect to road, which are exempt, if they are booked through a ECU, that is Red Bus, Rapido, Ola, Uber, taxable, and who will pay the tax as per 9.5? The ECU will pay the tax. Come on, god damn it. Okay, एयर में क्या है, माय डियर फ्रेंड्स? याद करो, एयर में बड़े लोग, वड्डी बातें, रिच पीपल टैक्सेबल, रिच पीपल taxable, but then you remember that you have some garib people nahi states, and in that case, which are those states? Northeast India. To increase the tourism of Northeast India, we had exempted it. Economy class, business class, doesn't matter, exempted it. But recently there is an amendment, and that amendment is what, my dear friends, that in economy class it is exempt, business class taxable, because that person is any which is ready to pay 5x the price of economy class. Might as well bone some GST, and contribute to the society, right? Yes. And any other case for that matter, Mumbai to Delhi, Delhi to Bangkok, anywhere, everything is taxable, taxable, taxable. Mumbai to New York, New York to Mumbai, doesn't matter. What is exempt? Northeast India and Bagdogra of West Bengal in economy class. Okay. Railway. Railway में याद रखना my dear friends, very simple. Okay. Local train. रेलगाड़ी छक 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 रेलगाड़ी. तो लोकल ट्रेन है अगर तो सेकेंड क्लास एग्जाम्प्ट आर्टिकल. फर्स्ट क्लास टैक्सेबल चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट. आउट स्टेशन ट्रेन एसी टैक्सेबल, नॉन एसी एग्जाम्प्ट. मेट्रो मोनो ट्रैम वे, अरे मेट्रो मोनो ट्रैम वे, अरे मेट्रो मोनो ट्रैम वे एग्जाम्प्ट. अच्छा नेक्स्ट क्या है बेटा? वाटर. तो वाटर में क्या आ जाएगा? इनलैंड वाटर में जस्ट लाइक ट्रांसपोर्टेशन ऑफ गुड्स एग्जेप्ट. अरे यस. सेकंड, पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट not predominantly meant for the purpose of tourism. Public transport not predominantly meant for the purpose of tourism. Except, so if it is predominantly meant for the tourism, like cruise, like shikara, taxable. Okay, yes. Tour operator. Tour operator in India, foreign tourist, यानी विदेशी है, एक गोरा है, चीनी है, भाई भाई है. Are you getting it? Yes. तो अगर टूर ऑपरेटर इन इंडिया का है, foreign tourists outside India, my dear friends, understand. And the tour packages, if it is completely outside India, exempt. Because understand, foreigner है बाहर का और घुमा भी बाहर ही रहे. So you are selling him a package outside India, and that person is also a foreigner who lives outside India. Exempt. But if it is fully in India, taxable. Because the service is consumed in India, destination based tax लग जाएगा GST. But partly in India, partly outside India, partly in India, partly outside India, government says 50% exemption of the tour package or actual, whichever is lower. Right? So maximum exemption here you will get is 50%. So out of 10 days, even if 9 days are outside India, understand, I will only consider 5 days. Okay. I will not give you 90% exemption. I will give you maximum 50% exemption. So you will compare number of foreign days divided by total tour, multiply by tour package amount, or 50% of the package tour amount exempt. Okay, correct. तो ये क्या है? whichever is lower exempt हो जाएगा and remaining value हो जाएगा taxable. Okay, service by charitable trust or religious trust. Understand my dear friends? ए वो याद आ गया ना, ऊपर का याद आ जाएगा ना भाई, प्रॉब्लम नहीं है ना, कोई इजी है ना, इट्स इजी नो गाइस, यू आर एबल टू रिकलेक्ट नो गाइस. Guys, you all are able to remember, no guys? Okay, fantastic. Chalo. Services by charitable trust, religious trust. Understand my dear friends, if there is an entity registered under 12AA or 12AB, अभी तो 12AB आ गया है of Income Tax Act 1961, then in that case my dear friends, understand very simple, okay, that वो 12AB का है. And charitable activities is divided into 5 parts. केयर और काउंसिल. अभी केयर और काउंसिलिंग किसका होगा बेटा? वीक पीपल का ही होगा ना. ओके. टर्मिनली इल पर्सन्स बेटा, और फिजिकल और मेंटल डिसेबिलिटी. क्लियरली योर एग्जांपल बेटा. यस, क्लियरली योर एग्जांपल. सेकेंड, पर्सन अफ्लिक्टेड विद HIV और AIDS. होपफुली डजंट हैपन टू यू बेटा, बिकॉज यू नो दैट प्रिवेंशन इज बेटर देन क्योर, and you will take care of it when the right moment arrives. Right? Third is person addicted to dependence forming substance. Clearly this is the reason why you are able to sustain your CA journey. Yes. Second, public awareness, family planning. हम दो, हमारे दो, बाकी दो उनको मुंबई भेज दो. Yes, this is a UP slogan my dear friends. prevention of HIV infection. All of this are charitable activities. Religion, yoga, spirituality. Religion, tathastu. Yoga, Ramdev Baba. Spirituality, abam bam 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 lahari. Are you getting it? Yes, yes, भोलेनाथ के भक्त हैं हम दोस्तों. Definitely, my dear friends, even that is exempt. And the last is what, my dear friends? Education or skill development, my dear friends. किसका होगा? Of abandoned, orphaned या homeless children. Clearly your example if you fail this attempt. Second, physically or mentally abused and traumatized person. Again, your example, especially in the last 1 month of exams. Third, prisoners, which you are clearly feeling, since you are in that same room or same library for the last 2 months. And persons over the age of 65 years residing in rural area exempt, urban area taxable, rural area exempt, taxable. Please remember this, because there is always a confusion with respect to this and something like this. Okay, which is why I will do it together only. So वहां पे charitable trust is actually educating, okay, these old age people over and above 65 years of age in rural area exempt, urban area taxable. And here we are talking about CGST या फिर क्या है, charitable institute under 12AA or 12AB running an old age home where they are charging up to 25,000 to whom senior citizen 60 or more than 60. Exempt. Got it? Yes, my dear friends. Yes. Okay. Correct. In this, understand, if you are charitable trust, but if you are not giving charitable activities, taxable. For example, advertisement service, it's not listed up, so it's taxable. Acha, only these two people, KVMN and Hajj Committee of India. KVMN for Kumau Mangal Vikas Nigam Limited for Kailash Mansarovar Hindu community, Hajj Committee of India taking all the Muslims to Hajj, exempt. Sonu Sood, Salman Khan, taxable. Residential program mein please make sure predominant activities religion, yoga, spirituality. If you are going to do that, exempt. If you are going for a picnic, bloody you are going there for food, drinks, accommodation, nonsense, taxable. If you are going to any fitness camp, classic aerobics, dance, music, Shilpa Shetty, Malaika Arora, nonsense, taxable. Service provided to charitable trust is also taxable. Understand? What we did here was services provided by charitable institution. So if the service is provided to charitable institution, for some reason I don't know, students read halfway. So what happens is when they read charitable institution, exempt, देख तो सही बेटा, recipient है क्या, supplier, बाघा boy. Okay, here it's a recipient. Okay, that's it, my dear friends. And here 1 and 2, my dear friends. If you are conducting any religious ceremony like birth, marriage, death rituals, because you are a Pandit, Father, Maulana Sahab, exempt. If you are a religious trust, okay, or a charitable trust under 12AB, 1023C, 1023 Babba, 12AA, AAB, 1023C या फिर क्या 1023 Babba BBA, और आप भाड़े पे दे रहे हो शॉप या फिर कम्युनिटी हॉल्स या रूम्स, तो रूम का लिमिट क्या है 999, और ये शॉप का और कम्युनिटी हॉल का भाड़ा क्या है 4 times 9, एक पर मंथ है और एक पर डे है. एग्जेम्प्ट और एग्जेम्प्ट, तो अगर 10,000 होगा 1,000 होगा तो क्या हो जाएगा टैक्सेबल. I want you all to just read this RWI service. I will be asking questions regarding that coming in 5 minutes. Very important call to attend because it is nature's call. Chalo.
देख सकते हैं आसानी से कि पानी कितना गंदा हो गया है, कितना डस्ट निकला है पेपर में से, इजीली विजिबल है कितना डर्टी हो गया पानी। ये देखिए कितना साफ हो गया, एकदम नीट एंड क्लीन।
Okay, guys, let's focus on RWA service. Okay, are you there with me? Are you there, guys? Can you all hear me? Yes or no? Tell me, please. Please tell me. Okay. Okay, friends. When I talk about RWA service, the concept is very simple. Residential Welfare Association, something like Gokul Dham. If Gokul Dham is giving service to its members, understand they are doing a lot of kharcha, they are doing a lot of expense, my dear friends, and for that they are taking reimbursement of charges in the form of MMC. What is MMC? Monthly maintenance charges. Monthly maintenance charges, which is up to 7,500 per month per member, per month. Sorry, per month per apartment, per month per apartment. Then definitely, my dear friends, it is exempt. Okay, next. Okay. Now, MMC includes, my dear friends, parking charges, repairs and maintenance fund, sinking fund, knock occupancy charges, interest on late fee payment, and it includes non-agricultural tax, property tax, water tax. So how they can make this sum difficult? They will first give you all of these expenses and you have to total it. Finally, whatever the total comes, you have to make sure if it is exceeding 7,500, taxable. Less than that, exempt. Are you getting it? Yes. Achha, but also remember, my dear friends, they can also ask something like this, which is already asked in the NTSC exam. If, for example, there is RWA, and if they are charging, okay, MMC more than 7,500, clearly there will be output tax. And for giving these services, they are procuring some inputs, capital goods or input service, clearly they will get the ITC for the same. Okay. And the last is, my dear friends, something that is very, very, very important. And we have concluded one very major thing while doing this. That one is activity-based exemption and the other is personal exemption. One is activity-based exemption and the other is personal exemption. In case of activity-based exemption, my dear friends, that the only issue that you will face is very simple. Okay. In this case, my dear friends, the only thing that will possibly come across is that just do one thing. Just check one thing, that whenever both of these aspects cross their threshold limit, that is where it will be a taxable supply. Because if it is not, then either the personal exemption will save you from taxability, or either the activity based exemption will save you from taxability. Right? So only when both have exceeded their threshold limits will it be taxable. Okay? The same is with respect to, my dear friends, activities in relation to welfare or industrial labor, farmers and trade, commerce, industry. Like for example, BCA करके एक है, BCAS, Bombay Chartered Accountants Association Society, right? So something like that. If they charge anything up to 1,000 per member per year, it is exempt. Beyond that, it is taxable. Okay, 34A we will do with government only. Okay. 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 Now, as of now, okay, I want to touch 2-3 services. Okay, let's do that. First is legal service, then it is government service, and then we have miscellaneous exemptions. Yes, yes. In case of legal services, my dear friends, please understand, okay, the concept is very 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 simple. In case of legal services, arbitral tribunal, individual advocate या partnership form of advocate, या फिर in terms of senior advocate, one thing is common. What? If the recipient is business entity, if the turnover in the preceding financial year exceeds the registration threshold limit, taxable. Current year में जो service है वो taxable as per RC, business entity will pay the tax. But my dear friends, sorry, the bottle was about to fall. Sorry. But if it is not, my dear friends, okay, then obviously RCM will not apply, it will be exempted. If the recipient is non-business entity, any someone like a person who's employed or unemployed, right, exempt, like a student for example. And the last is, my dear friends, CGST UTLA, exempt, okay, and government authority, government entity exempt. Okay, now these aspects are very common across. The only thing, okay, that is different is in this. Yes. So if individual advocate or partnership form of advocate, they are providing services to whom? To individual advocate or partnership form of advocate, यानी अपनी ही बिरादरी को सर्विस दे रहे हैं, understand it is exempt. Are you getting it? Yes. Okay, and that's it, my dear friends. Okay, okay, that's it with respect to legal service. अच्छा, इसमें एक और चीज है. अच्छा, remember one thing, if you are a folk or a classical artist, right, performing music, oh पापा में ना 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 ना, बहुत बढ़िया सॉन्ग लगता है वो जेलर का, राइट. नेक्स्ट इज डांस, कथकली, कुचिपुड़ी, राइट, या फिर थिएटर है बेटा, ओके, एंड चार्जेस अप टू 1.5 lakhs exempt. But if you are not performing as an artist, you are performing as a brand ambassador. Then definitely, my dear friends, it is what? Taxable. Got it? It is what? Taxable. Okay. Next. So what if, my dear friends, folk or classical नहीं, वो अगर वेस्टर्न आर्ट परफॉर्म कर रहा है तो टैक्सेबल. ठीक है. पेंटिंग कर रहा है तो टैक्सेबल, बिकॉज सच आर्ट फॉर्म इज नॉट कवर्ड ओनली हियर. गॉट इट? यस. अच्छा, स्पोर्ट्स रिलेटेड एक्टिविटी में क्या है? सी प्लेयर है, कोच है, रेफरी है, मैनेजर है, अंपायर है, गिविंग सर्विस टू रिकॉग्नाइज स्पोर्ट्स बॉडी लाइक बीसीसीआई, आईसीसी है एग्जेप्ट. बट इफ द सेम इज हु? सिलेक्टर, क्यूरेटर, टेक्निकल एक्सपर्ट, कमेंटेटर, taxable. Acha, also if you are a player, coach, team, umpire, giving service to whom? Gokuldham Society for GPL, taxable, because it is not a recognized sports body. It is not a recognized sports body. Are you getting it? Yes. Simple. Okay, that's how it is. Next, my dear friends, tell me what happens. Government service. Right? Now in government service, my dear friends, what will happen? Tell me. Okay, very simple. You start with entry number 6, then move to entry number 7, 8. Okay. Now understand very clearly. CGST UTLA, CGST SAGUTLA. Providing any service. Exempt. Providing any service. Exempt. Got it? Yes. Except, my dear friends, 4 exceptions. सबसे पहला exception, Department of Post Service, providing any service to any recipient. Any service to any recipient. Taxable, taxable, taxable. Okay, and who will pay tax? Department of Post. You cannot trigger RCM here. Nonsense. Someone is coming to courier speed post करने आया 50 रुपए का, my dear friends. He wants to do speed post. RCM. 18%, 9 rupees RCM. Recipient will pay. That gaon wala person will pay, urban area, rural area person, farmer type. RCM. Nonsense. It is FCM. Supplier, yani ki Department of Post will only pay the tax. Are you getting it? And there is only one exemption that is there. Postcard, inland letter card, ordinary post, where envelopes are, weighing less than 10 grams. Exempt. Next. CGST, providing services in relation to aircraft or vessel inside or outside the precincts of port or airport. Taxable. Supplier will pay the tax as per FCM. Okay. Third क्या है, my dear friends? बताइए आप. Third क्या है? CGST UTLA, providing transportation of passenger service या goods service. Taxable. Who will pay the tax? Again, supplier will pay the tax. But understand, the one cover under 17, 18, 20, they are not taxable, they are exempt. They are exempt. Like second class, like non-AC, like metro, mono, tramway, they are all exempt. Understand? So only which are not covered there are taxable, and supplier yani ki CGST UTLA will pay the tax. Basically, okay, Indian Railways will pay the tax. And last is CGST UTLA providing any services to business entity. Okay, it will be covered under entry number 7. Got it? Yes. That's it. Okay, so 4 services. First is Department of Post, second is aircraft vessel के relation में service, transportation of passenger and goods service, and fourth is any service provided to business entity. They are all exceptions of entry 6. So sir, what is covered under entry 6? Classic example, service provided to CGST UTLA, providing service to whom? Non-business entity. They are covered under entry 6. Okay, remember this. Next, entry number 7. Entry number 7, my dear friends. Who is the recipient? Business entity. Correct? Yes. Now understand one thing very clearly. That CGST UTLA providing any service to business entity, right? Where the aggregate turnover exceeds threshold limit, RCM. Does not exceed threshold limit, exempt. But understand this exemption, okay? This exemption, okay? मैं थोड़ा इसको change कर दूंगा, friends. I think it could have been a better if I would have rather said, okay, exceeds here. I'm so sorry. थोड़ा ऊपर नीचे हो गया है, but ठीक है, I will just say that ऊपर नीचे as in what, these 4 services, I would have loved it if I would have written it here. The only reason is because entry number 7 gives an exemption. What is that exemption? That if recipient is a business entity and in preceding financial year, if the turnover does not exceed the threshold limit, it is exempt. But understand that exemption is not applicable to Department of Post Service, service in relation to aircraft vessel, transportation of passenger and goods, and fourth, renting of immovable property service, because renting of immovable property service is given to any registered person, RCM will apply. We've already done that in RCM. And here understand that I have combined both 7 and 9 together by saying that, listen, don't just look at recipients last year ka turnover. That is definitely important, because if it is exceeding the turnover, then it is outside the purview of 7. that the service can become taxable, but understand it will still not become taxable, and the case can go from 7 to 9 if the consideration is up to 5,000. Got it? If it is up to 5,000, exempt. Beyond 5,000, it will be taxable. Right? So I just want to give you a classic example of this, my dear friends. Okay, very simple. CG is providing security service to Adani Limited okay, aggregate turnover in preceding financial year, aggregate turnover in preceding financial year was how much? 10 lakhs. Okay, and the consideration charged to you was 1 lakh. Sorry, 10,000. Same cheese, but aggregate turnover was 100 lakhs. 10,000. 100 lakhs. 1,000. Chalo, tell me what will happen in this case. पहले वाले में are you giving service to a business entity? Yes. Is the aggregate turnover more than the threshold limit? No. तो ये सीधा हो जाएगा exempt. Doesn't matter 10,000 है. And ये exempt हो जाएगा under entry number 7. Okay. अच्छा, if Adani Limited aggregate turnover 100 लाख है, ओके 100 लाख है, तो इज इट आउटसाइड एंट्री नंबर 7? यस. विल एंट्री नंबर 9 प्रोटेक्ट? नो, बिकॉज दैट ऑल्सो एक्सीड्स 5,000 taxable. And who will pay tax? Adani will pay tax as per RCA. अच्छा, here again, is it exceeding the threshold? Yes, outside 7. तो 9 में आ जाएगा. Yes, why? Because it is up to 5,000. हो जाएगा क्या? Exempt. And exempt under which entry? Entry number 9. Because the consideration is up to 5,000. Okay, I hope this is very clear. You all can take a screenshot of this if you want. I'll also take it so that I can give it to you all. ठीक है, डन, दैट्स इट. अच्छा, यहाँ पे याद रखना, इफ रिसीपेंट इज अनरजिस्टर्ड पर्सन, CGST UTLA will pay tax as per FCA. क्या है? FCM है ये. ठीक है, दैट्स इट. अच्छा, नेक्स्ट क्या है माय डियर फ्रेंड्स? एंट्री नंबर 8. तो CGST UTL इज प्रोवाइडिंग सर्विस टू CGST UTL, अपनी बिरादरी exempt. ओके, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ पोस्ट, एयरक्राफ्ट वेसल, ट्रांसपोर्टेशन ऑफ पैसेंजर गुड्स नॉट एप्लीकेबल. अच्छा, 9D we've already done. 65, understand that if I am an importer or exporter and I want my consignment to be removed or cleared, but for that there is no custom officer, because understand I have to clear my goods only in the supervision of custom officer. So if I ask him to stay beyond his office hours or on public holidays, I have to give MOC, merchant overtime charges, which is exempt. अच्छा, services by the way of issuing passport, visa, birth, death certificate, driving license, exempt. Acha, entry number 47, what is that? Very simple. Registration required under law for time being in force. Exempt. What do you mean by that? For example, if a company, let's say MCA is charging filing fees. MCA is charging filing fees for a company to get registered. Exempt. Second, testing, calibration, safety check or certification relating to protection or safety of workers or consumers or public at large, including fire license required by any law for time being in force. Exempt. Simple. Like for example, PUC charges है. Okay, PUC charges यार बेटा, public under control, pollution under control बेटा, right? Some things authorities cannot control. Are you getting it? Yes. It is not population, it is pollution under control. या फिर ISO certification या फिर fire license, for that whatever fees you have paid, it is exempt. Okay, the most important being 3 and 3A. Now understand, my dear friends, CGST, UTLA, if they are giving any services which are covered under the functions of Article 243G or 243W, W of municipality and G of panchayat, let's say by building canals, roads, bridges, slum redevelopment, any kind of service is not a supply, because understand, they are giving service. So you cannot say that they are giving service. So consideration में क्या tax मिल रहा है वैसा? In consideration you are getting tax वैसा? अरे it does not function that way यार. Okay, understand that it is not a supply. And if they are making this, they are obviously appointing contractors for this. So the contractors who are giving them this service, either pure service in the form of labor contracts or composite supply where there is a component of goods and service both, but the goods component does not exceed more than 25%. Okay, then in that case, understand, if it is relation to any functions covered under panchayat or municipality 243G, 243W, then it is exempt. Got it? ठीक है? So the service I am taking is exempt and the service that they are giving is not a supply. And in entry 3A, you have to add that if there is miling of wheat or paddy into flour or rice, okay, if the goods component is not exceeding 25%, it will fall under entry 3A. ठीक है? That's it. Miscellaneous exemptions में दोस्तों सबसे important है foreign diplomatic mission. So if your service is providing by foreign diplomatic mission, like what? Like for example, passport authentication service. Like for example, I had to take visa of US. Understand, for that I had to authenticate myself. I have paid 10,000 rupees to US embassy. Exempt. But generally the question asked is services provided to FDA, taxable. Achha, services by an organizer to any person who is in respect of, okay, business exhibition outside India. Exempt. But what if it is in India? It is taxable. Okay. Service providing by independent journalists, Press Trust of India, United Trust of India. So if I have a news, what is the news I have? That Taimur, okay, the son of Karina is looking good today, or has done brush, or is crying. This is a very important news that the entire nation wants to know. The entire nation wants to know why Rahul Gandhi has not shaved his beard for the last 2 years. Why is he keeping this salt and pepper look? So this is the news that I have, very important news that the public wants to know. I sell it to any newspaper or for that matter media. Exempt. Okay. Acha, services by the way of access to road or a bridge on the payment of toll charges. Exempt. Okay. In relation to this, there are two aspects. One is if there is any additional charge that you have to pay on account of non-functional FASTag, non-functional FASTag, or overweight, overweighing. So even that will tantamount to toll charges, and even those will be what? Exempt. ठीक है. अच्छा, इसमें योजनास में से I'll tell you something, because so not all yojanas you have to remember. You have to remember this life micro insurance वाला योजना where the coverage is up to 2 lakhs. तो उसका premium will be exempt. अच्छा, you also have to remember your आम आदमी योजना, आम आदमी बीमा योजना. Remember this because this is asked in your these yojanas were mentioned in your mixed bag questions, case study based MCQs. If you know, if you went through those Q&As, just go through the last Q&A that I have taught. You know, most important Q&As. मैंने अभी एक मैराथन लिया था ना, Q&A मैराथन. In that, just check the last question, so you will realize they have mentioned about आम आदमी बीमा योजना. ओके, तो उसका क्या है, जो भी प्रीमियम होगा एग्जेम्प्ट है. अच्छा, दिस ऑल्सो यू हैव टू रिमेंबर, प्रधानमंत्री जनधन योजना एग्जेम्प्ट. अच्छा, यहाँ पे यू विल हैव टू रिमेंबर yes, this one, group personal accident policy for self-employed woman exempt. And they have spoken about और एक था यार, नहीं, I guess that's it. Just remember these 3-4 yojanas, that's it. Okay, so they are definitely, my dear friends, exempt, and you have to just remember it. That's it. Just go through it once. You never know, it can be asked in a similar fashion. Atal pension yojana, yes. Just remember this. Okay, this is also exempt, so keep this important, mark this important. It can be asked, since it's already there in case study based MCQs. It's a good chance that these services can only be asked. Okay, also just go through it once so that you know कि अच्छा यार ऐसा कुछ पढ़ा था करके, because even if you slightly remember it, there is a good chance you will be able to produce the answer in the exam, because you have fantastic skills of making up your own answers better since your 11th standard. That is the beauty of a commerce student, my dear friend. That's the beauty, god damn it. Okay, yes. Also in this entire thing, one exemption that we have forgotten. Okay, a couple of exemptions that we've forgotten. Just make sure that you take a note of that. One is definitely that we've already done, my dear friends, in RCM, agent providing services to BCBF to bank. If that bank is in rural area, so ye bhi exempt, ye bhi exempt. Okay, other thing also remember with respect to government services. Okay, remember one thing, that if there is any supplier out there who's giving training service, to whom? Who's giving training service to whom? To a training center run by CGST UT, where 75% or more expenditure is done by them. So minimum expenditure, that is 75%, is done by them. So a good way of asking the question here will be, out of 90,000, 63,000 expense is done by CG. ऐसा कुछ बोलेंगे वो लोग, right? So 63,000 is what? 70%. 70 होता है ना, 6 9 का कितना, 7 9 का कितना होता है, अहिला 7 9 का कितना होता है, this is how much? Okay, looks like I am exhausted. This is 70%. Okay, understand, 70% है तो it will be taxable. Why? Because the minimum contribution we want is 75. Got it? For example, if it is, let's say 81,000 divided by 90,000 तो क्या हो जाएगा? It's 90%. So that is fine. I'll be more than happy. The more the participation of government, I am really happy. Simple. So they will ask you in this way. So you should be aware कि okay, 75% minimum I want from government. उसके ऊपर private participation is allowed, but maximum private participation is 25%. If it increases, end of discussion, it will become taxable. Okay. तो अभी exempt क्यों है? Because 75% है. ठीक है? That's it, my dear friends. अच्छा, also remember that if CGST undertakes, supplies to their undertakings or PSUs service by the way of guaranteeing loans. So understand, okay, that for example, CGST is giving guarantee on behalf of PSUs. So central government is giving guarantee on behalf of ONGC, which is a PSU with Axis Bank. That Axis Bank, don't worry, if ONGC does not pay, central government will pay on behalf of ONGC. For that, central government takes charges from ONGC. And ONGC in that case, okay, whatever charges are taken from ONGC will not be subject to GST, it will be exempt. Achha, also remember with respect to a couple of services here, CGST UTLA, if they assign right to use the natural resources for cultivation of plant or rearing of all life forms. For example, if I am having a land and I am giving right to use to a farmer, right, that you do all the kheti badi here, you do all the cultivation of plants and agriculture produce and give me a certain rent, exempt. Also with respect to RCS, my dear friends, okay, regional connectivity scheme, very important scheme. Airline, okay, let's say was quoting a certain fare to a passenger who wants to go from Mumbai to Rajkot. It was 5,000 rupees. Passenger said 5,000, it's better I will go in train in 1,000. Now what happens is that the airports are made, so it's very important that there is constant traffic in such airports. Now that is also the job of the government, because by doing that the load will not directly go to the train. Even this transportation is used. So government says, okay, listen, you want 5,000, no airline, you will get 5,000, but you will charge maximum only 2,000 to the passenger, 3,000 you charge to me. So the 3,000 I will pay you. Whatever government pays to airline, exempt. Whatever okay, government charges the customer, it is taxable. Unless it's economy class, Northeast India, Bagdogra, तो exempt. वरना तो normally taxable. So we are commenting about this part. Entry number 60. Okay? That's it, my dear friends. I hope this is very, very, very clear. Also, entry number 19.7. Understand that we have now started growing so well in the space research arena that actually a lot of countries have approached us that mera satellite uda dena bhai, please uda dena. So ISRO also earns because of this. Understand, where a lot of countries approach Indian Space Research Organization, ISRO, कि भाई मेरा भी उड़ा देना प्लीज. ISRO takes that project, launches it, takes money from that country and execute it, and then use it for projects like Chandrayaan. That's how it is, my dear friends. So they don't just get funding from government, they can also make money by giving such satellite launching services to other countries. That is also exempt. Okay, that's it, my dear friends. We are done with exemption. Do you realize we started at what? If I'm not wrong, we started at like what? 3:15, right? 4:15 and 5. So it's a good like 1.5 hour done with chapter 8. Yes, the biggest, in fact, 1 hour 45 minutes, if I'm not wrong. That too, maybe I had to attend an emergency call. Otherwise, we could have easily finished it in 1.5 hour, which is a great thing, because the first time when we did exemptions, my dear friends, we took 6 long hours to complete it. Yes, because we did it with complete Q&A. एक छोटा छोटा concept we had covered, my dear friends. Okay, exemption is done. Now, what are we doing, my dear friends? Tell me, what are we doing? लेना है एक ब्रेक, लेना है एक ब्रेक, छोटू सा, because I am planning to then wrap up big chapters like registration, ITC and supply. These are on my radar, my dear friends. These are on my radar, right? Let's do it. Let's take a short break. Okay, exemptions is a good chapter to exhaust anyone, including me. It's 5-6 now. Okay, जाओ चाय पानी पी के आओ एंड चिल करो, आ जाओ. Guys, are you all finding this helpful? Please give me a thumbs up. Please write something encouraging so that I can also be equally enthusiastic while I'm teaching. Yeah. Let's say We are back. Hello, my dear friends. Hello. Came cho, majama cho. What's up? How have you all been, my dear friends? How have you all been? It's been a classic dedication at your end. Okay. I have to say, my dear friends, that the amount of effort that you all are putting is crazy. Is crazy, my dear friends. Okay, I hope you all are all enjoying the session. Yes. Okay, guys, we just did introduction. Okay, now I feel the most three big chapters या फिर क्या है, most weighted chapters are with respect to ITC, registration, payment of tax and supply. Let's do that, my dear friends. Are you all with me? Are you all there, guys? Are you all there with me? Yes. Okay, we have to keep the momentum on, my dear friends. It is crazy. By the way, this is the first time, my dear friends, that I'm actually doing a YouTube live, and we are near to 1000 views. Like, we are 958 now, and I will shout the time we reach 1000 views. It's a big deal because it's a channel which just has, like, right now 3000 odd subscribers, and I don't know why a lot of people have actually not subscribed. So if you haven't, please subscribe it, my dear friends. It makes a hell lot of a difference. Please comment if you are watching this recorded version, and all those, my dear friends, who've attended this, please comment, because if there are 50-60 odd comments, okay, understand that there is a good point that video can pick up, and if it picks up, a lot of people can get the help they actually are required for. And थोड़ा बहुत उसमें क्या है, मेरी भी help हो जाएगी, because I will be able to help those people in such a way that they can score marks and I can be a medium of help, right? Yes. Okay, lovely, my dear friends, fantastic. I hope you all had some chai pani, right? Some idli sambar, since you are in South India, right? Love the vada sambar, that mendu vada. I just love the mendu vada in Chennai. It's just the mendu vada, especially that I remember you get near Haiku, right? The academy that I used to go to work, roadside tha, which is a small shop it was, and amazing vada pav sambar and amazing stuff. Like Chennai is amazing in terms of South Indian food. Ooh la la, ooh la la. Okay, friends, we are now directly hitting, okay, input tax credit. Let's hear it. Okay, fatapat se. And then, my dear friends, okay, we will go ahead with other chapters. Chalo, fatapat se. ITC, my dear friends, very important chapter. Okay, but I feel this time in ITC very simple sums can come up. I don't think ITC will have complicated questions. Okay, still we have, okay, understand, whenever you think about any chapter, you should think about, okay, ITC will have which section, 16, 17, 18. Okay, 16 में कौन सा है? 16, 1, 2, 3, 4. So let's hear it. 16.1, my dear friends, is very simple, that if you have purchased any inputs, any capital goods or any input service, then all you have to make sure is that it is in the course or furtherance of business. It is in the course or furtherance of business. If you can satisfy that condition, definitely, my dear friends, you will get the ITC for the same. Next, 16.2. So in 16.2, my dear friends, the concept is very simple. Okay, these are the conditions to avail ITC. So my dear friends, all I want to tell you is in 16.2 we have 16.2A, B, C, D. अरे A, B, C, D. जिसमें amendment हुआ है, my dear friends, there are two amendments, 16.2 double A, 16.2 ba, 16.2 double A, 16.2 ba. Are you getting it? Yes. Now all I want to tell you, my dear friends, is when I speak about 16.2A, okay, the concept is very simple. You should have a certain document, and that certain document is tax invoice, debit note, self invoice, revised tax invoice, bill of entry in case of imports, because imports पे आपको मिलेगा IGST का credit and ISD invoice. Okay, 16.2B is, my dear friends, that there should be receipt of goods or service. Okay, only once you get the goods or service can you avail ITC. So understand that if you as a recipient, okay, there can be an adjustment where ICI can ask you that recipient has paid, okay, advance to supplier, okay, 1 lakh plus GST. Can this recipient get ITC for the same? Tell me, my dear friends, can this recipient can get ITC for the same? Absolutely no, my dear friends, because he will actually not satisfy 16.2A and also not satisfy 16.2B. Can you tell me why will he not satisfy 16.2A? Because understand, you have given him advance. Will he give you tax invoice? No, he will give you receipt voucher. And receipt voucher is not a valid document. No, झूठू नहीं बोलते बेटा, हाँ, don't lie. Yes. And my dear friends, second is 16.2B. 16.2B, my dear friends, क्या है बताइए और बताइए. 16.2B, my dear friends, is very simple. Receipt of goods or service. Receipt of goods or service. Okay. Now all I want to tell you, my dear friends, is that understand कि आपने advance दिया है supplier. अरे you have given advance to supplier. अरे have you received goods or service? अरे no baka, no, you have not received any goods or service. Are you getting it, my dear friends? Yes. And which is why, since you do not have goods or service, you also don't have the relevant document. Will you get the ITC? No baka, no. Okay, you will not get the ITC because you don't satisfy the conditions of 16.2, my dear friends. Neither A, neither B, neither A, neither B. Are you getting it? Yes. Yes. Next. In 16.2, my dear friends, we have one is a proviso, other is explanation. One is proviso, और there is explanation. तो my dear friends, proviso क्या है? बोलो बोलो बोलो. That आज, okay. For example, if I am giving you a goods in installments, what my dear friends? Goods in installments. Payment नहीं, goods दे रहा हूँ मैं. Are you getting it? Yes. In that case, my dear friends, only and only when you receive the last installment will you get the ITC. Only and only when you give the last installment will you get the ITC. Okay. So last installment पे मिलेगा ITC, my dear friends. That is definitely for sure. Okay. Next explanation. Explanation में we are about bill to ship to model. अरे bill to ship to model. Understand? Bal. Okay. For example, Bala is ordering Sala. Okay. Bala is ordering Sala to deliver goods to Mr. Gala. क्या बात है? Okay, Bala is ordering Sala to deliver goods to Gala. So आज I hope my dear friends, Sala is actually supplying goods to Bala, but delivering it to Gala. Do you realize that Bala does not receive the goods, but definitely Sala is going to charge GST to Bala? Bill to ship to model. In that case, my dear friends, please understand. Okay, here Bala was complaining about one thing, that listen, I don't have receipt of goods or services, but Gala has. So in that case, my dear friends, will Bala ever get ITC? Yes, because the explanation extends the fact that in case of bill to ship to model, as soon as the recipient gets the goods, it is as good as third person, yani ki Bala gets the goods. As soon as Gala sends the goods, it is deemed understood that Bala has also got the goods, and this is what an explanation has been inserted in 16 subsection 2b. Are you getting it? Yes. Next, my dear friends, very simple. 16.2c. 16.2c just says that listen, supplier, okay, you need to pay tax to government. You need to pay tax to government, okay, whatever you've collected from the recipient, either by the way of e-cash ledger or e-credit ledger, doesn't matter. Okay, what is 16.2d, my dear friends? It is, my dear friends, very simple, that recipient has been told that Mr. Recipient, okay, understand one thing, that you will have to file GSTR 3B, and in that you will have to reflect that this is the amount of ITC you want to claim. Is that very clear? Yes, sir. Next is very simple. Next is कि आज 16.2AA क्या है? 16.2AA says that listen, if supplier files GSTR 1 and recipient कि GSTR 2 भी reflect हो जाएगा, तो recipient can easily avail ITC of that in 3B, right? And 16.2ba is time pass section, my dear friends. Right now everything there is bloody prescribed, so you don't need to worry and not remember anything in that case. Okay, that's it. So here we are done with 16.2. A, B, C, D, ba. Okay, double A, B, double A, B. Are you getting it? Yes. Achha, apart from this, there is a payment condition involved. Okay, what is the payment condition? The payment condition says that recipient is supposed to pay to the supplier within 180 days. Recipient is supposed to pay to the suppliers within 180 days from the issue of invoice. From the issue of invoice. Okay, yes. And what will you pay? Two things: value plus rate. Value plus rate. Is that very clear? Yes, sir. Is that very clear? Yes, sir. Okay, तो वैल्यू भी पे करोगे और जीएसटी भी पे करोगे. दैट्स इट. यही बोलना चाहूंगा मैं, और कुछ नहीं. ओके, बट अंडरस्टैंड देयर आर 3 एक्सेप्शंस टू द रूल. फर्स्ट, सेकंड, थर्ड. टेल मी व्हाट इज टू बी पेड? वैल्यू एंड रेट. व्हाट इफ द ट्रांजैक्शन इज ओनली डीम सप्लाई अंडर सेक्शन 7(1)(c)? तो 7(1)(c) में कौन से ट्रांजैक्शंस आर कवर्ड? ओनली दोस ट्रांजैक्शंस आर कवर्ड व्हिच आर without consideration, so definitely recipient is not going to pay to the supplier. So does that mean it does not satisfy? No, it is not covered under this rule only, because if there is no payment, how can I put in payment condition? It is an exception to this condition. Second, if the tax is payable as per RCM, so under again this condition will apply to where FCM is applicable. Because if FCM is applicable, supplier will charge to recipient will have to pay to the supplier. But if recipient does not have to pay to the supplier, he has to pay to the government. Because RCM happens, then again, how is this condition going to get satisfied? It is not going to get satisfied. And the last is transactions with respect to 15(2)(b), where instead of supplier, okay, the recipient does not pay to the supplier, the recipient pays to someone else on the direction of supplier. So here, understand, if supplier has sent goods worth rupees 10 lakhs, supplier has sent goods worth rupees 10 lakhs to whom? To the recipient. Got it? Here, so instead of paying 10 lakhs to the recipient, okay, only pays 5 lakhs, and 5 lakhs it pays to other than supplier, who is basically someone whom the supplier has guided the recipient. Now understand, okay, very simply put, that this condition will not be applicable to 15(2)(b wale transactions. Why? Because understand that yes, the payment is not made to supplier, but the payment is made to a person on the direction of supplier. So now you cannot say that instead of 10 lakh, recipient has only paid 5 lakhs to the supplier. Got it? You cannot say that, boss. You cannot say that. सवाल ही नहीं पैदा होता. समझा? Okay. Perfect. So that condition is not applicable to it. So all the additions made as per 15(2)(b, even that is an exception. Okay. Next is, my dear friends, recently rule 37 has been introduced. What does that say? That understand, if the supplier, okay, has showed the transaction in 1 but not showed in 3B and thereby not paid in 3B, then supplier has the time to do it by 30th of September. If he does that, then recipient can avail ITC, okay, by 30th November. I'm so sorry, मैं भूल गया. Then recipient, okay, understand, I'm so sorry, I'll explain it again. If supplier has showed a transaction in 1 and not in 3B, then if supplier does not do that by 30th September, then recipient will have to reverse the ITC by 30th November. Okay. Okay, my bad. Is the board working? Understand. So if the supplier shows a transaction in 1 but does not show in 3B, so he has shown that he has made outward supplies, and on the basis of that यहाँ पे 2B में reflect हुआ होगा, and 2B की basis पे he must have taken that ITC in 3B, right? But understand, but he has not showed in 3B, and if he does not keep showing till 30th September of the next financial year, recipient will have to reverse the ITC by 30th November for the same transaction, right? Because understand, he is availing ITC of a tax which is not deposited by supplier to government. So government says, recipient, please reverse the ITC for the same. So if he does not furnish 3B for the transaction shown in 1 by 30th September, recipient will have to reverse the ITC by 30th November of the following financial year. That's it. Okay. Perfect. Next, my dear friends, okay, 16.2 is done. Now we are heading to 16.3. 16.3 talks about what? If a registered person, my dear friends, has claimed depreciation on the tax component of cost of goods. So the cost of goods is how much? 100 lakhs. GST is how much? 18 lakhs. So if I have capitalized 18 lakhs in the cost of capital goods and thereby recorded 118 lakhs as the cost of capital goods, then remember, I will not get ITC, because the depreciation will be on the tax component, because my cost is 118 lakhs. But my dear friends, if he passes the entry CG 100 lakhs, ITC 18 lakhs to cash bank 118, so he does not capitalize. In that case, he can definitely avail the ITC. He can definitely avail the ITC. At 16.4 mein, my dear friends, government says that listen, you can avail ITC. Okay, latest to latest by 30th November of the next financial year, actual date of filing return, whichever is earlier. Again, an amended thing can be asked in the exam because initially it was 20th October. Got it? Got it, my dear friends? Yes. So understand that on 1/4/2023, I had purchased something, but I don't have the invoice, so I might not have availed the ITC. Government says find that invoice by next November and avail the ITC rightfully by 30th November. If you do that, fair enough. If you don't, if you surpass this time limit, you will not get the ITC. As simple as that. Okay, that's it. Acha. So there we are done with section 60. Okay. Now in section 17, my dear friends, the most important section is 17 subsection 5 block credit. Correct? It is block credit, my dear friends. चलो फटाफट से देखो एक बार ब्लॉक क्रेडिट क्या है. तो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल आई विल गो ahead and do 17.5 only block credit because that is the main section. मुझे आपको ही पूछना है यार. Yeah, Gaurav, you can watch my fast track. It's as deep as a normal regular course. Just solve all the questions by your own so that you can get the confidence. I've put it out there in my playlist. You can definitely watch it. Okay. Guys, 17.5, 18.1, A, B, C, D, very important sections, and 18.6, very important sections in ITC. Okay. Please make sure that you do that. Wow, this is a personal record, guys. I have never, ever taken so many hours of lecture in my life on YouTube. Crazy. Like 9:30 to like what 6:30? Oh, sorry, 5:30. It's almost like 6 hours and then 9 hours. Oh, lovely, man. Also, I want to applaud you guys for a start. It's extremely impressive that like 15-20 odd people have always been online. Congratulations to you too. आपका sitting काफी बढ़ गया है यार. You have become very patient, and I have to say that you all are, that side of the screen. Though I can, though you can watch me, but I can't watch you. But still, looks like as if you are just sitting in front of me, Bala, Sneha, Saundarya, Surya, Abdul. Trust me, yaar, it's crazy to see the dedication that you have put in, and thanks a lot. Those small messages that you're putting in, it's just filling in so much of so much of encouragement and motivation for me. Those small sentences that you write makes so much of sense to me, my dear friends. Keep doing that. keep your spirits high. We are almost 75% through, right? And Saket, it is crazy to see the length at which we have come. I don't know, you should also be surprised with your own abilities, frankly. It is crazy. It is crazy, right? Let's see to what extent can we go. Okay, 17.5, my dear friends. Block credit, as you all know. सबसे पहला motor vehicle, which is meant for transportation of passenger, my dear friends, where the seating capacity is up to 13 passengers, including driver. Okay, my dear friends, in this case, definitely, okay, the ITC is blocked. You will not get the ITC, but there are few exceptions to the rule. There are 3 exceptions. First, if you are a motor driving training school, right, who's imparting driving skills, if you are using it for further supply, either you are renting it, or either you are selling car, you are a car dealer, or either you are giving transportation of passenger service, as if you are Nita Travels or Eagle or Patel Travels, right, something like that. Definitely in that case you will get the ITC. But my dear friends, understand one thing very clearly, that the limitation here is only with respect to motor vehicle meant for transportation of passenger, and that too up to 13 passengers. So what if the passenger capacity, okay, is more than 13? ITC मिल जाएगा. All you have to prove is it is in the course or furtherance of business. अच्छा, what if the motor vehicle is meant for transportation of goods, यानी कि आपने ट्रक वर्क खरीदा है, again you will get the ITC because it is blocked in 17.5. Correct. Next, tell me aircraft and vessel. In case of aircraft and vessel, again ITC is not allowed, my dear friends, but okay, very simple. If it is used for transportation of goods or passengers, or navigation skills, or for further supply, again you will get the ITC. Got it? Yes. Acha, but there are few expenses that I want to talk about. That is general insurance, repairs and maintenance, and servicing charges, right? So if you are giving any kind of services to whom? To a registered person, you will not get the ITC. You will not get the ITC, god damn it. Sir, then who will get the ITC? Who are the exceptions? Okay, very simple. So manufacturer of such aircraft, vessel or motor vehicle. अच्छा, general insurance company itself, और मोटर व्हीकल एयरक्राफ्ट वेसल का जिसको मिला है ITC. So if you are getting ITC for motor vehicle and you are incurring these expenses, you will get ITC. So if you are a car dealer, repairs and maintenance, you will get the ITC. If you are into a motor driving school, servicing charges, insurance, you will get the ITC. But if I am a chartered accountant, I will not get the ITC because I don't even get the ITC of that motor vehicle. So how can I get the ITC of the expenses that I have done on that motor vehicle in relation to repairs and maintenance, servicing and general insurance? Are you getting it? Yes. Perfect. Okay. Next, my dear friends. Next क्या होगा? Very simple. Next is, my dear friends, this bunch of services which are, okay, food and beverages, outdoor catering, then you have healthcare services, then you have rent-a-cab service, then you have health insurance, then you have life insurance, right? ये case. So in this case, my dear friends, okay, understand, if you are purchasing any of these things, you will not get the ITC generally. But if you are purchasing food and beverages to supply food and beverages, so whatever is your inward supply is your outward supply, you will get the ITC for the same. So if you're taking insurance service to provide insurance service, if you're taking renting a cab service to provide rent a cab service, you will get the ITC and you will get the ITC. Gotcha? Gotcha. Okay, correct. But my dear friends, okay, if you're taking it for own purpose, no ITC. Acha, these, understand, these services, if are taken as per company policy, no ITC. But as per statutory obligation, yes ITC. Got it? Yes, absolutely correct. Okay. Next क्या होगा my dear friends, बताओ. Next क्या होगा बताओ ना यार. Yes. Now, so for example, if I have membership of fitness club, travel benefits, again no ITC. But again, if it is a statutory obligation, then yes ITC. Next, if you are NRTP and you will ended up purchasing what? Okay. If you are NRTP and you will ended up purchasing what? Import of goods. तो उस IGST पे आपको मिल जाएगा क्या? ITC. But if you import service or domestic goods or service, नहीं मिलेगा क्या? ITC. Third, if you are a compo taxpayer, sorry, if you are a normal taxpayer and you have purchased goods or service from a compo taxpayer, नहीं मिलेगा ITC. If you are purchasing any goods or services for personal consumption, नहीं मिलेगा ITC. You will not get ITC. अच्छा. Then Macha, what will happen? What will happen, Macha? Yes, works contract service. So if I have taken works contract service from Oberoi Builders to make my own coaching institute offline, no ITC. DMart uses it for making its own go down, or HUL uses it for manufacturing unit, no ITC. So if it is for your own immovable property, no ITC. But if the same works contract is for plant and machinery, yes, you will get the ITC. So plant and machinery mein there are 3 exceptions: land and building, दूसरा क्या? Correct. Telecommunication towers. And third क्या है? Pipelines laid outside the factory. Okay. Plant and machinery नहीं है ये तीनों plant and machinery नहीं है, याद रखना. Okay, तो इसका नहीं मिलेगा ITC. Please make sure that you remember that they are not plant and machinery, which is why you won't get the ITC. Got it, guys? Got it? Perfect. अच्छा, इसमें एक और adjustment है friends, that if for example, right, there is a building of 10 crores and repairs and maintenance हुआ है for hardly 10,000 rupees, will you debit it in P&L or capitalize it in the immovable property? What will you do? Will you debit it in the P&L or capitalize in as immovable property? Tell me, the nation wants to know, my dear friends. The nation wants to know what will happen in this case. Okay. ठीक. So in this case, it will be debited in P&L. Hence, it is nothing but any other improved service used in the course of business. ITC मिल जाएगा. But understand, my dear friends, if that repairs and maintenance is of high value, let's say it is for 1 crore rupees, 10% of the building amount, so it is capitalized. If it is capitalized, it becomes part of immovable property, and hence उसका नहीं मिलेगा आपको ITC. ये कहाँ से है? ये क्या चेंज हो रहा है भाई? अच्छा, voice is also not clear. Hello. Is it all clear now? Okay. Till when was it not clear? When I was explaining this? Okay, so all I want to tell you is that while if you are debiting this expense in P&L, it will be considered as input service. Okay, and which is why, my dear friends, ITC will be allowed because it's a normal input service used in the course of business. But if it is capitalized in immovable property, then it is a part of immovable property, and in that case, my dear friends, understand that you will not get the ITC because it is a part of immovable property. Okay, it's an overhauling expense. Got it? Yes. ठीक है. तो अगर P&L में डेबिट है, ITC मिलेगा. कैपिटलाइज किया है, ITC नहीं मिलेगा. You won't get it. Is that very clear, my dear friends? Okay. And I have written all those notes here. Acha, same is with respect to construction of own account, my dear friends. Please remember, in construction of own account, you are yourself purchasing goods and services like cement and architect service, engineering service, labor service to make your own immovable property, like a warehouse or a go down or an office or a factory, right? In that case, you will not get ITC. But if you're doing it for plant and machinery, मिलेगा. अच्छा, P&L में डेबिट किया, मिलेगा. कैपिटलाइज किया, नहीं मिलेगा. You won't get it. Are you getting it? Yes. So it's exactly like works contract. It's just that in works contract, you are asking someone to make that immovable property for you, and here you are yourself purchasing goods and services to make your own immovable property. Simple. So there the work is outsourced. Here you are taking it in your own hands. When I talk about construction on own account. Got it? Acha, also remember one thing, my dear friends. With respect to 17.5, I also wanted to tell you that motor vehicle does not include trains, special purpose vehicle in factory, and सबसे important is this. Two-wheeler, three-wheeler plus engine capacity up to 25 cc. In that case, it is not a motor vehicle. उसका ITC मिल जाएगा. Understand, these three are not motor vehicle, तो ITC मिल जाएगा. Understand, it will not be blocked by 17.5. Okay, so when I say engine capacity, so what I meant is that if there is a motor vehicle with an engine capacity up to 25 cc, so it is not a motor vehicle. ITC मिल जाएगा if you prove that it is in the course of business. But if the engine capacity is beyond 25 cc, तो motor vehicle में classify हो जाएगा. It will classify itself as motor vehicle, and thereby in 17.5 the ITC will be blocked clearly. Okay, so please remember that 25cc wala sing, okay, where two-wheeler or three-wheeler engine capacity is up to 25cc. Chalo, that is 17.5 for you, my dear friends. Okay, by the way, we just reached 1031 views. Okay, friends. Okay, friends. So here we are, my dear friends, going ahead with special cases of ITC. Come on, section 18, my dear friends. 18.1a, B, C, D. Bolo A, B, C, D. Bolo A, B, C, D. Okay. What is it? Tell me, what is it? In case of special cases of ITC, my dear friends, you need to understand. By the way, 17.5 I have given you a master question. Make sure that you look at it once in case you have time, please. Master question क्या है मैंने बनाया है उसका. That's it. Okay, 18.1a, B, C, D. Now these are all new cases of availing ITC. Section 18 talks about new cases. New as in these are very special cases of availing ITC. Okay. Now how so? Very simple. Okay. So the thing is very simple, my dear friends. If I say A, B, C, D, what does that mean? If I talk about 18.1a, it talks about a transition from unregistered person to registered person. Now understand, my dear friends, okay, that the transition can be from unregistered person to registered person, compo taxpayer to normal taxpayer, person supplying only person supplying exempted goods or service to taxable goods or service. Okay? So in all the three cases, understand the underlying fact is that while I was in this era, while I was purchasing any goods, being inputs or capital goods, understand that I must not have taken ITC. I must not have taken ITC. Okay, very simple in that case. But now when I am actually going to sell it, I am going to charge GST. Now if you are going to charge GST on a purchase cost which includes GST, there will be cascading. Because understand, here the cost will be 1,18,000. I have added profit. Let's say it is 2,18,000. And on 2,18,000, if there is GST, so obviously cascading will start. So government said, okay, let's say at least in 18.1a and 18.1b, okay, in 18.1a and in 18.1b, okay, understand that the difference is of just one. Here you are liable to register, and here you voluntarily register. Okay, so one, you are liable to register, and 18.1b you are voluntarily registered. Are you getting it? Yes. So here the okay, the context is very simple. In 18.1a, okay, if you check the diagram, on 1/4 I start my business. Okay, on 1/10 I become liable to register under section 22 or 24. On 5/10, within 30 days I apply for registration, and on 10/10 RC is granted. Now whenever you apply within 30 days, understand this becomes your effective date of registration. So you start paying tax, and you start thereby charging tax to your customers from 1/10. Now you start charging tax from 1/10, so cascading starts from here only. So government said just a day before that, whatever inputs you have as on that day in your stock, you will get the ITC. पर capital goods का you will not get the ITC. Sorry boss. अच्छा, in 18.1b voluntary registration. So I have myself applied for registration on 5C, 5/10. I'm not liable. I have applied it myself on my own wishes and willing. I got on 10/10 the RC, and with effect from this date I will start charging GST. Why will I start charging GST? Because I am a registered person from that date. So just a day before that, whatever inputs you have, I will get the ITC. Capital goods का नहीं मिलेगा ITC. Third, 18.1c. Understand one thing, my dear friends, that initially I was in compo scheme. So 1/4 to 30th/9 I was in compo scheme. From 1/10 onwards I started paying taxes per correct normal scheme, because I exceeded 150 lakhs. Got it? Correct. तो आज my dear friends, the concept is very simple कि 110 के पहले का जो दिन है, that is 30th/9. Okay. In case of inputs, you will get the ITC. In case of capital goods, understand, you will get the ITC, but the ITC will not be fully yours. You will have to reduce 5% per quarter or part thereof from the date of issue of invoice up to this date when the transaction is happening. Right? So whatever quarters are there, multiply that 5%, let's say 20%. Okay. And ITC is let's say 1 lakh. तो 20% माइनस करो, 80,000 का आपको मिल जाएगा ITC. अच्छा, and the last is 18.1d. So again, when ITC, when the exempt supply of registered person becomes taxable supply. So in that case, please understand, okay, as on 110, if my goods that I was selling, which was exempted goods, becomes taxable, then in that case, my dear friends, government said a day before that I will get ITC of inputs and capital goods. Capital goods का उसी तरह से मिलेगा. Just make sure, as per 18.2, just make sure that the inputs and capital goods both are not older than 1 year from the date of invoice. It should not be older than 1 year. Very simple. So check the 1 year wala. So when you are doing 18(1) ka question, no, you will have to check three things. Firstly, which situation are they talking about? Is it 18(1)(a), B, C or D? Second, okay, if this is the situation, then let's say you will get ITC of what? Inputs, capital goods or both. तो इनपुट्स का ए और बी में मिलेगा और बोथ का सी और डी में मिलेगा. थर्ड, okay, whatever date as on which you have to look at the stock, okay, tell me one thing, is it older than 1 year from the date of invoice? If yes, then you are not taking the ITC of anything. It should be within 1 year, not older than that. That's it. ओके और इनपुट्स का पूरा मिल जाएगा, कैपिटल गुड्स का यू विल गेट बट 5% काट के. ओके, and in 18(1)(d), please make sure, my dear friends, one thing happens, and that is that in case of 18(1)(d), this should happen. The person should be a registered person. The person should be a registered person. This is a very important, my dear friends, information. We've also done a Q&A, if you remember, on this with respect to Mamta Private Limited, right? If you know this, बताओ इसमें क्या होगा. Mamta trades in exempt goods and provides taxable service. So it does two things. Acha, it is a registered person, and from 1st October the exempt goods becomes taxable as it is withdrawn. Will you get the benefit under 18(1)(a) or 18(1)(d)? Tell me, my dear friends. A or D? A or D? A or D? Bolo A or D? Correct, 18(1)(d), because the person is a registered person. And in this one, Bhavla Enterprise is exclusively engaged in making exempt supply of goods and is thus not registered. Understand, if I'm only and only supplying exempted goods, so neither I will have to collect GST, neither I have to pay, neither I have to avail ITC. So here it is not registered, so it does not satisfy the condition of 18(1)(d), which is why it will be part of 18(1)(a), because after the exemption is withdrawn, since the turnover is 50 lakhs, you are liable to register because it is exceeding the threshold limit of 40 lakhs. So you will become liable as soon as the goods become taxable. You will become liable as soon as the goods become taxable. And hence 18(1)(a) will trigger. Got it? And you will get ITC of only inputs, whereas in case of Mamta, you will get ITC of both inputs and capital goods. Are you getting it? Yes. Okay. अच्छा, now अच्छा 18(6) एक बार देख लो, दूसरा सब तो क्या है, is not important as such. You can just push it through. In case of supply of capital goods, my dear friends, all I want to tell you is that here you are supplying second hand goods. So what you have used, you are now selling it. So in that case, only two parameters, transaction value or 5% per quarter or part thereof, whichever is higher. And if there is any molds, dies, jigs or fixtures, you will only stick to transaction value multiplied by rate of tax. Is that very clear, my dear friends? Yes, sir. Okay. That's it. We are done with ITC, my dear friends. We are done with ITC. Very, 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 very important. At the same time, very easy. Very easy. Okay. Because the main role is of 16.1, 16.2, 16.3, 16.4 and 17.5. That's it. That's all you need to know. Nee, I did not get you, Saundarya. What is it? Sir, in that ITC minus 5% per quarter, I did not get you, Saundarya. हाँ माइनस ही यार, that is understood बेटा. We've come a far way यार, man. Only 4 chapters are remaining. I couldn't believe this. 4 and 5 chapters are. देखो, payment of tax E-Waybill returns will happen in 1 hour only. Then we have supply and registration. Okay, it's 6:30 already. Okay, take a छोटू सा break till 6:45. And then in 1 hour, we are going to take payment, E-Waybill and returns. Okay. And then from 7:45 onwards, to I feel 10:30, we will finish off supply and registration. ठीक है, we will finish off by 8:30 guys. चलो.
আছে আর এটা মিক্সড ওয়ান बात करी
Okay. 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 Okay guys, आ जाओ फटाफट से. Okay guys, we are now with payment of tax, my dear friends. Yes, come on, I hope you all had something. So I'm done with my dinner. Okay, hope you all are also done with your dinner. थोड़ा अर्ली खा लेता हूँ आजकल मैं. आई लाइक हैव माई डिनर अराउंड लाइक 7 PM समथिंग, so that as soon as I reach home I just go to bed and I sleep, right? Let's do it, my dear friends. Come on, payment of tax, let's get done and dusted. Chalo फटाफट से. The first thing that you will be learning is, my dear friends, manner of utilization of ITC. What do you mean by that? Very simple. Okay, understand. So you have credit of IGST, CGST, SGST. In that case, first you will utilize the credit of IGST. So first you will use I to pay off I. First you will use I to pay off I. And by the way, of all the three credits, my dear friends, you will first focus only on IGST. Why? Because you need to first exhaust IGST or IGST. Only then, my dear friends, you can look forward to CGST and SGST ka credit utilization. Okay, so first, by anyhow crook, exhaust IGST by using it to pay off IGST liability or C or S liability in any order and in any proportion, right? Once you've exhausted I, use C and S. You can use C ka credit to pay off C, and then eventually if the balance still exists, to pay off I. And in case of S, you use it to pay off, and if there is S ka credit, you use it to pay off S ka liability, right? And if the balance is still left, you will use it to pay off I ka liability. Are you getting it? Yes. Okay, but understand, if you are using S to pay off, if you are using S to pay off I, okay, if you are using S to pay off I, if you are using S to pay off I, then in that case, my dear friends, all I have to tell you is that first you knock off CGST ka credit. So you have to make sure that CGST credit does not exist. Only then can you, okay, have the audacity to use SGST credit to pay off IGST liability. Is that very clear? Yes, that is very important. Okay, perfect, right? Correct, Saket, ek number. Okay, sure. Ab, when I talk about e-ledgers, my dear friends, there are three types of e-ledgers: e-liability, e-credit, e-cash. In case of e-liability, understand, okay, we are talking about self-assessed tax. So tax, interest, penalty, late fees. Okay, first you pay it for previous tax period, then you pay it for current tax period, and then you pay off the demanded liabilities by proper officer under section 73-74. Samjha beta Abdul? Yes, demanded by proper officer. Got it? Yes. Now, when I talk about e-credit, my dear friends, understand that e-credit represents nothing but ITC. So whatever balance is available in 2B, directly that amount will be auto populated in 3B. So unless you want to make any corrections, you can make it, otherwise you can use the same balance that is reflected automatically in 3B. Now understand that the e-credit ledger में जो amount आप लिख रहे हो, the amount that you're writing in e-credit ledger, right? Understand it can be used only to pay off output tax. That means you cannot pay off interest, penalty, late fee with the help of ITC. Also, you cannot pay off input tax liability as per RCM with ITC. Input tax liability RCM, first you have to pay, then you can avail ITC. Very simple. And e-cash ledger, understand, can be used to pay off any liabilities. But how will you transfer the money from your bank to e-cash ledger? NEFT, RTGS, UPI, BHIM, net banking, IMPS. And the last is very important. Check DD. Okay, check DD या cash up to 10,000 per tax period. Okay, correct. In that case, my dear friends, please try and understand. Please try and understand. Okay, that only 10,000 per tax period per challan you can use it. But the exception of that is government department, and if a proper officer recovers any outstanding dues by attaching movable or immovable properties. तो immovable और movable properties का क्या attachment हुआ है, फिर उसका auction हुआ है. Understand, if you auctioned it, so you have gathered a lot of cash. Now you have taken all that cash to your nearby scheduled bank and have asked them, hey, you put this money, you deposit this money in this GST and number ka e-cash ledger. Now they cannot say, "Arey, high lot, there is only 10,000 ka limit for cash. You know this? Yeah? You cannot deposit such an amount." Said, "Arey, bhai, I'm department. Please cooperate." Okay. That's how it is. Okay. Also in e-cash ledger, understand there are major head and minor heads. Okay, major heads ICS, GST says, and minor heads are what? Tax, interest, penalty, late fee, and others. In this case, my dear friends, all I want to tell you is very simple. That initially transfer of balance from one minor head or major head to another minor or major head was not possible. But it became possible because of GST PMT 09 form. So apart from GST form numbers, this is one that you have to remember. GST PMT 09 form. अच्छा, GST है easy, PMT है because payment of tax है इसलिए PMT, and 09 form. Okay, that you have to remember, my dear friends. Okay, 09 form. Okay, that is what you need to remember. So in this case, with the help of this form, you can transfer the balance from one major head, minor head to another major head or minor head. Is that very clear? Yes. Achha, also remember a recent amendment has happened where you can also transfer your e-cash ledger balance from one distinct person to another distinct person, from one branch to another branch. Just make sure that before you transfer it, okay, the transferor's liability are all paid. Okay, perfect. Also understand there are two rules that you need to take care of, rule 86A and rule 86B. Frankly, rule 86A has been asked in the last attempt itself. Just go through it once. Okay, all I would say is that there are less chances of it coming because it has recently been asked, right? Still, I will take you through very simple concept, nothing much to do. So in case, my dear friends, where ITC is availed, okay, on the basis of invoice where the supplier or the recipient are non-existent. अच्छा, invoice आया है, goods नहीं आया है, goods have come but invoice has not come, or the supplier has not paid tax. In such scenario, my dear friends, if the total amount is exceeding 1 crore, ACDC will, not allow the debit of e-credit ledger. 1 crore say 5 crore, additional commissioner, joint commissioner. More than 5 crore, principal commissioner, commissioner. Okay, these are the authorities and this is the limit to the extent they can disallow the debit of e-credit ledger. Okay, That's it. Next is, my dear friends, rule 86b. When I say rule 86b, my dear friends, the first thing that you need to understand is that what is the threshold limit. So here understand, if your monthly taxable supplies, exceeds 50 lakhs, okay, if your monthly taxable supplies exceeds 50 lakhs, my dear friends, okay, and understand these taxable supplies will be what? Other than zero rated supplies and exempted supplies. Zero rated supplies and exempted supplies. Then in that case, in that month, rule 86b will apply. Then in that case, in that month, rule 86b will apply. Okay, correct. Next is, my dear friends, okay, please understand that with respect to e-credit ledger, okay, once 86b is applicable, what is the application of it? Very simple. So if I have if I have 18 lakhs ka output tax, and if I have ITC of 20 lakhs, I have more ITC than output tax. So eventually, in general case, what happens? I will not be liable to pay anything because my ITC only takes care of everything. But if 86b applies, then government says no, there will be at least 1% of the output tax amount that you will have to pay in cash, which happens to be 18,000. So instead of 20 lakhs ITC, which is very good, but you will be able to avail only 17 lakh 82,000 because I want at least 1% to be paid through e-cash ledger, right? Now, 4 cases are the cases where 86b is not applicable. Okay, तो सबसे पहला क्या है, पीछे से जाते हैं. Okay, where the registered person is government department, PSU, local authority, statutory body. Very simple. 86b shall not apply. ठीक है. अच्छा, दूसरा क्या है? Registered person's output tax through e-cash ledger is in excess of 1% of the total output tax liability up to the said month cumulatively. ये 2 बार लिखा हुआ है, कैंसिल कर देना. Okay, now understand, I have actually taken you through the entire sum. Okay, if you can understand. So in April, May, June, understand, these are your taxable supplies. E-credit balance is 30,000, 1 lakh 77 lakhs. So output tax happens to be 1 lakh, 2 lakh, 6 lakhs. Right? ITC 30,000. Okay, 70,000 paid through cash bank. Acha, what is the turnover? 10 lakhs. We have to see it only when it exceeds 50 lakhs. 20 lakhs. Nahi hoga, nahi hoga. In June, it is okay 60 lakhs. So there is a chance that 86b might apply, but if it falls under the exception, it might also get away with that. So here 6 lakh is my output tax. What should be my ITC? That is the question. But before writing amount there, what I will do is just check it once as to whether it is covered under exception or not. Okay, now how will I check it? I will check that what is the output tax payable through e-cash up till now, up till June. So 70,000 and 30,000, that is 1 lakh. And what is 1% of the total output tax paid up to the month cumulatively? So it's 1 lakh, 2 lakh, 6 lakh, that is 9 lakh. तो आज अंडरस्टैंड, फर्स्टली यहाँ पे एक मिस्टेक ये हो गया है मेरा कि वो एक जीरो ऐड कर दिया, तो इट इज नॉट 90 lakhs, इट इज 9 lakhs. तो 1% of 9 lakh is actually 9,000. So have you paid tax which is more than 9,000? Have you paid tax in e-cash ledger which is more than 9,000? Which is more than 1% of the output tax taken cumulatively up to the said period? If the answer is yes, that means you are paying enough tax through e-cash ledger. I don't want to disturb you. 86b will not apply here, and which is why, okay, I will write ITC here entire 6 lakhs और यहाँ पे nil लिख दूंगा, और यहाँ पे I will write 1 lakh will be carried forward. Are you getting it, my dear friends? Yes sir. Okay, that's it, my dear friends. Okay, so that is the second case where 86b will not apply. Next, my dear friends, where the registered person has received refund of more than 1 lakh in preceding financial year of account of unutilized ITC in case of zero rated supply and inverted duty structure. Okay, to understand, I have already explained you guys in this case, very simple, as I have told you that in case of zero rated supply, you are an exporter. So आज exporter has purchased goods of 10 lakhs, GST is 1 lakh. 20 lakhs it does zero rated supplies. So here 1 lakh ka you can get ITC ka refund. So government is only talking about this 1 lakh. Iska you can get refund, right? That is that amount more than 1 lakh in the preceding financial year? If the answer is yes, then you are covered under the exception. Acha, what is IDS? Inverted duty structure. What is inverted duty structure? Very simple. If you purchase goods as 12% and you sell goods at 5%, so your input tax rate is always higher than output tax rate. So always there will be unutilized ITC, and this will result into refund. So if that refund amount is more than 1 lakh rupees in the preceding financial year, 86B shall not apply, my dear friends. And the last is the said person, proprietor, karta, managing director, any of the two partners, whole-time directors, board of trustees, associations have paid more than 1 lakh as income tax in the preceding 2 financial years. तो यहाँ पे 2 financial years है, यहाँ पे financial year, 2 financial year है, यहाँ पे preceding financial year है, right? That's it. और 1 लाख का income tax बोला है, again 86B will not apply. ठीक है? So just make sure that you are very, very acquainted, my dear friends, with what? You are very much acquainted, okay, with the rule 86B, because if you are acquainted with that, at least the exceptions, I think there is a fair chance that you will fare well in the exam, because hardly people know what is 86B and very few people even know the exceptions, but you know it as we have done it. Okay, perfect, my dear friends. Okay, Achha. Last is, my dear friends, very simple, and that is interest on delayed payment of tax. Understand, my dear friends, very clearly that what I'm trying to speak here is very, very simple. Understand, initially there were 2 rates, 18%, 24%, but now there is a standard rate of 18%. So that is the first amendment. Okay, second is first wala part. Now understand, for interest you need value, number of delayed days, and rate. Rate we have figured out, we are figuring out value. Now value क्या आएगा? तो गवर्नमेंट ने बोला every person who is liable to pay but fails to pay tax, right? So in this case there are two ways in basically which you will have to pay the interest. One is on net basis, one is on gross basis. Net basis is output tax minus ITC. And when will this happen? When you have paid the tax in delay. So when there is delay in payment of tax due to delay in return, delay in tax, delay in return, delay in tax, delay in return. Here, since the return is only delayed, so government will give you that opportunity that you, whenever you present the return, you present it and you give the full hisab kitab, you give the full books of accounts, that this is my output tax, this is my ITC, this is my sale, this is my purchase, and you clearly reduce your ITC and finally get to the net tax liability payable in cash, and on that amount interest will be levied. So government wants to clearly give you a benefit when you have not given the hisab kitab, when you have not given the books of accounts in the form of filing returns. And when I say gross paid, that is the total amount that is payable by the person as demanded by the proper officer. In this case, what happens is that, understand, that where there is delay in payment of tax, either due to the mistake of the assessee himself, which he realizes and then corrects it, or it is obviously demanded by the proper officer under 73 or 74, where the proper officer is saying that, listen, for period 17-18 you have not paid so much amount of GST, show me the cause, why should I not demand this liability? So obviously now I will have to reply him that, listen, this is not the liability, these assumptions that you made are incorrect, this is not blocked, this is clearly what I can avail, this is not taxable, this is exempt, ऐसा करके आप you can give your rationals, and whatever final liability is reduced, you will have to pay the tax on that. and you will have to also pay the interest on that. Okay, perfect. Now next is when ITC has been wrongly availed and utilized. When the ITC is wrongly availed and utilized. Okay, now understand what do you mean by that. Very simple. Okay, when the balance in e-credit ledger falls below ITC wrongly availed, extent of such ITC utilization shall be, okay, amount by which balance in e-credit ledger falls below ITC wrongly availed. Okay, so your concept is very simple, my dear friends. Understand that you have wrongly availed ITC and you have utilized it wrongly. So here what happens is that there are two aspects. So if the return is filed, okay, government says due date of filing return or actual date of filing return, okay, whichever is earlier. Okay, that will be the date of utilization of ITC. And in case of others where you have not filed return, right, because you thought that you can easily get away with that, maybe you are not a registered person only altogether, right? Okay, or for that matter, in that case, date of debit in e-credit ledger when the balance in e-credit ledger falls below the amount of ITC wrongly availed. So here when you have filed return, understand, you have filed the return and you have, okay, claimed excess ITC. So maybe that ITC was blocked but you still availed it. So that happens in the first case, the due date of filing return or actual date of filing return. But in case where you have not filed return at all and the liability is demanded to you, then in that case, okay, date of debit in e-credit ledger when the balance in e-credit ledger falls below ITC wrongly availed will be the date of utilization of ITC. Now what happens is, my dear friends, very simple. In April month, okay, the eligible ITC was 7 lakhs. ITC wrongly availed was 50,000. Total ITC was 7.5 lakhs. Output tax liability was 7 lakhs. Closing balance e-credit ledger 50,000. Amount on which interest is applicable 0. Why? Why was this happening, my dear friends? Very simple. Eligible 7 tha, wrongly availed 50,000. So total ITC was 7.5. Output tax liability was 7. So e-credit ledger mein balance was 50. Do you realize that the wrongly availed ITC was how much? 50. And the balance in e-credit ledger was how much? 50. So we have not utilized it yet. We have availed it, but we have not utilized it, right? And that makes hell lot of a difference. So absolutely no interest. Second is opening balance is 50, eligible 5, 5.5 is the total ITC, and output tax liability again 5 lakhs. So again 50,000 is in the closing balance. It is not dipping below 50. Again I cannot charge any interest because I have not utilized it. Second, opening balance again 50, eligible ITC 3, 3.5 is total ITC, and 3.3 is the liability. Now understand. Balance dips below 50, right? It now is 20,000, so it's dipped by 30. So I have wrongly utilized that 30,000. I shouldn't have, but I have. That 30,000 pe lagega interest, right, from 20th of July. Okay, second is, okay, now the opening balance is 20,000, eligible is 6 lakhs, total is 6.2, output tax is 6.2. Understand, now I don't have any ITC, so I've also utilized that 20,000, which I shouldn't have because it was wrongly availed. Now 20,000 का क्या है, जुलाई से लगना शुरू हो जाएगा interest. July as in 20th August. Are you getting it? Yes, that's it. That's it. So I hope you are very clear. You can expect a sum on this. Okay, and I have already calculated it for you. So just be little calm and be peaceful in life, because if you will be at peace, you will be easily able to solve it, because there is nothing more. All you have to do is just compare the wrongly labeled ITC amount and how much is it getting used. Every time it is getting used, start charging interest. Every time it's getting used, start charging interest, right? And what will be the date when the interest will start charging? Due date of filing return or actual date, whichever is earlier, which happens to be 20th July. 20th July से तथास्तु, यानी 21st July से तथास्तु, because 20th July is the date of availing wrongly labeled ITC. Got it? That's it. So that happens, my dear friends, with respect to payment of tax. Are you getting it? Yes. Okay. Next, yeah, my dear friends, tell me. What do you want? What do you want? Just a second. Your wish. कहाँ चला गया यार? Okay, am I audible, guys? Hello, 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 guys. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, public. Hello, guys. Hello, guys. Just a second. Okay, friends. Okay, friends. Let's do it. Come on, friends. Yes, Saket. I'm going to talk to you about it. Don't worry. Right. Supply. Got it? Correct. So when I talk about supply, my dear friends, please try and understand one thing. It is the taxable event. Okay. So when I'm talking about supply, we are talking about the taxable event of GST. बोलो GST. GST. बोलो GST. 7172 supply, not a supply. Supply, not a supply. So when I talk about 71, it is supply. Supply क्या है? 72, it is not a supply. Okay, but in 7 we have 71A, double A, B, C. Got it? Yes. Okay. So let's focus on that first, and then we will finally go to 71A, my dear friends, and then we have section 8, compo and mix. Okay, so fatapat se first let's go to 71, right? So my dear friends, in case of 71, you have 71A, 71B, 71C, 71AA that has recently got amended. Okay. Now my dear friends, when I talk about 71A, okay, okay, so when I'm talking about supply, we are talking, okay, ठीक है, that's it. So आज my dear friends, please understand when I'm talking about 71A, okay, the concept is very simple. Only thing that you have to remember is goods or service for a consideration in the course or furtherance of business. Correct. Goods or service for a consideration in the course or furtherance of business. Now understand, when I talk about goods, what will happen? When I talk about goods, what will happen, my dear friends? Very simple. Okay, all goods are what? Movable properties. Okay, except what, my dear friends? Money and securities. Money and securities, but it definitely includes actionable claims. It definitely includes actionable claims. And इसमें भी, my dear friends, there is a specific note that I need to share, that in case of PSLC certificate, my dear friends, understand, those are considered as goods. Why are they considered goods? Because PSLC certificate are not securities. And this is a clarification given by me? No, by RBI, the Reserve Bank of India. Are you getting it? Yes. Next, my dear friends, tell me, when it comes to service, what will happen in case of service? Very simple. Okay, when it comes to service, my dear friends, the concept is very simple. Okay, in service, understand, we start only with what? Anything that is other than money, security and goods. Money, security and goods. And which is why, my dear friends, the concept is very simple. That's how it works. But my dear friends, if I talk about that, it also includes, okay, what? Separate consideration in the activity of use of money. Separate consideration when you are converting cash from one currency to another currency, or from one denomination to another denomination. Okay, and separate consideration that you have charged as a brokerage while you are transacting in securities or lending of securities, right? So use of money, my dear friends, okay, मैंने आपको 10 लाख लोन दिया and you gave me back in 11 lakhs. Okay, 1 lakh being interest, तो 10 lakh क्या है बेटा? Money. ना ही goods है, ना ही service, only है money, only it is money. So it is neither goods nor service, and hence it is not, and hence GST shall not apply. Okay, but when it comes to, my dear friends, interest, then in that case इंटरेस्ट पे सर्विस है, तो इन दैट केस वेरी सिंपल माय डियर फ्रेंड्स, okay, very simple, service is definitely exempt, service is definitely exempt. Okay, that's it my dear friends, that's it. Acha, conversion of cash from one currency to another currency and from one denomination to another denomination, then in that case my dear friends, all I want to tell you my dear friends is that, okay, if it happens from one currency to another currency, one denomination to another denomination, okay, so the commission part that we are talking about is definitely what my dear friends, taxable, and the money part is neither goods or service. Okay, acha, in this I would specifically like to say with respect to foreign exchange service that understand that this part is taxable in normal cases, but whenever a authorized forex dealer and a bank, they deal with each other, in that case whatever commission is being earned out of this transaction, understand that is definitely exempt. Are you getting it? Yes, but for general public it is taxable. Okay, perfect. Next my dear friends, brokerage definitely kya hai, service hai, will be subject to GST. Consideration, understand there are two types of activities: activity without consideration, consideration without activity. The activity without consideration is nothing but what? Supplying free goods or service, supplying free goods or service, and which is why my dear friends it is outside the purview of 7(1)(a) and hence no GST applicable. Second my dear friends is very simple. Second my dear friends is consideration without goods or service. So all I was talking about is donation है, gift है, किसको दिया? charitable trust, and with what purpose? Philanthropic purpose? Yes, not a supply. अच्छा, advertisement purpose, then it is a supply. Okay, next, business. In case of business, please understand, okay, if it is a car dealer selling a car, it is in the course of business. A chartered accountant selling a car, it is not in the course of business, hence it is not a supply. But what is exactly covered in the definition of business? Everything: trade, commerce, profession, vocation, everything. Also understand that does not mean that you have to do this regularly. Even if it is infrequent or there is not a great volume achieved or there is no regularity achieved, even then you can call it as a business, even though if it is a one-time activity. Okay, 7(1)(a), my dear friends, please understand, unincorporated association and its members, okay, if they give goods or service or receive consideration from association to members or members to association, understand it is deemed as separate persons, and understand it is, this is the reason why it is a supply under 7(1)(a), and they will charge GST to each other whenever the right time arises. Achha, 7(1)(b), there is import of service for a consideration whether or not in the course of business. So I don't give a damn whether it's for business or for personal, it is a supply and it remains a supply. Simple. Okay, 7(1)(c). Now what is 7(1)(c), my dear friends? Understand, because out of 7(1)(a), A, B to time pass here, double A, B time pass here, it's the C part that is actually important and that has some depth in it. That's what I would like to see. Okay, otherwise it is fair, like, you know, I hope you understand. It's all time pass, poplu item, right? Yes. Damn. I actually want to see all your faces here. Can you also log in to the Zoom after some time? I would actually want to see all your faces. Because I can't believe that you all have actually sat through 9:30 p.m. and we are soon going to hit like 9:30 a.m. to 9:30 p.m. We're soon going to hit that. Anitha, Abdul, Sneha, Surya, Bala, Saket. This is crazy stuff, man. We really pulled off something crazy. Like, wow, what kind of phone are you using, Saket? यसीन इब्राहिम, अच्छा आपको तो पहली बार देखा मैंने, आपने तो पहली बार कुछ बोला है. But this is crazy stuff, man. Like, I don't know whether I've ever done this ever. I don't think, no, I have not done this. Thank you, Yasin. Looks like you've just joined. Nokia G10, अच्छा ये कौन सा है मेरे को तो नहीं पता भाई. ये साकेत तू सही में गांव में रहता है यार. वेयर डू यू स्टे बेटा? नोकिया का फोन कौन है? किसके पास है नोकिया का फोन यार? चेन्नई एक्सप्रेस का फैन है क्या तू? Okay, I'm going to use what I have always been recommending my students to keep myself fresh. It is one and the only my Balam Pichkari. Okay. Devendra Kalwani, thanks a lot for that. I wish you could have attended live. कल आप कर सकते हो live attend हिंदी वाला. Because I'll tell you, if you are with me, okay, trust me, it will be really helpful. Yeah. Thank you, Anita. Thank you. Okay. Okay, guys, let's do it. Let's do it. We are not giving up. We are not giving up. हम हारेंगे नहीं, हम टूटेंगे नहीं, हम बिखरेंगे नहीं, हम बस आगे बढ़ेंगे. We will only move ahead. We will only move ahead. Yes. I'll just tell you what do I listen to when I am not feeling good. And I need to make you hear this. Okay? Yes.
We shall overcome.
We shall overcome someday. Oh, deep in my eye, I do believe we shall overcome someday. Overcome, we shall overcome. We shall overcome someday. Oh, deep in my heart, I do believe we shall overcome someday. होंगे कामयाब, होंगे कामयाब, हम होंगे कामयाब एक दिन। ओहो मन में है विश्वास, पूरा है विश्वास, हम होंगे कामयाब एक दिन। होंगे कामयाब, होंगे कामयाब, होंगे कामयाब एक दिन। Oh, deep in my heart, I do believe we shall overcome someday. विश्वास, पूरा है विश्वास, हम होंगे कामयाब एक दिन। अब्दुल ने अच्छा लिखा है, ओवरकम इनटू ओवरकम। हाँ भाई, ओवरकम तो हो गया, बोलना पड़ेगा भाई। ओके, अरे क्या बात है देवेंद्र, तूने तो बड़ी बात बोल दी भाई आज। थैंक यू, थैंक्स अ लॉट फॉर दैट, दैट वाज जेन्युइनली वेरी स्वीट। I would actually like to take a photo of that. That's actually very sweet. मन है यार, खुददारी है बच्चों में, ऐसा नहीं आज की तारीख में, राइट? सो देर, ओके, आई थिंक what is the timing? Can we see the timing? It's 10 hours 30 minutes. We have still 16 viewers. By the way, these are the 16 viewers that were there since starting, right? And there we have an amazing comment by Devendra, Surya, Yasin, Anita, Abdul. Thanks a lot, guys. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for the support. Thanks a lot for the love. Trust me, my heart goes out. You know, एक कहावत है, मैं बस शेयर करना चाहता हूँ कि हाँ, मैं ऐसा बोलता था जनरली अपने क्लास में कि जितना जुनून, हाँ, जितना जुनून आपको सीए बनने का है, उससे कई ज़्यादा जुनून मुझे आपको सीए बनाने का है, राइट? बट लुकिंग एट टुडेज life, where you know there were like 30 odd people who started viewing on YouTube, and like 15-16 are still remaining. All I would like to say to these 16 odd people is, and all those who are going to watch this marathon ahead, is that भाई अगर आपने मैराथन जेन्युइनली देख लिया तो मैं सिर्फ इतना बोलना चाहूँगा कि जितना जुनून मुझे आपको सीए बनाने का है, उससे कई ज़्यादा जुनून आपको सीए बनने का है, बिकॉज आप वो मेहनत कर रहे हो, यू आर वर्किंग दैट हार्ड, यू स्लॉगिंग योर एस आउट, you know, you are sitting there, your ass must be really paining, you know, your body must be aching, I don't know what, but you are still sitting. That just goes out to show one thing, my dear friends. That just goes out to show one thing, that I'm a great teacher, I'm an awesome teacher, that I've made sure that you sit, and I've kept the class so engaging. Bolo yes sir, yes sir. Okay, lovely. Okay, such a narcissist person I am, that I am, beta, because I'm a Shah Rukh Khan fan. Are you getting it? Yes. Okay, 7-1C, my dear friends, team supply. We are talking about schedule 1. We are talking about schedule 1, my dear friends. Activity without consideration, team supply. 4 cases. First one, when there is permanent transfer. Permanent transfer. If you remember, I had given this example of Jetha and Babita, where Jethalal has purchased goods, avail ITC, and then he sees Babita, okay, and he no more remains that sakt londa. वो पिघल जाता है बेटा. He melts down and he gives that TV as the gift. Is that a permanent transfer? Yes. Of a business asset? Yes. Has it been given without consideration? Yes. And has he availed ITC? Yes. Deemed supply. But yes, if he does not avail ITC and still makes a permanent transfer, that is not 7-1C. That is not a deemed supply. Second, principal agent. In case of principal agent, my dear friends, understand, there is a selling agent, buying agent, selling agent, buying agent. In case of a selling agent, my dear friends, understand, if the selling agent issues invoice in his own name, if the selling agent issues invoice in his own name, that means he has the authority to transfer the title. In that case, my dear friends, understand, principal agent relationship will be covered under 7(1)(c), because principal will then be able to charge GST to agent and agent thereby to the buyer, जिससे पूरी चेन में everyone can take ITC. Second, when the agent does not issue invoice in his own name, principal agent relationship is not covered under 7(1)(c). Same case, my dear friends, with respect to delegator agent. So whenever there is a principal and a delegator agent, if the DCA issues invoice in his own name, what does that mean? That principal and DCA relationship is covered under what? Schedule 1. So principal will charge GST to DCA and DCA will charge GST to buyer. How is that possible? Because in this entire transaction, it's as good as principal selling goods to DCA and DCA selling goods to buyer. Now, if the buyer does not pay on the last moment, DCA will have to pay to the principal, and he does, but he will recover the same amount from the buyer with interest. Now, the interest that he actually collects from the buyer, along with the consideration, that interest will come in 15(2)(d). Why? Because that consideration is nothing but a consideration that he has received. Sorry, that interest is nothing but an interest that is received on account of delayed payment of consideration. Because understand, in this case, DCA did sell the goods to the buyer. He did transfer the title. He did raise invoice. Good heat. And which is why here the amount that is being recovered from the buyer is not loan. It is consideration for the goods that I have sold to you, that the DCA has sold to the buyer. And उसपे जो interest आ रहा है, my dear friends, that interest will be 15(2)(d) value of supply. But if the DCA does not issue invoice, that means he does not transfer the title. And now when the buyer raises his hands and does not pay, DCA will pay to principal. But now when the DCA is actually collecting money from the buyer, it's as good as that he has given some short-term loan facility, and now he's only recovering the amount with interest, and that interest is exempt because that interest is on account of repayment of money, not consideration. Are you getting it, my dear friends? Yes. Perfect. ठीक है, ये केस ओके याद आ रहा है बेटा आप लोग? Give me a thumbs up. Give me a thumbs up, my dear friends. Okay. Sure. Next is, my dear friends, supply of goods or service without consideration between related person, distinct person, in the course or furtherance of business. In that situation, my dear friends, tell me one thing. With respect to related person, what will happen? My dear friends? Who are related person? Common directors, common partners, members of the same family. Very, very important. A lot of times questions are asked from here. So here in this case, understand, spouse and children, related person. But mother, father, bhai, behan and grandparents, they are related only if they are wholly dependent. The word wholly dependent is of utmost importance. If mentioned in the question, then related. If not, then not related. Got it? Yes. Acha. If you hold 25% in both of them, so X Limited holds 80% in A, 40% in B, then A and B will be related person. Okay. Both control third person. So Y and Z control X, 70-30. Then Y and Z are related person. Acha. One controls both of them. Okay, third person controls both of them. Then P and R are related person. And the last and the most important, employer-employee relationship. So if employer gives any gift to employee up to 50,000 per year, per financial year, per employee, then in that case, please understand it is not a supply. It will be, because it is a proviso to 7(1)(c). It is an exception to 7(1)(c). So that proviso will apply when it is up to 50,000. If it is exceeding 50,000, then end of discussion. It is outside the purview of proviso, and then it will fall under the provision of 7(1)(c). Deemed supply. Got it? Yes. Okay. That's it. Next. Who is distinct person? Are my branch. When I speak about DMart Limited, registered person in Maharashtra, तो एक मुंबई में एक पुणे में. 25(4) covers one more situation. So either you are registered in the same state or different state, right? Then in that case, my dear friends, the concept is very simple, right? The concept is very simple. Yeah, come on, god damn it. Same state or different state, registered होना चाहिए तो distinct person. But if in one state you are registered, in another state you are unregistered, even that is a classic example of distinct person. And hence, my dear friends, okay, understand 25(4), 25(5), 25(4), 25(5). You are considered as a distinct person. And if there is any supply of goods or service without consideration in the course of business, which generally is the case of stock transfer, it is a deemed supply. And the last is, there is import of goods. अच्छा, service को काट दो यहाँ पे. This is only applicable to goods. So if there is import of, I'm so sorry, उल्टा है, I'm so sorry, I'm losing it. Yes, keep yourself together, Karan. The import of service, my dear friends, between related person, distinct person in the course of business without consideration, deemed supply. Why? So is there import of service? Yes. Without consideration? Yes. Now without consideration, who will give you service? Because if I am importing in US, there is someone who is exporting. So who will be that someone? Either your branch or either your holding company, subsidiary company, who is your related person. No one else will give you free का service, समझो ने? If that happens, it is deemed supply. Okay, so it's very pertinent that you read 7(1)(b) and importation ka 7(1)(c) together, so that you can easily chalk out the difference between both the imports. There it is with consideration, here it is without consideration. There it is whether or not in the course of business, here it is compulsorily in the course of business. There is no condition of registered person, distinct person. Here there is, because you can take that only. You can take that service only. Samjha? That's how it is. Okay, so we're done with, my dear friends, 7(1)(a), 7(1)(b), 7(1)(c), 7(1)AA. Okay, yes. 7(2) is something that we will be doing directly. 7(2) क्या है? Not a supply. अरे not a supply. ओके ओके पब्लिक, ओके चलो आ जाओ. Okay, understand one thing, my dear friends. When it comes to 7 subsection 2, okay, which schedule are we talking about? Schedule 3, not a supply. Not a supply. Okay, yes. Understand, my dear friends, that when I talk about 7 subsection 2, the first case that I remember is employer-employee relationship. Okay, employer-employee relationship. Understand, if you are an employee giving service to your employer and earning salary, bonus, pension, premature termination, and the recently added is perquisites, then in that case it is not a supply. No GST. Okay, non-compete fees, it is outside the purview of employer-employee relationship because it's your ex-employer giving you money, hence GST shall apply. Third is directors. Understand, executive directors, non-executive directors पे focus मत करना, focus rather on this word, that's it. Focus on this word, guys, this is very important. Okay, 192 and 194J. 192, clearly you are an employer-employer relationship, you're sharing an employer and employee relationship, not a supply. 72 में आ जाएगा. And if 194J में TDS कटा है, simple, in that case employer-employee relationship नहीं है, it is outside 72 and definitely it is a supply. And who will pay the tax in that case? Body corporate as per RCA. Is that very clear, my dear friends? Yes. There is a very good question with the name Priya. Okay, you can refer that, my dear friends. You can refer that. Next, my dear friends, I want to talk about fees paid to court, tribunal. Fees paid to court or tribunal. In that case, understand, if I'm talking about tribunal, high court, supreme court. Bolo bolo bolo. Tribunal, high court, supreme court. So if you pay fees, filing fees with respect to that, not a supply. Acha, consumer dispute redressal commission. In that case, understand that though the word court or tribunal does not exist, and the word commission exists, then in that case it's very important to understand it is not a supply. Why? Because okay, it is said that it has the characteristics of a tribunal. Okay, it's as good as a tribunal and hence it is not a supply. Arbitrary tribunal, we already know that it is taxable. We already know a lot of situation where it's taxable and taxable as per RCA, and in other cases it is exempt. Okay, perfect. Actionable claim, unsecured debt, not a supply. Lottery, betting and gambling, it is outside the purview of 7.2 and hence it is a supply. Acha, if I am supplying goods, okay, from USA to China, so if goods are being supplied from one non-taxable territory to another without entering India, then definitely, my dear friends, it is not a supply under section 7.2. अच्छा, next is supplier है, he is selling goods in the warehouse itself. So कोई importer है, उसने import किया होगा, there is an importer, he must have imported some goods and he has sold it in the customs warehouse. So let's say I am the importer, I have imported goods, but from port I directly took it to warehouse, and in warehouse only I have sold it to buyer. It is not a supply. Okay. Acha, if there is any high seas sales, even that is not a supply, right? If you are, basically an MP, MLA, member of Panchayat, या फिर local authority, and the remuneration that you get per month for your own sustenance, not a supply. Acha, duties performed by any person who holds any post in pursuance of provisions of constitution or capacity. For example, you are PM or President or CG or Lok Sabha Speaker, not a supply. Chairman, Director of any body incorporated by CG or SG or local authority, not a supply. Achha. When it comes to what? Funeral, burial, crematorium, mortuary or transportation of deceased person, not a supply. So transportation of, as you know, transportation of patients, exempt, but of dead person, 7(2), not a supply. ठीक है, next क्या है? Next is CGST UTLA. We have already done this. If they supply any functions related to 243G, 243W, not a supply. Acha, sale of land of building, not a supply. Also understand, if that land and building has any development, like there are drainage systems or there are water lines, again doesn't matter, it does not change what it is. It does not make any immovable movable, right? It just is making that place more habitable, not a supply, doesn't matter. Okay, next, interstate movement of various conveyance of goods. So if I am sending a truck from DMart Mumbai to DMart Ahmedabad with a consignment of 10 lakh soaps, to understand that soaps are definitely a deemed supply under 7(1)(c) और उस पे लग जाएगा GST. But that truck is not a supply. It is sheer interstate movement of a conveyance from one state to another. It is not a supply, god damn it. It is not a supply, neither a supply of goods nor a supply of service, unless there is a further supply planned. So if I'm sending Ahmedabad and it's not coming back from there, it is going to be sold ahead to someone, then it might be considered as a supply because that is going for the last time, right? Acha, also remember that if any state government is granting you a liquor license, it is not a supply. Okay, next is very simple, that if I talk about, my dear friends, taxman publisher, okay, I'm only concerned with this. Understand, I have given him a copyright. I have given him a copyright that you publish books and you give me royalty. So now he rightfully has the right to use my content and publish as many books as he wants. So once he has, let's say, 10 million copies and he's selling it to the bookstores, he's selling what? He's selling goods, right? Perfect. Correct. Okay. So that is there. Acha, 7(1)(a) is nothing but, my dear friends, what? Classification of goods or service. Okay, this is schedule 2, and after that we will be done with section 8, composite supply, mixed supply, and we are done with it. Okay, correct. Perfect, Devendra, perfect. Okay, yes. Acha, tell me, in 7(1)(a) what are we doing? We are just figuring out whether a particular transaction is supply of goods or service. Very simple. Acha, if you know this, the best part is, my dear friends, it will be easier for you to determine time of supply. Got it? Yes. Because for 12 it is goods, for 13 it is service. That's it. Acha, bolo. Transfer of title in goods. In this case, understand, when I talk about transfer of title in goods, simple, supply of goods. Acha, tell me, if there is just transfer of right to use, it's rental, service. If there is transfer but at future date, hire purchase transaction, again supply of goods. Lease, rental, tenancy, all supply of services. Acha, even the tenancy rights that a landlord issues to a tenant against the tenancy premium, right, which used to happen way back, that also tantamounts to service. And if it is for residential dwelling, it is also exempt. Okay, just write a note that if these tenancy rights, okay, are in relation to residential dwelling, for residential use, in that case also, my dear friends, okay, it is exempt. Okay, next is treatment or process of goods by another person. Simple. I give you cloth, you make a shirt, give it to me. I give you gold, you make a jewelry and you give it to me. What have you done for me? You have given me service. You have given me service. Okay, next. Renting of immovable property, supply of service. Intellectual property rights, परमानेंट अगर है तो गुड्स, टेम्पररी है तो सर्विस. Information technology, pre-packaged software in a physical media device like a pen drive or a CD, goods. Designing, development, upgrading, adopting, okay, information technology software, service. Works contract, supply of service. Acha, if it is restaurant or catering, supply of service. Okay, initially it was 70% goods and 30% service in before GST period, but now it is completely considered as service. Okay, so in case they ask you time of supply with respect to restaurant service, you should first write in the answer that it is supply of service, and hence I am going ahead with section 13.2. Okay, 11th, transfer of business assets. So understand that if on 110 Jethalal closes his business, so on 30th line whatever is the stock, that is deemed supply. Why? Because government says that listen, you have availed ITC on this, but you are not going to sell it ahead. So I just wanted to return me back that ITC amount because you've not sold those goods and you've taken ITC against some other supplies, right? But you never landed up selling this stock. So no ITC allowed. It's ineligible. You shouldn't have taken and you have taken. So that is deemed supply. Acha, 12th wala kya hai? That in case, my dear friends, there is construction, right? There is construction, right? In that case, my dear friends, if I talk about CC or OC, whichever is earlier, if before CC or OC you are getting the entire consideration, then government wants to call it supply of service. Under 7.1a it is written. And in case the entire consideration is after CC or OC, understand what does that mean? That the building is already made, so it is now an immovable property, and now you are going to buy it, so you are going to buy an immovable property. Simple. An immovable property is neither goods nor service. Hence government said in that situation, okay, it is a classic case of sale of land and building. 7.2, not a supply. Got it, my dear friends? Yes. ठीक है, क्या बात है, देवेंद्र को तो याद है माँ कसम. ए तू स्टूडेंट है क्या मेरा? Okay. And the 13th part, my dear friends, refrain from doing an act or tolerate an act. Okay, refrain from doing an act or tolerate an act. Understand, my dear friends, in this case, okay, it's very important for you to understand that there should be an express agreement, it should be a positive agreement, and the consideration must flow in return for the contract. So again, understand these cases. Non-compete fees, there is clearly a flow of consideration where the ex-employer is telling the ex-employee that you don't join my competitor, I will pay you X amount, right? both willingly enter this agreement because both are somewhere benefited out of it. They do it. It is a supply. Acha, second, shopkeeper allowing a hawker to operate from common payment in front of his shop. Simple. You want to do business in front of my shop? Understand, that is my place. You want to use it, you need to pay me. And which is why I will tolerate your nuisance of staying there and saying, hey, le lo, hey, pani puri le lo, hey, sandwich le lo, vada pav le lo. I will tolerate that. But you have to pay me for it. There is an express agreement. I am willingly entering into an agreement. There is a rent amount that flows to me every month. Third, customer cancellation charges. Very simple. At the very outset, okay, I as an airline company or I as a railway company, railway transportation of passenger company, transportation of passenger service via rail, IRCTC, Indigo Airlines, I willingly tell you all that listen, Mr. Customer, last moment, okay, changes are subject to charges, or last minute cancellation are subject to charges, and you never get the refund. The closer you move towards the date, the more probable it is that you will not get any penny from the airline. It is an express agreement where they tell you, I will charge you over this. I will charge you for your absence. Okay. Charges on prepayment of loan. Here also there is an express agreement by the bank that listen, if you prepay your loan, I will charge you 1% of your unpaid amount. Achha, if there is early termination of lease before a certain period, right, there is a charge for that, and it is expressly entered, not a supply. Achha, here, liquidated damages for breach of contract. Understand, in this case, okay, no one enters into an agreement for breach of contract, right? So the agreement must be of what? Okay, please help me construct this building in 2 years. In case there is a breach, you will have to pay me this amount, right? So the agreement is not of coming together and you breaching a contract and I pay you. No. The agreement is of you completing that within 2 years. If you do that, it's fine. If not, then due to the incapability of yours that is causing me losses, right, I am charging you a certain amount. I am not frankly willing to receive any such amount. You just do my work on time, right? I don't even want that amount. You do my work on time. The only reason I am penalizing you so that if there is a consequence, you will do your work properly. Perfect. Second is damages to property. Now, no one enters into this contract. No one says, okay, I will make sure that I am your tenant. I will make sure that every wall of this house is broken. And for that, I will give you damages. क्या वो गजनी है क्या? Nonsense. Acha, compensation for piracy. No one, acha, for example, Udta Punjab, you know. So the movie was going to released in Friday. Thursday it was available on YouTube. So that person who did piracy, he never entered into a contract with Ekta Kapoor that I am doing piracy, huh? You pay me compensation. Sorry, I am doing piracy, huh? Yeah, for that matter, Ekta Kapoor will not be like, hey, you do piracy, I will pay you. ऐसा होता है क्या? That you do piracy, and I will pay you. What the hell? Nonsense. Ekta Kapoor will tell someone to do piracy and then receive compensation for the same. No, it's a loss. It's a compensation for loss. Same case for check dishonor payment. You never enter into a contract saying that, "Arey, check dishonor karna, dishonor that check, then I will take money from you." Arey, what nonsense. Penalty imposed for violation of law. Arey, you have broke a signal. The Pandu charges you 500 rupees. So what? There is an express agreement. Arey, कि मेरे को signal तोड़ने दे. Arey, let me break the signal. There is a different level of satisfaction and thrill and adventure that I completely feel I will give you 500 rupees, but let me take this 3 lakh, please. You don't do this here. Same is with respect to forfeiture of salary in the event of employee not serving the notice period, forfeiture of earnest money by selling in case of breach of agreement to sell an immoral property, and so is with respect to compensation given to previous allottees of coal black. So here, every time you see, it's nothing but compensation for a loss that has happened. Just compensating for that. Okay, that's it. And the last is my difference section. And the last is my difference. Okay, पहले I'll do this printing contract वाला thing. Okay, तो printing contract के पहले भी actually I'll have to do this and then I'll come to that. So section 8, my difference, as you all know, is composite supply, mixed supply. Composite supply में there are 2 or more goods or service or goods or services that are naturally bundled. Principal supply is the rate, and in mixed supply, the very important condition is that it should be artificially bundled and there should be single price involved. There should be single price involved. In that case, it will be highest rate of tax. So composite supply naturally bundled होगा. Rate कौन सा लेना है? Principal supply. Okay. Mixed supply में it is artificially bundled, and very important, single price is a very important condition, because understand, there is, if separate values are available, it will be subject to individual rates, right? There is a very good sum of LED, I guess stabilizers and ACs and TVs in our Q&A. Very good sum. Use that. Okay, make the most of it. अच्छा, printing contract में क्या है my dear friends? Very simple. So if, let's say, Mr. X is giving me if Mr. X is giving printing contract ka service, understand, he's giving me goods and service at the same time. So it's a classic case of composite supply. It's a classic case of composite supply. Understand, right? Correct. Now, अभी पलड़ा किसका बारी है, गुड्स का कि सर्विस का? हाउ विल आई गेट टू नो दैट? हाउ विल आई गेट टू नो दैट? वेरी सिंपल, राइट? In that case, I will have to check whether there is book, annual report, pamphlets. If there is a principal supply here, what is it? So very simple. The only way I have taught you all is what? What is the way I have taught you all? That when you buy a book, what do you see? The quality of pages or the quality of content? Content. And content is printed. Printed yani ki printing service. So it is a service. Second, with respect to tissue paper, envelope, wedding cards, what have I told you how to check it? So I told you that wedding cards are available from 5 rupees to 5 lakh rupees. Now what has changed? Has the name of the bride and groom changed? No. Has the address changed? No. What is changed is the quality of the paper, the design, the texture, the material used. That changes. And that is, my dear friends, okay, principal supply with respect to goods, service. Now, once you've determined that, they will then tell you, okay, figure out time of supply. Got it? तो इसका फिर आप 13(2) के हिसाब से लेना और इसका आप 12(2) के हिसाब से. Got it? They can easily ask. There is a very good sum. I have actually given it in your Q&A. Try it out. Beautiful sum it is. Okay, beautiful sum. ठीक है, perfect है. ठीक है, तो इतना बोलना था. तो ये सप्लाई चैप्टर अच्छा किया हम लोगों ने कर दिया. It is important. Okay, we are left with, by the way, registration returns E-Waybill. Fantastic. I'll just have some water. I will just have some water, my dear friends. come on. ब्रेक नहीं यार, बस थोड़ा पानी पीने गया था. I went to I'd gone to have some water. Okay. Registration, E-Waybill, returns. Okay. Okay, let's do E-Waybill. Okay guys, let's go, come on. Okay, E-Waybill. In case of E-Waybill, my dear friends, please try and understand that firstly, which are the conditions that needs to be satisfied. Very simple. In case of interstate movement of goods, right, so the movement has to be what? Interstate. Second, the consignment value will be more than 50,000, right, in relation to the supply other than supply or due to inward supply from unregistered person, right. अच्छा, consignment value calculate कैसे करते हैं? Value of supply plus the GST amount plus exempt supply where invoice is issued for both, sorry, minus exempt supply where invoice is issued for both taxable and exempt supplies. Okay, what do you mean by that? For example, if you are only doing taxable supplies, you will include both the value of supply and the GST amount in the CV. If it is more than 50,000, you generate E-Waybill. Otherwise, you don't generate E-Waybill. Like in this case, you will. If you are only giving exempt supplies, then there is an exemption ahead. In a rule which says that, very simple, doesn't matter whatever the value is. If you are supplying exempted goods or service, simple, in that case, it will be, you are not required to generate E-Waybill. Third, taxable and exempt supplies. Understand, my dear friends, if you are supplying both the thing at the same time, so basically you have issued invoice cum bill of supply, then in that case the consignment value will include taxable supplies, the GST with respect to that amount, but you will not include the exempt wala part. Okay, and in this case, since it is less than 50,000, you are not generating the E-Waybill. So make sure you are concerned with this angle and you are very aware of this angle, that whenever you are supplying both taxable and exempt supplies, you will not include the exempted value. Acha, tell me, is there anyone who, even though whose consignment value does not exceed 50,000, still has to generate E-Waybill? Yes, there are two people. One is who makes interstate transfer of goods from principal to job worker, and second is interstate supplying of handicraft goods, who has his own PAN, right? And simple सी बात है, he takes an exemption, of 20 lakhs to 10 lakhs and is not covered under compulsory registration. Are you getting it? Yes. So the interstate transfer of handicraft goods, who is not covered under compulsory registration and is enjoying the exemption of 20 lakhs or 10 lakhs, whatever the case may be, he should generate E-Waybill and he should also have a PAN, right? So both these cases, my dear friends, understand, you will have to generate E-Waybill, right? So both these cases, even though the threshold limit is less than 50,000, E-Waybill generate hoga boss. Okay. Okay. Next is, my dear friends, understand. Now in E-Waybill, there are two parts, part A, part B. Part A, part B. understand in this case, my dear friends, okay, the concept is very simple. Part A is nothing but reflection of an invoice, and part B is nothing but vehicle details, or the conveyance details, for that matter, conveyance details. Right? Correct. In this case, my dear friends, the concept is very, very, very simple. All I would like to say is, okay, that here part A, who basically fills in part A? The person who causes the movement of goods. So if the supplier causing the movement of goods, he will fill in the part A. If recipient is, he will fill in the part A. Can the supplier, in case he is causing the movement of goods, give the authority to someone else to fill in part A? Yes, answer is he can give it to e-commerce operator or the transporter. Why? Let's say a lot of goods are kept in their godown. For example, someone like a boat, they know that they sell majorly to Flipkart and Amazon. Then in their godown only there are lakhs and lakhs of pieces of boats, boat headphones and boat watches and whatnot. So in that case, please understand, my dear friends, okay, that they can authorize the ECO that you get the order, you only generate part A, you only generate part B, because conveyance is also of yours only, and you directly generate E-Waybill, nothing doing. Acha. Once you generate part A, there is a unique E-Waybill number that is generated that lasts for 15 days. That lasts for 15 days, within which you have to fill in part B details, right? So do that. This is also an important update. Acha, in which cases part A are absolutely blocked. So ऐसे कांड किया तूने, you know, you have done some sin in your life, that your part is completely blocked. That means you are not able to generate E-Waybill. What are those cases? There are 4 cases. Let's say you are a person paying tax under compo scheme, and you have not furnished the statement for payment of self-assessed tax for the last 2 consecutive quarters. Yes. So you were supposed to pay quarterly, and for 2 quarters you have not paid. Second, a person paying tax under regular scheme has not furnished returns for 2 tax period. लो कर लो बात. तो ये GSTR 3 भी आपने नहीं किया है 2 tax period से. Third, a person paying tax under regular scheme has not furnished GSTR 1 for any 2 months or 2 quarters. लो कर लो बात. GSTR 1 furnish नहीं किया है. And the third is whose registration has been suspended under Rule 21A pending completion of proceedings. So if any of this case triggers, simple, that person's part A is blocked. So virtually, practically, he cannot sell goods. And also understand that the blockage is only with respect to outward supply. He can still procure goods. Why? Because of a simple reason, that if this guy has defaulted, why should A be punished? Because A will say, I to generate E-Waybill. Now just because B has not generated, why will you also block his inward supply? No, block his growth, and growth is always by the way of sale. So you block outward supply, not inward supply. So government said, okay, fine, I will only block his outward supply, right? So inward supply you can do, outward supply you cannot do. Okay? Yes. Acha. Then part A fill ho gaya, then you fill part B, and once part B is filled, your E-Waybill is generated. Now once E-Waybill is generated, उसका validity कितना होगा? तो बोला है depend करता है. Okay, it depends whether it's a ODC or other than ODC. ODC, over dimensional cargo. Other than ODC, other than over dimensional cargo. अच्छा, over dimensional cargo, I will ask you to remember it as big vehicle, big conveyance, and other than ODC is a small conveyance. So a small conveyance is faster, which is why it can cover more distance, and which is why here the limit is 200 kilometers and here it is 20 kilometers, and with every extra kilometer in distance, the number of days will be added, right? Now a very simple thing, my dear friends, tell me one thing. For example, right now is what, 8:30? Okay, it's 8:30 p.m. and what is the date today? 30th September. So 30th September 8:30 p.m. if I generate E-Waybill, when will it expire? When will its validity expire? I want you all to answer. Let me see if you all know this or not. Tell me. Okay, कौन सी midnight को ये expire होगा इसका validity? When will its validity expire? What is the midnight? Very simple. Understand. Whatever day of time it is, you don't give a damn. You directly start with midnight. Right? So 30th and 1st October ka midnight. Your counting starts from here and it ends at the second midnight. Very simple. That is 110 से 210 का midnight. It ends there. Okay, it ends there, and then you keep adding days. For example, if the validity is for 3 days, then simple, एक दिन यहाँ पे हो गया. Okay, then 210 से लेके 310, 310 से लेके 410, तो इस दिन एक्सपायर हो जाएगा. ठीक है. आई होप यू ऑल अंडरस्टूड दिस, दैट एनी टाइम ऑफ डे, बी इट 8:30 PM और 8:30 AM, राइट, बी इट 2 बजे सुबह और 2 बजे शाम को, आई डोंट गिव अ डैम. You directly go to the midnight of that day. Once you go to the midnight of that day, very simple. Okay, end of discussion. You start your day from that midnight and you end at the other midnight, right? So the other midnight is 1 and 2. Right? So Anita, you actually gave the right answer. Okay, that's it. I hope everyone has understood, guys. Okay, fair enough. I've given a few examples, you can just check it. Okay. Okay. Acha, once E-Waybill is generated, understand if the supplier has generated, it is on the recipient's end whether to accept or not, and vice versa. But the time limit for acceptance is time of delivery of goods or 72 hours, whichever is earlier. And if there is no communication, it is deemed accepted. Acha, can it be cancelled? Yes, it can be cancelled, my dear friends. कहाँ गया? लिखा नहीं है, कहाँ? कहीं तो लिखा होगा. Okay, it is cancelled. I guess रहेगा वो information. You all can just write it can be cancelled. Okay, and it can be cancelled within 24 hours, except the fact that, so just write down, yes, E-Waybill, if you have generated it, it can be cancelled within 24 hours, except that there is a case of transit in between and you have to show the E-Waybill. That case it won't happen. Okay, that's it. Acha, now tell me, with respect to part B, is it always necessary that E-Waybill, to generate E-Waybill, you have to generate both part A and part B? You have to fill in the details of both part A and part B. Okay, so part A is mandatory, but part B is also mandatory, but only in few cases. Okay, that is only in 2 cases. Even if you don't fill in part B, it will be considered that you have generated a valid E-Waybill. That you have generated a valid E-Waybill. Are you getting it? Yes. Okay. In this case, my dear friends, I hope you all have understood अच्छा सर, आई एम सौंदर्य joined in my sister's account. Let's. अच्छा अच्छा, ओके, सॉरी अनीता, ओके सॉरी सौंदर्य, ओके, ओ माय बैड. मैं वही सोचूं कहाँ गायब हो गई थी. नाइस, चलो गुड. ओके, now understand my dear friends that with respect to valid e-way bill, okay, which are those two cases? So government said, okay, two cases. One is consignor's place to transporter's place of business, and the other is transporter's place of business to consignee's place of business. If the distance is within 50 kilometers and it is within the same state, simple. It is very very simple in that case, my dear friends. Okay, not required to generate part B. So in the first case, if you put the nomenclature, you are not required to furnish part B, and in the second case, understand, you are not required to update part B. Okay, तो पहले में furnish नहीं हो पाएगा, दूसरे में update नहीं हो पाएगा. I hope you understand this. Okay, the reason why it won't be furnished, because understand, consignor to transporter's place of business part A करके ही चला जाएगा. You will fill in part A and leave it. You will not fill in part B. But understand, transporter's place of business to transporter's place of business. So what happens is, this consignor was from Mumbai. He wanted to send this goods to consignee who is in Ahmedabad. So he comes all the way from his factory to transporter's place of business. Transporter goes from Mumbai's his place of business to Ahmedabad his place of business. And here definitely there is an e-way bill that is generated. Why? Because it is an interstate transaction and it is obviously beyond 50 kilometers, and e-way bill तो generate होगा. यहाँ पे part A भी होगा, part B भी होगा. There will be part A also and part B also. Got it? So now understand that from year to year, okay, when you are going, part B is already filled, and that will have which vehicle number? Transporter's vehicle number that has traveled the goods from Mumbai to Ahmedabad. So they are not traveling from consignor's place to business to consignee's place of business. They're actually consignee's place of business to consignor's place of business to consignee's place of business. No, they are traveling from one bus station to another bus station, right? So if you go through Meeta Travels, any bus for that matter, they don't come to your house to pick you up. It's not a school bus. You have to go to their station, and they will drop from one station to another station. So when that commute is happening, part B is filled, where the conveyance is of transport. So it already exists, and from Ahmedabad bus stop to consignee's place of business, the conveyance of consignee is used. So in that case, he does not have to update part B. He can keep that vehicle number as transporter's vehicle number, but still bring it in his own vehicle, right? It is completely fine. Even if it is cross state, he can say that it is within 50 kilometers, and in that case it is also within the same state. Got it? Perfect. Okay, so end of discussion. Very simple. Consignor's place of business to transporter's place of business, no need to furnish part B. Transporter's place of business to consignee's place of business, no need to update part B. Okay, next. Acha, tell me one thing with respect to bill to ship to model. If A orders B to send goods to C, then in that case realize there is only once that the movement happens, and which is why, since the entire case of e-way bill revolves under movement and not supply, it is very pertinent to note that movement once, e-way bill also once. Okay, if the movement is once, e-way bill generated also once. Okay, so as that is the scenario, my dear friends. A to B order गया, B to C गया है, movement. Are you getting it? Yes. In that scenario, my dear friends, it is either B or A who will generate the e-way bill, because in this transaction B is selling to A is selling to C. So it's either of the suppliers will have to generate E-Waybill, but it will be generated only and only once, because the movement is also once. ठीक है? अच्छा, in this scenario, please understand transfer of goods from one conveyance to another conveyance. In this case, please understand my dear friends, when I talk about transfer of goods from one conveyance to another conveyance, if the conveyance is different but the transporter is the same, the only thing transporter needs to do is update the motor vehicle number, right? And in second case, my dear friends, if apart from motor vehicle it's the transporter also who changes, then in that case transporter X will have to assign E-Waybill to transporter Y, and this can happen only once. Okay, you cannot keep changing your vehicle. Okay, it can happen once, that's it. Okay, acha, which are the cases where E-Waybill is not to be generated? The goods being transported are the ones given below: kerosene, oil, currency, used and household effects. अच्छा, goods which are being transported by non-motorized vehicle, very important, जिसका engine ही नहीं है, who does not have engine. अच्छा, this is important कि goods are transporting from custom port, airport, air cargo complex, land custom station to ICD or CFS or vice versa. No E-Waybill. अच्छा, goods which are exempted from GST, 5 petroleum products and alcoholic liquor. Okay. Empty cargoes. And eighth one is also pretty good, that if there are few factories who share a common weighing bridge where their trucks go with loaded chemicals, they weigh, they reduce the truck weight, and they get that actual weight when they are removing the goods, right? So if that weighing bridge is within 20 kilometers from your place of business, no E-Waybill required. Okay? And the last, my dear friends, is 138A, B, C. In this case, what A says is that, listen, the person in charge, for example, if it's a truck, then it's the driver. He needs to ensure that he has both E-Waybill and an invoice, or bill of supply, or delivery challan, whatever the case may be. He should have both. Okay, and in case of e-invoice, if he does not have the physical copy of invoice, that's fine, he can have e-invoice, but E-Waybill will also be there. Acha, commissioner or officer empowered by him may intercept the conveyance, okay, while it is in transit, and once the commissioner has given the approval, it can do it. As soon as they are inspected in transit, they are supposed to create a summary report and a final report. Summary report 20 hours of inspection, and final report 3 days from inspection, extension again more 3 days. Okay, the counting starts from the midnight in which inspection happened. Okay, and it will obviously end the other day, just like your validity wala case. Also remember that, okay, once a physical verification is done, right, in transit at one place, you cannot keep doing it at other places. Okay, no further physical verification of the said conveyance shall be carried out, okay, unless there is a doubt that there is tax evasion. Okay, that's it. So here we complete, my dear friends, E-Waybill. Majoritarily here the sums will be asked with respect to consignment value, validity of E-Waybill, bill to ship to model, part B वाला केस है, and transfer of goods वाला केस इसमें आ सकता है, ठीक है. So here we are done with E-Waybill. Yes, now we are left with returns and registration. Okay, let's take a short break, guys. Let's come back by 9:05. Okay. Hello. Hello. Hello.